down a little bit too, right now too, items are starting to get where they need to be. First items coming into fruition for both teams. Also rushing that DHS here. That's exactly what Aleem needs, right? Because he's got to whittle down some of these tankier heroes here from Mongolia.
I love that you're pointing out the marksmen right now of Kazakhstan and Mongolia. They have the quantum shards present on the early game. They haven't been disturbed, so that's a good way of seeing that they have potential in team fights, knowing they have good AoE burst from Red and as well as Forbid. Now, second turtle is up. Positioning-wise, it's Kazakhstan having a great pull on the other side of the turtle here, but speaking of counter-positioning,
GXR is low,
Forbid is just trying to have a counter with the vision, but nobody's going to go near with this objective, and Kinesis once again secures the turtle for Kazakhstan.
Another objective secured here for Kazakhstan. Better that they didn't actually contest that because he was so low. Look at Aleem though. Forced out a lane there.
Forbid. He has the ultimate of the Edith though.
This could be bad, right? Both of these guys setting up here. Kashi going to get the information he needs. Hook won't land. Able to avoid it. Kinesis now and Red making their way to give some reinforcements here to the bottom lane. They go in.
Onward with the fall of Knockup. This is just Kinesis making all the CC work. Now Ethan trying to be caged in with RWM. Now using Thorn Rose when he able to get a kill. Zizora fails to get the damage out of Kazakhstan now. Securing. It's Aleem that falls down. With the follow-up, there's Kashi. Slither of health though, but Zizora falls on the hands of Kinesis. Sustain over true damage with the help of 3 from Kazakhstan. Wow. On to the points, they take down 2 out of Mongolia.
Again, taking a look at the replay here, you're going to just see how tanky this Baksha is as well. And Bebex just doesn't have the damage, right? He's only got, I believe it's the Wind Talker is all he has. RWM set up very well right there. On the choke point, they grab a kill. He didn't even have the Ice Queen wand until getting that kill. So they slow him down here. ZX Aura cannot get away from this. And just look at this. The damage isn't even there, right? It's not even hurting Kinesis. And this is the downside of, yes, Irithil, she works great late game, but early game, and this is the story for really a majority of gold laners, right? So you see that's why they're putting pressure here on this bottom side.
Well, speaking of pressure, Kinesis got caught, or just got up with the Guardian Helmet. Now on an AoE-based damage, we're rocking that Concussive Blast. It's continuing just regen all throughout as he is being poked by damages coming in from Mongolia. Fight is about to break out here. He's being suppressed using the Bloody Hunt with the counter. The RWM Kinesis
still alive.
Down for that. Aleem with a Blazing Duet will pierce through the members of Mongolia. Yes, it will. Kashi takes down one. Aleem takes down Aizen. A trade of 2-1, and they're eyeing with a push here. Mid lane cert will fall down, and Kazakhstan as well eyeing on these windows. A great entry from Aleem, compensating the damage and forcing Mongolia for a retreat from that team fight.
You see how much time Kinesis bought there? And how much was used on him? Look at this. Look at the replay. There's just everything is being thrown at him. He's still alive, right? And just perfect timing, because here comes Aleem with the Blazing Duet, just whittling everybody down to the point where, yeah, Bebex, once again, not there yet in the damage department. Did just pick up the Berserker's Fury, so that's the second item now that he has. He's working on it, but they might just have to give up another turtle here.
Ooh.
It might be a little too risky if they decide to commit to it. They need to buy time, right? They don't want to just have these unnecessary deaths if they can. Wait until that first Lord comes up. So that's 3 for 3 on the turtles for Kazakhstan.
Economy-wise, they have all the objectives present. 3 turtles to none for Mongolia. What they have now is the map that they can utilize. We have objectives. They have trying to get coverage for the positioning. Zizora as well trying to get with the crab point, secured as well. So looking for the crumbs here that they will be able to see or get some items right away to counter the damage of Kazakhstan. But just like look at the lead here, 4,000 and counting. And this is how you need to counter with the defense, right with the momentum Kazakhstan just built.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things. They're going to go here, though.
Aizen might be the first target. Thorn Rose being committed, connecting on Kazi and Kinesis. But Kashi, though, still looking for an avenue for the drop of the Onward. But Last Insanity has been committed for escape by Aizen.
See, this is what I'm talking about, OSX, and why this kind of lineup works so well. I don't even know what to coin it. The durable lineup, the beefy boy lineup, because you got 3 heroes here. Yeah, the Tarizla, the Edith, and then the Baksha. Like, even if you get through one of them, you still have two to deal with. Kashi's gonna go in.
That's the onward. Now with the knockup, Aizen now is being trapped with Void Crystal flickered out. The last Insanity won't be the answer here. RWM being used by Red. Now taking down the turret. Aleem secures a push, but now that's just objective for Kazakhstan, not committing to any pursuit to chase down from Mongolia.
Yeah, at this point, you know, Mongolia, all they can do is just hold on, right? They're along for the ride here. 5K, like you mentioned earlier, continuing to build up in economy for Kazakhstan. This might even just allow them to take the first Lord without contention. If that happens, then they should be able to march into some of this space. I mean, look at this. CXOR is struggling even to farm up in his own jungle, right? At this point, you're 10 seconds away from the Lord spawning here. They've got to just scrap together whatever they can. And for the most part, just the game plan might be wait for Bebex to get to where he needs to be. The best thing about it in that situation, Bebex hasn't gone down yet, right? He's at least not died.
Yep.
He can continue to farm up what he can, but I'm sure that the gold difference between him and Aleem is quite big. You can see it right there. It's about 1,000 plus gold difference between the gold laners. So he has his work cut out for him. Now that this Lord is secured here for Kazakhstan, they're going to march down into the base a little bit. They might not get these inhibitors down unless they're able to force a fight. Now, when I say force a fight, man, Kazakhstan has all the tools in the world to do that. And that can just be Kazakh alone, right? If you flicker penalty zones in, that's already a force situation that's going to be really hard for Mongolia to deal with, not to mention they have more options available. So, Lord marching up the top side, they're going to get prepped and ready for this defense.
Yeah, speaking of defense, I love that you pointed out Bebex there, bro, because looking at the damage that they have to build upon, the Kazakhstan, this is their window to actually buy more time. And with that, you also need to clear something out. There's a Lord pushing up top, and you also need to clear some minions from mid to bottom. And the flicker combo right into the base of Mongolia, but now they still survive that. Kazakhstan is completely caught by surprise. Kazakhstan right in the middle, but Aleem trying to compensate with the damage Blazing Duet. Now Ethan falls down, takes a kill for Kazakhstan, and by just that, wow, recovery right onto the flicker. They take down two members out of Mongolia. There's a Lord trying to be melted down by the members of Mongolia here, but still Kazakhstan wanted to push through more of the defenses of this scene.
Okay, they're going to hold on to the inhibitor base turrets here for the most part, also that tier 2 in the mid lane. They're still putting pressure though. Bottom side, last Insanity.
Will this be the answer? The damage? Yes, we have the magic damage connecting all to Kazakhstan, but now Aleem falls down and has Zora on a 4 killing streak. Bebex using the penalty zone, but he's going to be hooked by Ethan. Last Insanity won't be the answer for damage, but Forbid, wow, 1-on-1, just right in the corner there, brother.
That's tough, man.
Wow, Forbid versus
not just Forbid, but even there, I'm not sure if we're gonna get a replay, but Bebex, he didn't have the Haas claws yet.
No.
And he jumped in, he was trying to get those last two targets that were very low, but unfortunately gets taken down by Red. And you know, that could have been a very shining moment for him. It was great too that he actually avoided getting penalty zone, but still, you know, he's at least where he needs to be itemization-wise, right? That's the best thing. Still needs that 4th item here. But, you know, as this game progresses, they're making some headway here on the deficit they had to work from, which is great. But at the same time, you saw from those fights, you know, Kazakhstan was a little bit confident in what they did there at the bottom, and that's kind of why they went with that risk. Now with this 20 seconds away for the next Lord, they're going to be in a situation where it's like, can we actually contest this? Can we fight? Because, you know, even the Divine Glaive being picked up by Forbid there might help them out a little bit, but there's still a lot to get through, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing from the skirmishes. That whole interaction between them earlier in the defense of the base was great too, because Ethan landed the hook flicker combination, which gave them a tiny bit of an advantage. Hold on, Aizen's in trouble.
Wow, can he soak up, force the flicker out? Whoa, three members being trapped upon the RWM. Will this be a great coverage for Kazakhstan to just push through Aizen, receiving damage with Void Crystal? Will he scorch through? No, he's still safe.
Sliver of health, he gets away. Aizen is lucky he survived that.
He was burning, bro.
They are going to go ahead and just give away this Lord once again, finding themselves on the defense here. There's nothing they can really do about that. Aizen getting caught out in the jungle. And now once again, they find themselves on the defense side. It's only a matter of time. Kazakhstan will crack open the base here even further. They've already got the bottom inhibitor down. This will result in the next possibly too, right? They're just so tanky. They're the ones to decide who to target. Also immortality now on Kashi, making it even harder to burst through this if you're Mongolia.
Yeah, speaking of which, you need to have a good clear here. Plus, there's a Lord marching down bottom. And if you have this way of breaking up a team fight, they just did, right? You mentioned the Flicker and the Bloody Hand combo right onto the turret of Mongolia. If they have a great pickup such as that, this is the identity of Mongolia that we're trying to have a build-up. Because at some points, they have this way of seeing through a needle in a haystack in such steep as this. Oh, look at that. Zora right just in the middle. He was trying to escape that one, but he won't be escaping the damage of red.
Still going on it.
Still going. Ethan now being trapped. RWM, he's scorching through, and he is just in a sliver of health, poked out. The immortality, and just in the base of Mongolia. Kazakhstan is finally here and eyeing on this base. At this point, they are not giving up just yet. We're heading for a tiebreaker match.
Game 3 is upon us. They hold on here. Kazakhstan taking the series 1-1. And where it comes down to essentially a best of one to see who goes forward and who goes home here. This was a great game, and it was not like game number 1, right?
No.
It was maybe even for a little bit, but Kazakhstan came out swinging, right?
Way better.
Way better here. And they, you know, I talk about this a lot through the drafts, but they shut down, especially the gold lane once again. They really controlled it. Bebex was not in any position really to do what he needed to do on the Irithyll, and this is the downside of, you know, most of these marksman picks, and especially someone or a hero like Irithyll, where you need so much time. And even as you saw it, right, she at one point she had the 3 pretty much core items that she needed.
Yeah,
she was working on the 4th one, and the problem with that is, once again, just how tanky, how durable. Even immortality's not even counted there until the end. You know, 1 popped up for Kashi. But we saw just how much of a struggle it was to actually put out the damage. Not only that, but if you can't even get close enough because you're being zoned out with the threat of being penalty zoned, or, you know, whichever they decided to do, it's too much of a struggle, right, for these marksmen to really pop off. And unfortunately, even for Forbid, wasn't able to do what he needed to do on the Valentina for most of those team fights, providing that damage.
Yeah, speaking of damage, a complete way of recovering from that game. Nobody's saying goodbye yet, but this is just the first one. This is just Kazakhstan.
This is how it should be, right?
Yeah.
It should have. You don't want to sweep
You don't.
in these lower bracket fights.
In the lower bracket, well, let's see who's the MVP now.
Yep,
And
MVP for this game number 2 is going to be none other than Kinesis here on this Baksha. And this player right here has made statements throughout the group stage against some of the best junglers in the world, and he's doing it still here. So it's great to see this performance of Baksha once again, starting to be a very highly picked hero, even here for the playoffs, right? He went 2-1-10.
Yep.
And most of this, honestly, is just the fact that, yes, he's mobile, very mobile around the map. He can respond. He goes where he needs to be right on time. Not only that, but you saw earlier, you know, from that highlight moment where he literally went 1 versus 4 or 1 versus 5, whichever it was, and he got all the ultimates out. Then his team just swooped in and capitalized on that. Like, that alone is a massive thing, deserving for this MVP here.
He's just being a bait. And when he had most of his core items in, the Molten Essence plus the Blade Armor plus the Guardian Helmet, this is just completely a rock, absorbing all the damages. Being an AoE-based passive concussive blast, that's one thing for you to rejoice at. Just even for a team fight, yeah, just go ahead, come at me. And just completely just having the chance of, like, okay, I have my team behind me, there's reinforcements, by that you have been baited for a trap. Man, I'm gonna count Baksha in for this one.
I feel like as we progress through the playoffs here, Baksha is going to continue to be basically a hot commodity, man. Like, there's what's happening, especially with this the meta that's formed here, is they just want to go with the Baksha. Mobility, durability, it's all great, right? So we're going to sit tight for a little bit here, guys, watching around the world, and here with us in Yashima Mania. We're going to take a quick break before we go into game number 3. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Iași, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Iași offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Iași is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Iași is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan Cuza, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Iași are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Iași is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Iași Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Iași municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Iași. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Iași, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Iași. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Iași. Come here and get to know us better.
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to IESF WEC for MLBB Day 2 of the playoffs here. Starting it off with the first series already going the distance. We're at game number 3 between Mongolia and Kazakhstan, and whoever loses will be out of the tournament here.
You never go out with a great fight. Kazakhstan and this team, Mongolia, has a great way of ending things around, especially coming from the qualifiers to the group stages till now. It's a show of you can actually expect from these seasoned, experienced players who actually go to neck on neck with you in the battle. But to go back on how their last game went, that was a perfect draft for Kazakhstan, covering their tracks, Claude and also an Eve being present, and 3 bans onto the Cho as well as the Faramis. It's a complete answer to all of the kryptonites that you can have in your own draft.
Well, again, like I'm saying, man, I just think one of the best things here available to these teams right now in the current meta is what we saw them do previously in Game 2, right? It's either 2 or 3 of those durable heroes. You have so many options that you can go with. Now we've seen the rise of Baksha, right? Locked in the jungle now. And
he's back.
Yeah, it's weird because it's such a throwback, right? He was such a popular hero seasons ago, if not, a year ago maybe even. And now he's kind of risen once again in the ranks of these hero picks and priority-wise. Not only that, but it just works so well. Like we said, with durability, you have your Terizlas, you have your Edith now that was thrown there in the roam option. So, having that ability to not only have a front line, but also a back line to help peel if you need to is very important, right? And we saw the struggle once again, and I know Irithil as a hero has also risen through the ranks statistically here throughout even the group stages where we are now. But you see it just watching the game, how much Irithil struggles in the damage department early on. So if you're being pressured from the get-go, it's so much harder. It takes so much longer than it already does naturally to get those 3-4 items that you need to really just kind of like pop off and provide that damage.
Love that you pointed out the progress of the marksman of Irithil. Yes, she actually has a way of shining either in the late game. But the problem is, you have most of the members of Kazakhstan just poking you out of your lane. They have the Eve, although they have the Valentina, yes, for a counter ultimate that they can use once team fight breaks out. But the problem of most of the times is she can't focus more on getting the kills. Yes, she was waiting for the right time, but 3 or 4 members were actually losing the chance of getting that 2 additional items for damage or even for defense. And mostly, once the fight is just trying to break out, and they're all forced to respond right away. We have seen great hooks coming from Ethan.
Yeah.
You have to give it to him, but most of the times, you also need to compensate it with damage.
Which was lacking.
Yeah, it was lacking. X-Borg, yes, forced a lot of HP bars out of Kazakhstan, but it's something that you can buy time. But if you want to reach the back line of Kazakhstan, you need to have more ways of slipping through. The Lancelot was there, but it wasn't even enough to just take one out.
Like I said, one of the things about Lancelot too, and why we saw for such a long time, the phrase coined for Lancelot was the tanks a lot, right? Because in a way, especially, and I know it's now kind of both could technically work, but it just felt like there was a lack of damage, especially when you're going to draft that type of hero. You want to go the assassin route in the jungle. You have to be able to make sure that you actually are a threat, right, in damage department. Now, that game, the last game we saw, honestly, Lancelot wasn't able to do much. And that was not just his fault, but also just the fact that across the board, right, the damage just wasn't available to them. So hopefully this time around, either they take the Baksha for themselves, maybe OSX, we even see it just banned out, right? Because this is now 2 games, at least for this series, that Baksha has been prioritized. Not only that, but even previously, right? Previously, yesterday, how many Bakshas popped up, So at this point, your kind of option is, do we take it? Gives us that tanky option, momentum as well, the mobility to move around the map, or do we opt once again for one of those assassin junglers to start the momentum in our favor early on?
Speaking of options, we would either see, yeah, you're right, Baksha will be respected out for the draft, could happen, or just let it go. So there you have it.
I'm glad they did it, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad they did it.
One thing also is up for grabs is the Mortis. We've seen him used yesterday, by Kazakhstan and also Mongolia, so it could be an option onto the table for this draft. So straight bans here, similar bans. You have Joy. It was a problem as well for the Eve. So will they actually secure the part of taking out that AoE poke potential, or will they go for that catch? Because at some similar ways that we are seeing the progress of the junglers of, again, Mongolia on the recent game, they're having a hard time to pull things off. And with the Martis having a good standing coming from yesterday in the group stages, might that be the key for their own progress as well?
Martis is essentially like, if you think about Baksha and how durable he is, Martis in a way can do the same thing, but he also provides like a decent amount of damage, right? Especially with the way that Decimate works, we've seen it actually work wonders for even the teams yesterday. So that's still on the table. I'm not sure if that's priority, territory though. It's probably still could be either the Valentina, could also be the Fredrin if it's left open here. But the bans coming out from Kazakhstan right now, the Faramis has taken out Joy as well. They're still able to take out one more roam if they want to, but it seems like we might again see the likes of Eve in the mid lane. Novaria still available for either of these teams too. Now, we've only seen one team prio pick the Novaria, but I'm not sure if that's the case here. We'll have to see these last bans for the first phase.
Okay, let's see how Kazakhstan is looking for a counter on the first two picks. They've taken out the Faramis. Oh, good ban on the Kajo though. So this either is a setup for their Fredrin or a Cho. Melissa could actually pop up, or either even Novaria. But it was a problem having in the roll state. Well, the roll state.
Yeah,
So,
we've seen her in both, right? So, I mean, either can work. But I think you also are just seeing a slower banning phase here just because of what's on the line, right? Once again, this is a best of 3 here. And whichever team does lose is out of the tournament. Team that wins moves on, waiting to face the next one in the lower bracket. So that's the Eve taken out. And these are pretty much, for the most part, OSX, from what we've seen even yesterday, these are solid ban choices because it's going to shake up this lineup a little bit more for Game 3, right? So that's why it's really crucial. What kind of team composition do you want to start building out here? This, probably Fredrin. I would opt for the Fredrin here because you can still flex it. You can still do quite a bit. You don't necessarily have to park them in the jungle. There it is. The Fredrin comes through.
Yep.
And this is, once
Wise
again,
choice.
best case scenario that you can do. But you're going to go ahead and trade. Is this Angeling that might come through for Kazakhstan? Angela already locked in here.
Different route
Ling
here.
is available.
The falling
It's not. It's Novaria.
Whoa.
We got the Novaria portrait.
We have it.
No more
She's
Arlon.
alive. No more Arlon. So just by looking at this, they have global response with the Heart Guard, and they have a way of poking out a member out of Mongolia with their Love Wave. So with this, they have vision. They have more coverage for the hitboxes, having the Novaria's Astral Echo. So with this, they're letting out the Turizla loose for Mongolia.
This is crazy though. What if they park the Fredrin in the XP lane, they take the Ling so they don't have to deal with Angela Ling?
That's a good one.
That might be an option here and probably what they're discussing because that could happen on the flip back here. Still, this is one of the powers of having Fredrin locked in. It's Valentina
There you go.
So they decide to go ahead, lock in a signature pick. This is once again the journey here to this championship stage. Eisen was known for this Turizla pick. We'll see if he can make it happen here. And as you mentioned earlier, OSX, the Martiz comes through, so it's not going to be the Ling option.
I love it. They're going for the comfort. They're going for a signature. I know, man. In the previous game, even Eisen is saying, no, the Fredrin is just not right for me. I need more. I need more action. I need more flicker penalty zone combo. I'm not used to this. I want more action. He's back in the game. He has the Turizla, and you have the Valentina. So you get an ultimate out. Either you take maybe the Novaria, even the Angela. No. But it's a good way of countering for a bite, though, because a Franco is usually a great counter either for the Angela or even for the Martis. But although even the hook can be, dodged or even evaded, but it's just covering the tracks of them being suppressed in most of the team fights.
I'm still wondering, too, because we've also seen the Novaria work wonders. I feel like more so in the mid lane, right? Mid lane because Angela's going to be here to roam. This might offer them, I'm not sure if they're able to, but for the gold lane, if they can somehow, for Kazakhstan, pick up another poke gold laner. If that's going to be the Beatrix, then so be it. At least that provides you with some form of dynamic when you approach the game, where even that if you're down in the early game, late game, as you make your way through that, you can still rely on your poke potential, right? And then engage when you need to. Because just looking across from you with these first 3 picks, you already know you're going to most of the time have to respond to the engages from Mongolia.
Speaking of poke,
There's the Beatrix.
Yeah, the Beatrix has been banned. I love that you're going with the marksman. The point of having a great composition around his first 3 picks that you said, either it's a Brody, because there's so much distance across a Terizla and across Valentina, it has so much evade and dash. So either this is a Brody, well, they ban it out.
They ban it out. They're narrowing it down.
Okay, this is gonna be spicy for the choices of the marksman. Yeah, it's a Claude, but
It took the spice right out of you, didn't it? Because this is what we've seen Aleem play now.
Yeah.
From yesterday to today. So this is clearly comfort for Aleem. He wants to go ahead and roll with this. We'll see if they can execute it similarly like they did in the previous game. But that still leaves to question these last 2 picks, of course, for Mongolia. They've got to fill in that gold lane, and they have to also be able to fill in a solid roam option as well, right? That needs to cover the base. And if it's one of those, again, going with the game plan of durability, a tankier type of roam, this could spell another difficult task right ahead of them. But this time, it's Mongolia that would be going with that durable lineup. In a couple seconds here, they'll lock it in. It's going to be Sustain is the name of the game. They lock in the floor in here with a Leslie. An interesting lineup, though. Something different than what we've seen from the previous 2 matches.
okay. So since there are a lot of catch, there's a lot of way to restore HP or a quick player response from the Angela. So they're seeing this as an invade, kind of like they're gonna wait who's gonna make the first move, and with the Leslie's coverage of vision with the ultimate snipe. I guess this is like a one-time way of like saying if they have a window that they could actually strike a member or 2 from Kazakhstan, they will take it. So with this, the final thing is we're waiting for Kazakhstan is an EXP.
EXP.
Lapu
Barretts.
Lapu.
What if it's Barretts?
Either
Lapu
Lapu
maybe.
Lapu or Barretts would actually show.
I feel like Barretts was just like, a rare thing that we saw. Okay, yeah, the Lapu Lapu comes through.
Yes! This is
This is a flashy matchup.
A flashy, more flickers, more jumps, more CCs, name it, trampolines all over the map.
If we're gonna go out, we're gonna go out in style. That's pretty much what both the
I
teams
love
are
it.
saying here. So
I love it.
great lineup for both. Biggest thing though, once again, is now that you don't have the Baksha. It was the first ban, so you kind of had this idea from Mongolia, like we want to go with this sustained lineup. That's why they locked in the floor in. So if you're Kazakhstan, how do you deal with that, right? Yes, you have the Angela, so it's kind of a battle of who has that more prolonged team fight capability, right? But at the end of the day, can you solve it quicker than the other team and win those early skirmishes, win those early team fights?
Yeah, the windows, the opportunity to make this composition work. I said this is a great matchup. We're seeing draft-wise, they have more ways of answering the problems early on.
Well, here we go. It's down to this in the first best of 3. The team that loses will be sent out. It's a Mongolia and Kazakhstan. Who takes the series here?
The fight might just break out. They're just looking on the positioning of Ethan right now. He's trying to get vision. Florin and Angela just meeting on the orange. It's just like, okay, somebody's here that's like trying to get a hang of where is the junglers right now, because as of this point, Mongolia's Frederick or Cesara is farming through, and this is just the case of the Angela. She could just be anywhere with the focusing mark. It gives extra damage. So by just being near the pressure of Kinesis, it's an additional damage that you might get not using any skills. It's just an advantage. Kashi low on mana though, and we're going for a pause.
Okay, we're going to take a little breather here. One thing too, as you already mentioned, with the focusing mark from Kashi, the great thing that they could utilize with this is, once again, when you use that heart guard, and if it's on a Liam, right, especially the Claude, and you're able to time that well, that additional damage on the certain amount of targets that he's able to land on will really help the Blazing Duet, right? Now, it's a different, though, because, once again, it's a battle of sustain for both of these teams, right? And also, if you look, you have the Brave Smite over here, the Florin locked in, right, for Ethan. So, and this time, again, not only will he be sustaining some of his own lane, helping with the bloom, that heal, and everything else, whereas Angela's a little more focused on whatever target she is with the Heart Guard, right?
Just
for the most part, yeah, for that. So, in a way, it's like you have to juggle. How do we deal with the sustainability? How do we deal with the healing? But I think this early on, one of the big parts, obviously, too, is because of the floor and because of having Brave Smite, the lane presence and the threat there is going to be difficult to deal with. Okay, so there was already a first blood. Ethan was the one that grabbed it, by the way. Hold on, Red's going to be in trouble.
Whoa, that's totally about Flash. That's 2 jumps. 2 flickers committed by Eisen and Red. He was eyeing to take down Red, though, but he was just too far over reach. They just dodged each other with a flicker.
Okay, it looked like... Take a look here, yeah, behind us. So, okay, Ethan got the first blood, and somehow he got Kashi down. So, you know, interesting because leading into that, when we took that little break there, again, Ethan, he's gonna, especially with this first blood, the way things kind of unfolded, like he is gonna have even more of an advantage now, at least for lane presence, right? Lane,
yeah.
The threat in the lane and everything. So, you know, that is already crucial in this early point of the game. Not exactly sure what happened. Teams are figuring it out here. Looks like it might have gotten solved pretty quickly, but still, you know, as we look at that, these early first bloods, and even from what we saw from game 1 and even game 2, the early first bloods, depending on who is able to get that, they can play around that very well, and I feel like that might be the case here. Once again, even though these are, you know, sustained heroes, they can still do quite a bit of pressure in these lanes, 30 seconds away from that first turtle. So as we get back into the game, you can already see it, right? Things setting into place here.
Yeah, Mongolia ahead by a few gold. Now Bebex as well poking out Aleem. Same on HP, almost half. We're looking at Leslie versus Claude now. Just by securing that objective, speed of pressure that you've mentioned earlier, Mongolia has eyes on Kinesis, just pulling them off. And Mongolia just wants coverage here right in the first turtle of the game. Cesora, though, is trying to poke in and putting the turtle right on their side. Kinesis as well. Retributions both ready. We have magic shoes picked up by Red. A more cooldown reduction for this Nefari. Look at the knock-up from the penalty zone. They take out one. Kinesis falls down. Ethan flickers out for safety. Kazakh as well, so not letting him go. Bravest fighter would answer for the damage. And now coverage onto the turtle. Who gets it? And it's Cesora for Mongolia. Objective is secured now. Kashi might be not in a good position. They secure a kill out. Aleem, just 2 gold laners up top, poking out each other, and now objective-wise, it's with Mongolia.
That was massive for Mongolia, man. Not only did they get the turtle, they got a couple of kills there too, and it went into Eisen's hands. That is huge.
Massive.
On someone who is known for this Trizza play. He's gonna go one-on-one though.
Oh, look at that. HP just dropping down. Kazakh, use a flicker! And Kazakh falls down. Oh, no, Eisen falls down. Completely confusing with the sun there. Yeah, just completely heated up action in XP lane.
Interesting that Eisen actually decided to, you know, stay with that. Ethan's in trouble now.
Ethan, oh, that is just a complete help. If you have this Angela, you can just have this confidence with moving through, just poke Evident out of the enemy. Heart Guard, Love Waves, that's 2 skills just running over. And okay, Eisen is back. Again, from the EXP lane, he's not letting Kazakh go as they cut down lanes. Kashi, on the other hand, trying to make Forbid out of his comfort zone. 45 seconds to the next objective, and Caesarus has spoken the hell out of Red, and a Praiser's Wrath connecting and secures a kill for Mongolia.
Getting the close-up action here, you know. And as the game progresses, though, I gotta say, Kazakhstan's still holding their own. They're finding their own little wins where they can, and I think that's what's important here, right? Now, as it leads in to this next turtle, that's crucial, right? They don't want to just give that up or have the similar situation that happened before where not only did they give up the turtle, they gave up a couple kills too, and you can see the pressure still trying to force Kinesis back here. They really want to control the space around this first or the second turtle. Heart Guard, though, comes through.
Yeah, that's getting annoying. The Heart Guard and the Love Waves. Now Kinesis has eyes on Sora. Look at the damage. Will it pull through, though? Will it pierce through? Cesora, Pacer's Wrath just used by, again, Ethan and Forbid with the team up aiding Cesora, but now Turtle now is ready for take, and Kinesis, though, dropped just from the eyes of Forbid, and Aleem trying to suffice with the damage, but Ethan as well has great coverage on this turtle, and Zizora, Aizen, and Ethan freely secures this objective.
Once again, it's a bloodbath. They're still going to be going, though. Kashi is in trouble here. A couple hits away, will go down. Kazakh, though.
Well, the action just keeps on flowing right now. Kazakh up against 2. Here comes Red Astral, Echo now being used. Much more larger hitbacks for Kazakh. Now used for reinforcement. They now poke the hell out of Zizora. Now, will he get the purple, though? Okay, there's just contention right over the objectives right now. It's just 5 minutes. Hardguard continues to show here to help Kinesis. They're chasing down. Zizora will be caged down in this pit. Now here comes the response right onto the Gloom. 2 members being trapped. That's their praise threat connecting. But Kazakh using to be the bravest fighter. But the penalties are right from the back. Aizen, look at the damage falling down. The spellbound and as well as bravest fighter for the counter. Now Red as well might go down. But that's just a complete peel. They felt it. They felt it through piercing on their defenses.
I can't believe Kinesis and Red got away with a sliver of health like that. That was such a good penalty zone from Aizen, but also just how much re-engage and engage they have. And now with all that happened in the past couple minutes, plus this turret going down, they further the gold lead 4,000 ahead here of Kazakhstan. So at this point, again, your backs are against the wall for Kazakhstan. They've got to be able to get what they need on the right players here. And look at this, the focus right on Kazakh. He might be in trouble.
Wow.
Depends how they play around this.
Look at the shots coming in from Bebex. Kazakh falls down. Kashi as well for a bit is not letting him go. Wow. Onto the stun and to the slow for a bit is right onto the turret of Kazakh. And now Kinesis as well trying to get for reinforcement. Ethan and 3 members of Mongolia are ready to fight. Aizen, though, in the positioning, man, the massive plays coming in from that penalty zone is just completely devastating for Kazakhstan. Now completely holding it through. 4 members of Mongolia here. Kashi's looking for an angle right on the back. Penalty zone doing 3 things. Wow, sustaining more of this spell down, making it work. Kinesis, though, ultimate snipe, covering the defenses through 2 bodies from Kazakhstan, offering their life to not let Kinesis fall, and we're going in for a pause.
There's a whole lot of action happening there, you know, and like I said, we're not able to see the eagle eye view on some of this, but it's just unfolding time and time again here. And it just seems like Kazakhstan is trying to constantly catch their breath. You know, that's how it feels for the most part, because everything is being thrown at them. Thank you for that. Because that's how it feels.
Even me, like, wait, it's just 6 minutes? And so you have this action back and forth, looking for objectives, looking for something to contest with, and then a lot of things just keeps on happening. And the positioning of the EXP laners and for the aid of the hard guard and with the love waves, it's becoming a problem. And it forces out a lot of members to respond on those skirmishes that where the Angel or Kashi is coming from.
Like I said, the problem here is that, yes, Kazakh is, you know, luckily he's 4-1. He's having actually a really good game in the Lapu Lapu, but he's got to wait for the rest of the team to kind of catch up here. And this is what we were talking about too. Anytime the Claude pops up, it's very similar in a manner of what we saw with Irithel, right? It takes time. You need those 3-4 items to get there. Where on the flip side, Bebex already has 2 kills on the Leslie, man. You saw the true damage hurting before we took that break.
How many snipes?
A couple shots, not even with the snipe, just a couple shots already whittling down the members here. So we're jumping back into the game, and you can see it, right? Once again, Kazakhstan down quite a bit of gold here, nearly 4,000 or 5,000 gold. They're probably going to have to give up this turtle. As they do, Zixora able to secure it. That's 3 for 3 now.
Frederick is just so effective right now, in even on the prio draft, just being in the utility. Wait, hold that thought. Kinesis might fall down here. Kashi for the defense, offering, using his body for the last hit for Kinesis to fall, but Ethan secures the kill. Now following up with the kill, Kazakhstan is trying to hold. Okay, coming for a pause, we're just right there. Bodies just completely dropping down. The pokes focus onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, just getting a glimpse here at the map too. This could, once we get back here, this could result into some crazy fights unfolding. Look at the placement too, ZXora.
He got stunned. Kazakh might use an ultimate to escape. Yeah, Bravest Fire's being committed. Aizen though, 2-man penalty zone, but Bebix with the killing spree. Snipe hurts so much that they are forced to go back to the base. Now 4 members here trying to clear up some waves here. Defenses might be the target now of Mongolia to get more of the resources out of Kazakhstan. We have eyes on mid. Now coverage-wise, defenses are now falling short. 3 kills, 3 deaths rather onto Kinesis. We have 2 deaths on Kazakh, even Aleem. Even for the quad, how's the damage department now?
The damage department right now is getting even more grim. Like we said with Aleem, he is struggling, not exactly where he needs to be just yet, and they're looking to collapse down on Kazakhstan anywhere they want to. Whether it was a tier 1, tier 2 turrets, they're finding plays where they need to. I mean, even Forbid, taking the decimate here just shows once again how far ahead they are, right? Leading into that first Lord is going to be crucial for them. And I just think it's better at this point. Kazakhstan doesn't even contest that first Lord, right? Just give it up, farm up. You have to get these items on Aleem. Red is also just picking up this Ice Queen wand, right? We're at almost the 9-minute mark here. So it's getting very, very difficult for them to really find wins in these team fights. Now,
speaking of finding, look at that, Akashi. Yeah, off-cam killed it. Aizen just takes him out.
That's even to build up what I was saying there. It's getting grim, right? And Kazakhstan is falling further and further behind here. 7,000 gold now, right? The difference. Just give up this Lord. It's going to go in the hands of Mongolia unless some miracle happens. But that's most likely not the case. That is just a golden staff being picked up here. 9.5 minutes in. You gotta park Kazakh where you can. He's pushing in that bottom tier 1, and then he's gonna have to be there for the team, right? He has to be there for this defense once this Lord marches in.
Yeah. Now 14-5, advantage gold-wise. It's with Mongolia. Love what you said, the XP laner from Kazakhstan is rather making a bit of a progress, going for the push. Again, we have a Lord marching down bottom. You need to cover your tracks. If you want to get into a team fight, might as well clear up lanes so you can focus more on not having a chance, as you say. How will they even have a glimpse of hope in team fights? So one way or another, they need to solve a problem for just in the lanes and just commit to something once team fights just happen. But the problem, they could actually use it against them. Since Kashi now has no ultimate, there's no way of responding with the Heart Guard yet. So now they're putting themselves right in the protection of their own base.
Not only that, that's an endless battle being picked up here by Bebek. So the damage is going to hurt even more from the side of Mongolia. Lord will be made work of though, but they lose a little bit of health on these turrets. The shield's also expended. So right now, Mongolia happy with that. They're going to go ahead and take the resources as well from Kazakhstan, as now the gold deficit has garnered up to 10,000 gold.
Did they get it?
No,
No.
Forbid got it. Forbid got it there. And again, at this point, OSX, and you know that it's down to this game, this match, for your tournament lives here, what type of miracle can Kazakhstan do to stay into this?
Wow. The items right now, nice. So looking at 2 blade armors, 1 dominant ice, and also Oracle, a lot of sustain is actually in the toolkit of Mongolia right now. On the other hand, we're looking at damage department. We have DHS, we have Golden Staff. Yeah, we have the Bloodlust Axe, but it's for me, it's not enough yet. You need to take to a later stage of the game for you to have a bounce back in team fights. But now Ultimate of Forbid has copied the Ultimate of Kinesis. So there's a catch, there's immunity, and you have Necklace of Durance for Kashi. Something to aid with the magic defense reduction. That's the flicker onto the combo with the penalty zone. Kinesis just forced to even fight against Zora, but now being immobilized, Kazakh used the Reaves Fighter to take down Aizen. Right onto the base, Zora, 2 members committed right onto the base of Kazakhstan.
That's a win for them, right? Granted how things have been falling into place, they even get Bebex on the run, flickering out. Red's still in the hunt though. Might land a couple more shots. Oh, Kazakh going in.
Oh no, Ethan now being trouble, being caught. That is the love waves. Being stunned, he can't use any of the dashes out, but now Forbid is forbidding themselves even to commit to more kills. 3 members out, same score, but that is just Kazakhstan finding windows.
There was like some hope there, right, for things to turn around, and I feel like they should have pulled back. They got a little overzealous, they overcommitted there, and now what this translates to is another Lord, right? They're gonna have to give it up. That's a Wind of Nature being picked up by Bebex now as well. He's pretty much fully item locked for the most part where he needs to be. A Divine Glaive now too in the hands of Forbid here. This is going to be a push into the base for Mongolia, and what they will do is continue to get these inhibitors down, most likely fully exposing it. Kazakhstan finding what they can around the map. They finally get that tier 1 down. Again, in the top side, they're still trying to find what they can, but still, ultimately, what they have to do is defend this base push and hope something amazing happens, right? The previous defense was it was a success. Granted, they were down 10,000 gold, and they made something happen, right? Great, but they overcommitted, and they might get punished here as they prime up. That's also immortality for Aizen now. He's going to try to emulate what he did before. 4 seconds away from the flicker, he's got the penalty zone available.
Now, will this be the final defense of Kazakhstan? That's a Lord taking down a turret up top. Now, members of Mongolia here ready to take down a strike out of Kazakhstan, but how will they defend? Damage-wise, Claude has now the corrosion side. 3 core items here for this marksman that could actually aid more of their setups. But will it be enough, though? The Kines almost dropping out. 3/4 of HP from the damage of Bebex alone. And the tower falls down and completely taken all of the defenses now. Mongolia is trying to open up the base here. Kazakh is trying to bite down Ethan. But now with this kind of setup, how will they go through this? That's the knock. A 3-man penalty zone on to Kazakhstan. Now Mongolia has free range to take him down. 1 EXP later, still safe. Going back to the base. Now Red is on half HP. Ethan, though, falling low. Now forced to use that gloom. Now will this be just the inevitable being delayed? Aleem go back to the base to restore some HP. Now Kashi takes up the Ice Queen one.
Still trying to finish it here. I mean, they're holding on right now, even without Kinesis. Still able to go 4 versus 5 for now, and it looks like they defend successfully, holding on to their life in this tournament. Now, did it just delay the inevitable? We'll have to find out, but you can say that Kazakhstan has the clear they need. They have damage as well, but in that moment, you think it's going to end with Mongolia capping out that game. It was a 3 or 4 man penalty zone from Aizen, and they still couldn't finish just yet. So at this point, we're again 30 seconds away from the Lord. I just don't see Kazakhstan making their way there to go and contest that. It just would be better if they continue to try to stay in their base here, but really, do they have enough yet? Aleem, that is the question. Does he have the items he needs? He's got the Demon Hunter Sword, he's got the Corrosive Scythe, he has the Golden Staff, he's still working on that 4th one. But that's the thing, can you have enough damage to deal with that, right? And it looks like, look at the placements here.
Yeah.
They're covering their bases.
Oh, yeah, they need more protection this time around. Lord is up. Cesar is looking for an opening here on who's out of the defense here, but 4 members present onto the L bush. Still looking for an avenue. Now, onto the positioning. We are seeing Mongolia just securing more of their coverage. Astral Echo now being used, but Kinesis now trying to poke in Aizen. Okay, let's see who's going to pop in first. Okay, slowly but sure, that's the Gloom being used by Ethan now. What's the comeback? What's the follow-up? No, Lord has been reset, but onto the back lines. Sora now might fall down. Kines is not letting him go. That's the kill secured by Aleem. Now Kazakhstan as well is following up for a recovery from that takedown, but this time around it's Mongolia trying to invade. All hands on deck to finally take down another member of Kazakhstan, but the recovery just right onto the base pushed them back for defense once again.
Okay, they're not going to go for the Lord here. They just want to end it, right? Mongolia knows they took down 2 members. It's a 3 versus 4 here. And right now, Kazakhstan's still holding on. The poke is too much. And they get called back. They're down their jungler, so they couldn't commit to the Lord take just yet because Kinesis is still up. So now Mongolia has to decide, what do we do? Do we set up? Do we wait for ZXOR to come through? They're going to go ahead and start it up, whittle it down a little bit, but like I said, they got to be careful. It looks like Kazakhstan has no choice but to wait there, clear their base. They're making their way here to the Lord, but they're going to be a little bit too late.
Wow, Kines is just protecting Kazakh and Red. Meanwhile, Aizen here just being up front for everybody for Mongolia. Told you, he's not used to Ferren being in EXP. He needs more of the action just right on his hands.
Yeah, he at this point, once again, like I said, it's dire, right? It's still dire for Kazakhstan, but can they defend it, right? This is now, what, the third Lord, second Lord, third Lord. It's 20-9. Okay, so the scoreboard at the top did freeze a little bit here. And so, granted that, though. Oh, all right, we're going to take a look at the replay here. There was a push into the base, too. That was that setup with that 4-man penalty zone here. It disappears the push.
Will this be the end for Kazakhstan? But they're not letting go of the chance here. But the Lord trying to push through with the minion waves. Ethan, though, half HP. But Kines is now being forced to go back to the base to recover, but being stunned and committing to another ultimate.
Wow.
They still live another chance here. Kazakhstan still holding it through. There's minions pushing in. Kines is clearing out the waves here. Wow. Still a chance. This is just complete discipline, the mindset of not giving up just yet.
This is impressive, right? Kazakhstan able to hold on now, multiple Lords marching into the base here. It's nearly 20 minutes in the game. There we go. It's 20-9, and they're down 13,000 gold. They're still making plays, though. That is just how decisive they are. Heartguard now used on Aleem. They're going for it.
Oh, they're speaking of going for it now. They're forced now to attack. Kinesis, though, is going on half HP. Look at the folks coming in for a bid. Just dashing through. Kinesis and also members, they used up their immortality. Now Kazakh is forced back. It's just team fights. Poking each other out and see who makes the wrong move.
Man, hats off to Kazakhstan here, because given how far behind they were, look at that. There's still a threat here to Mongolia. And Mongolia has to respect the damage that they have. Not only that, but you can see it, right? Working through some of those immortalities, working through the damage, and also at the same time, you know, it's great. Finally, Aleem has that Malefic Aurora as well, and they can work around that, right? At the same time, it's gonna come down to that. Again, another Lord 30 seconds away. They have to keep these lanes under control, pushing into the base. They don't have any of the base turrets. And can they keep it together? Because at one moment, if they get cut off, especially from Aizen, he's been looking for that too. We take another breather here. Aizen is looking for that constantly, right? He is looking for the backline angle to find who he needs to, whether that's forcing the early heart guard, whether that's forcing these early ultimates used up by Kazakhstan. It could work out for them in their favor as long as they can play defensively enough and keep aware from their surroundings. Again, OSX, I gotta ask you while we take this breather, do they just give up this Lord? Do they defend in their base? The clear that they have is great, right? Within the base. We saw that from the previous one, but we know that every time you get a Lord, it gets stronger and stronger, and so do the minions.
You're looking about, or talking about the Luminous Lord here, who's actually got a great advantage for Kazakhstan. If they have a way to just go through a bit of a contest for the retribution, it might work. For this, they have confidence to actually have extra magic burst damage. We've seen Red pick up the Blood Wings and also the Glowing Wand. They have more coverage, they can get more vision with the Astral Echo and Astral Recall. But the problem is, it could actually be used as bait. As you were asking, will the Lord be the bait, or will this be their saving grace? If they commit to something either from A or B, either way, it could be a high-risk, high-reward moment for Kazakhstan.
Well, what we're seeing, too, at the same time here is the fact that we're 20 minutes pretty much into this game. We know usually in these matches, even if you have a hard time early on, you get to that 20-minute mark, everybody has the items that they need, right?
Yeah.
It gets to the point where who is able to get these resources out before the other, right? And like you were mentioning, sometimes it's just the battle spell. Sometimes it's even the item usages, like those Wind of Natures. If they can get them out early, if they can pop those immortalities, then those are the deciding factors here, right? And so far, honestly, what we've seen from Kazakhstan is they actually can hold their own in these team fights. They have the capability to. But a lot of the times, too, where it's worked against them, for example, if they lose the effect of that Blazing Duet potential for, you know, damage threat on multiple members, and it's only focused on one. Previously, what we saw is Blazing Duet was used just on ZX Aura, right? They only had one member that they were focusing on. He also had the Heart Guard. So it really comes down to that, right? Are you able to utilize these ultimates that you have that are game-changing for a lot of these scenarios?
Well, speed of game changing. You see the team fights just keeps on happening, and nobody's committing. Like the chance on who gets a great catch onto some of the hesitations that could actually be a window for those two teams. This keeps on happening. A few seconds ago, we've seen them look for an angle. We see one look for a catch from the back line. But the one problem that they're seeing is there's a chance that they're respecting the power spike into the late game or even the mid game. Because if we're talking about the Novaria now, this is the window that they actually can utilize with the aid of Martis and a Claude. Yes, they were falling short from early game to the mid game, but the biggest threat here is once they get a vision for the side of Mongolia, it's their way of answering or picking off one, because the main damage dealer here is Bebix. Having that Leslie present from the back line could actually be a devastating pickoff by just using the ultimate snipe. So they have counter for vision, Astral Echo, Astral Recall, and the ultimate snipe. But if they have ways to commit, if they have a ways to commit to a team fighter, even for a pickoff, might as well go for it. Because if they lose the chance, might as well like take whatever. If you want to go out in style, well, this is the way.
Either of these teams are going to be going out in style. We did just get word too. They're going to get these things sorted out. And as they do, right, again, it's a crucial moment because at this point, really, it could just come down to the one team fight, right? OSX, it comes down to this, possibly the last Lord if they want to contest it. If they don't, then it comes down to possibly that last base defense. And so far, like we've said, Kazakhstan's done an amazing job at defending their base, right? Even when they're down thousands of gold, they've managed to hold on up to this point, which is quite the accomplishment. Now, the biggest thing is, can they continue it on even if they decide to give up the Lord? Also, the other thing too is, you know, when it comes to these battle spells being available, so far from what we've seen is actually great decision making from Aizen, able to land that penalty zone and everything else, the sustainability through there. Looks like we are going to be jumping right back in. So again, 20 minutes into this, Lord 15 seconds away. The decision here is, does Kazakhstan commit to this? Do they contest this? Do they wait in their base? Those are the questions they have to answer, because Lord is now evolved, and this one's going to hurt. Like, because honestly, if you just give this one away, the defense is going to be even harder. And that's why you see them trying to find a possibility here if they can. They know it comes down to this, and immortalities are up here for Mongolia. They have to be careful how they approach it. They're trying to get vision. That's what Red's trying to do, popping those astral recalls out. Bebex also planning himself here on this left side of the Lord. There, he spotted out, the vision provided. Lord, now they go in, Kinesis.
Kinesis with the Asher Aura being taunted by Cesora. Two-man knock-up here with the response of the hard guard. Kazakh has now ultimate onto Bebex as well as Cesora, but the damage will be enough. No, it won't. Cesora takes down Alim. Now members of Kazakhstan are forced to respond. Cesora now is being used to have a way to take on Kazakh, but he's just bought time for his team. While the base is being invaded by minions, they forced Kashi and Red to just be on the defense. It wasn't the Lord completely taking them out for this objective take. Mongolia completely securing this way, even an eye for the base of Kazakhstan. And for this point, they never had a chance, and Mongolia is moving forward to the lower brackets.
What a series we had there. Game number 3. Dark horses in their own rights on their journeys here at IESF, but Kazakhstan will not be able to move forward after amazing defenses. But ultimately, Mongolia decisive in their actions, able to take this series and move forward. What a series we had here. It was back and forth. Game 1 was probably the closest that we saw so far in IESF WEC. And Game 2, a little bit more one-sided there, but here for Game 3, despite the lead, once again, like I said, with Mongolia, had Kazakhstan able to hold on past the 20-minute mark.
And that was a great defense by Kazakhstan. Completely finding a ways to have a clutch onto that tight game. Having more of the answers with their composition in the later stage of the game. Whatever happens, yes, they fall down, but the learnings or even the experience spoke through, even on their last match, in this tiebreaker match in the lower bracket. Still an amazing performance from Kazakhstan.
Still got to be proud. Their journey, what they've accomplished, even through the group stages. Like I said, you can see the players, the teams, sportsmanship, very important here. And that's the thing, right? Even the story for Kazakhstan through the group stages, sending out some of these strong teams down and out. It's been amazing for them. Let's take a look here, though, for the MVP of this amazing game. Once again, for Mongolia, it's going to be none other than Bebex here on this Leslie 7-0-5 Deathless. Crazy amounts of damage. This is usually what you can expect when the Leslie is locked in and you get to have that ultimate gold experience there.
Ultimate gold lane experience. No deaths with a kill participation of 50%. I say he got more vision for his team, poke a lot of hell out of that Lapu-Lapu by just building the Berserker's Fury and also the Rapid Boots. We have, again, the Blade of Despair and also the Rose Gold meter is an essential item when he built it onto the fourth part or the fourth slot of his inventory, because they're up against Anvaria, and for you to not get poked out and forced to go back to the base, you have that extra shield just in case something bad goes wrong. So Bebex, wow.
Bebex, and this is something that we've been seeing actually from his performance. I mean, even back when we had the opportunity to cast in Riyadh, right? When we noticed Bebex, the way that this team likes to play around that and utilize really a strategy that allows their gold laner to do that. You know, this is kind of exactly what you can expect from this team. Yeah. And still, once again, the reason why I said, you know, dark horses is because that back in the Asian Championships, they were seen as the dark horse, you know, back then, and they weren't. They're not anymore, specifically because after that time, they went around and competed in other parts of the world, and they did amazing things. Yeah. So now, again, Kazakhstan was there as well, and you have to be proud of Kazakhstan, right? So amazing series here. We are going to throw it over on stage with Fallout there with our winners. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and that's right, Fallout here with the winners, the champions. Give it up for Mongolia! Make some noise live in the audience. And congratulations to Team Mongolia. They hang on, they survive, and they'll make it to the next round. I want to ask you, though, Kazakhstan refused to give up. Talk to me about your opponent there and how that match was.
Yeah, that was really hard games. Yeah, and I saw Kazakhstan playing against Indonesia, and they were really good performance. And we take this game as really seriously, and we prepared this so much.
Amazing. A lot of respect shown for his opponents in Kazakhstan. That's amazing. But how about your team? You guys went undefeated in the group stage. You have to feel confident going on to the next round, right?
Yeah, Egypt was really shocking. Yeah, we didn't expect them from that performance. Yeah.
Any final words or fans for people watching you at home? And what does it mean to represent Mongolia, your flag, in this competition? How does it feel?
Yeah, representing my country is really big honor, and I really love that. Yeah, and thanks for the fans who cheering us for the win. Yeah, thanks for everyone. Yeah,
that's amazing. Hey, congratulations! Round of applause one more time for Mongolia, everybody live in the audience and everyone watching back home. But hey, we're gonna jump to a very quick break. We have our next matchup, our other lower bracket matchup, Brazil versus UAE, coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We return to the playoff stage, and this is the lower bracket. Once again, I'm OSX. I'm with Nice2 here, and we're at match 2, where we're going to witness another go big or go home game for UAE. And one more team who's also looking forward to have a chance in moving forward in this contention is Brazil. Vibrant, and we're talking about the draft yesterday. We've seen more of the options. We've seen Guinevere, we've seen Florian. A lot of takes here for the draft. So how are you feeling about this? Because right now, we might see some recovery as they wanted to reset from yesterday's loss.
100% there has to be recovery. If anything, even watching the first series here and how I love it when it goes 3 games, by the way. I love that. It started out with a very close game from game 1 and then to where we saw how it just kind of climaxed at the 3rd game. And really, I expect the same thing here because, let's be honest, looking at yesterday, both of these teams, Brazil and UAE, they didn't have the best time, right? It was very difficult in their matchups there. They went against some titans, right, in the MLBB world. And so I feel like now is their time where, obviously, even with the way yesterday went, you learn a lot from those types of games, facing against those type of opponents, right? So we'll have to see how that basically plays out for them here.
Looking at the upper bracket, we're looking at the matches of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and we have Indonesia and Philippines. Looking at the chances here, we've seen amazing matches yesterday, Nice2.
Yeah, that was the 4 from yesterday.
Yeah, we're looking at upcoming matches that all of the fans are looking forward to. We are looking at the dark horses, we're looking at the poisons, we're looking at more of teams who's actually rising through the occasion to get back and bounce back from what they've been through from the group stages, and the playoffs started yesterday.
Yeah, and again, later today, again, this is a day full of 5 matches, so we've only got 1 under our belt. This is the 2nd one. Later on, we will see some of those upper bracket matches as well. So, unfortunately, we start the day with sending people home, right? So we are going to get a glimpse here at the lower bracket and kind of what's fell into place specifically, right? Earlier was that matchup. Amazing series, though. Mongolia and Kazakhstan, a back and forth. Unfortunately for Kazakhstan, they are sent out of the tournament here. Mongolia moving forward, of course, and now we have the focus on Brazil and UAE. And this one, the matchup here between these two alone, I kind of, if it was anyone, these countries alone are probably the teams to bring out some of those surprise picks that we were talking about, and that's why I really do think they are, vibrant in their own way, and obviously they have inspirations from some other teams around the world. But ultimately, right, you just want to see them go head-to-head here because yesterday I feel like wasn't the best opportunity to see what they had to lay on the table. I love seeing those picks. I love seeing the diversion or the flexibility in some of these heroes that are drafted and how they utilize them, right? So for the most part, hopefully they can do that here, and you have 2 teams that are really just kind of built around that play style.
Yeah. Speaking of play style, we've seen Uranus yesterday pop up.
I think once, right? Just one time.
Yeah, we've seen more from Brazil. We've seen also, again, the Irithel. There's a lot of flavors, a lot of unique picks that they're strong at, and they want to have a chance of making something work this time around. Because if UAE also is looking to have a chance on this one, they might want to consider a change of this draft as well. Because yesterday you've said non-meta picks have been showing up. So a lot of things, a lot of opportunities could actually happen in this match. Now let's throw it over to Fallout together with the teams right on stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our lower bracket matchup of the World Esports Championship. And introducing our first squad representing the heart, the soul of South America, it's Brazil! And our second team coming from the Middle East, it's none other than United Arab Emirates! Make some noise, everybody. Give some love to UAE. Both of these teams fighting, clawing for their lives. Gentlemen, I'll take both of you here for a quick pregame interview. I'm going to start with you on the Brazilian side. You ended up here in the lower bracket, but you've obviously had a good tournament so far. What went wrong yesterday from your perspective in your matchup?
Well, I think we had a lot of problems. We studied a lot our Indonesian team, but they are very strong. So I guess some things went wrong in our communication in the second match and ended up being a 2-0 for them.
Makes sense. And look, obviously the Asian region typically dominates the global scene for MLBB, but talking about the South American region, do you guys feel like you are there, you're ready to compete with the rest of the world?
Yeah, we actually are getting stronger and stronger every day that has passing. So we are training and we're gonna show what we can do.
I love it. Amazing. Well, I'm going to bring it over here to UAE in the Middle East as well. I'm going to ask you the same question. What went wrong yesterday in your matchup?
Like we have a lot of mistakes that we didn't see during the match, and we will try to fix it and not do it again in today's match.
Makes sense. And talk about your confidence. How do you feel against this Brazilian team? You think you have an easy win here?
No, it's not an easy win. We will try our hard, and they will try as well, and the best will win.
I respect that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Let's get ready for our matchup. Gentlemen, shake hands if you can. Give some love to each other, and good luck to both teams. Feel free to exit stage left here. And again, round of applause, everybody. Let's get ready for this matchup. Make some noise as we go ahead and send it back to our casters. It's Naisu. It's OSX. Gentlemen, take it away.
Amazing matchup ahead. It's Brazil versus UAE. And a lot of things could actually work this time around. Having a great recovery, yes, admitting to the problems yesterday. This is the thing that we're looking forward to. How will they bounce back? And they had a day, they had a night to fix it up. So maybe we're looking forward to another different flavor, but maybe a refined version of Brazil this time.
Well, taking a look here at the lineup once again for Brazil, they've got Upatizi, Uzizio, Black, Super Syndra, and Luna. And these, once again, these are guys that are familiar names for the most part, right? You've seen them before, and they've competed, right? At some of the international level, or some of the biggest stages in the world at the international level, right? And now that's the thing. You hear from the interview right there on stage that yes, they went against a powerhouse team, right? The teams that typically have to face against these powerhouse teams, I feel like there is always a sense of, I don't know if it's intimidation or how they look at it, but they know that they have a formidable opponent in front of them. Now, one of the biggest things that you can do with that is learning, right? How do you learn from that game? How do you learn from that series? And some people might see it as a one-sided affair in terms of these matches going on, but really, if you really break it down, it's a chance for you to improve as a team, right?
Speaking of improvement, we're looking at the lineup of UAE. For the gold lane, we have Buez, we have Jed for the jungle, we have Travis for the XP lane, Drago for the mid, and we have 7M Dan for the roam. A lot of ways that we can actually see their prio picks from yesterday, but since both of them coming from a loss, and since a big go big or go home match, things could get, again, all out in their own choices. But now, we're looking for meta picks. We're looking for comfort picks that might actually show up on how we saw UAE back then in the qualifiers. So maybe this time around, they can change something up, or they can tighten a little bit on how they can approach the draft.
Yeah, and again, in a similar fashion from what we saw yesterday with UAE specifically. Now, Jed had some amazing performances himself, you're seeing here too on screen. And even when he locked in that Yuzhong, right, he at one point, I think he was leading, or at least had all the kills on the team for his for that matchup. And unfortunately, the great thing about XP laners right now is that, for the most part, if you do get that lead, there is some form of impact that you have early game, right? Especially on a hero like Yuzhong. So hopefully he can do that again here in this series, but then where does that cap off at? Because even if you have this lead on this XP lane, you still need the follow-up, right? You can only do so many sets, so many set potentials with a Yuzhong or the likes of a Lapu or a Terizla even. But if you're lacking damage in that mid lane, in that gold lane, then at some point it's just, it's diminishing returns. You can't really continue on that way. So hopefully, my biggest thing for UAE is that they learned from that yesterday. They can come up with a game plan that does roll with that strategy. Like, let's rely on that XP lane if we need to, but also have the tools in place to follow up on a lot of those amazing sets that we saw yesterday.
Speaking of their performance yesterday, they're the first team to actually use the Balmond back again. We're seeing surprise picks from yesterday. Yep, that is Luna right on our screens here, just flexing on right onto our cameras, but an amazing showing of UAE yesterday by the usage, as well as that's the actual game that we actually saw. A good Melissa game against Philippines.
Again, you know, in terms of that, whether it's a Melissa, whether it's these kind of unorthodox picks like the Guinevere that they pulled out, really it just, anything can actually work for the most part. Like that's what we've seen even from some of these picks so far, even from the group stages to where we are now. But really you have to have just kind of a couple different plans, right? Because teams have kind of shut some of those down pretty easily.
Yeah.
Ballman just did not work yesterday, man. Like there's no sugarcoating it.
Yeah.
It was shut down, and just you hope to not see it like that again. I'm not saying you can't play the Ballman just like we did yesterday, but you gotta actually have another plan for it, because, you know, at the end of the day, the way things are kind of falling into place, like teams that prioritize so much CC, you know, when you have a hero like that literally cannot do much once you're down out of the abilities, once you expend all of them, even with a lethal counter compared to a Fredrin, like it's not enough, right? Especially cooldown wise, it's much longer. So hopefully, depending on how they want to play this jungle out, I think that's where it really starts for these two teams, is obviously getting a better start to the jungle, because both of them did have some struggles there yesterday.
To add some personality and spice on how UAE is going with their draft yesterday, most of the heroes that were banned from game 1 and 2 is the Eve, the Faramis, the Kaja. Mostly, these are the compositions for team fights, and that is the strength of UAE that we saw back then in the qualifier. So having a level on the priority and on the bans of these kind of heroes is an actual change for UAE. They're like being pressured to push, to open something out of the book in their hero pool. Because if this is just the complete concern of UAE to bounce back on this game, might as well secure their strengths, or where they're good at, or even their comfort picks. Because if we're looking at more of the meta today, they have used Paquito as the jungle, they use Fred, Valentina. They're not too far with the meta, but they have greater ways to execute more of their own lineup back then that we saw there, where they're having matches in the group stage.
Okay, so we've established that both these teams like to, you know, go against the grain, basically. And now that it comes down to, once we actually see that first draft kind of come into play, exactly game plan-wise, right? And for the most part, what we've seen here, OSX, is once again, one of them will want to still go for, you know, we've seen Brazil actually like to go with those sustained lineups if they can go that way. We actually got to see that in the previous series, right? Where finally it was the Florin versus Angela setup. And most of these games, they're actually banned out, right? A lot of teams don't want to deal with the sustained lineups. But now if Brazil gets their hands on, whether that's the Florin, whether that's the Angela or the Estes, that could actually work in their playstyle favor. But still, ultimately what it comes down to is setting up that pace. I think early on, once again, for both these teams, we've been talking a lot about the gold lane, but here I don't think it's necessarily that for these two, right? XP lane matchups for one, but then that jungle matchup and how they kind of scale throughout the early to mid game.
XP and Rome, we see Lana use the Lolita yesterday, as well as the Kufra.
Yep.
So it gives a lot of attention on how they want to get great coverage now on. Because if you're saying that if the jungler or even the XP is a great factor from UAE, and as Brazil is concerned with the draft, so they might need to have that extra vision. Because yesterday, most of the time, we've seen the Lolita being shut down from early game to the mid game. So how are they gonna go through with that kind of AoE that you're setting? Because on similarity, we're looking at the bans, picks, and drafts from these two teams right on stage. They mostly rely on heavy team fights. You have the Eve AoE, you have the, well, primary Estes is the prio ban against Brazil.
Well, you know, meanwhile, for everybody holding tight for this series, if you're watching at home, we are going to be doing some giveaways, I believe, in the stream. So if you got the streams pulled up, you can actually win some skins and other prizes.
Sweet.
I believe they will be throwing out some codes here for you guys as well in the chat. So go ahead and make sure you check that out. Of course, we appreciate you guys watching from around the world. We know that a lot of people are tuning in, not only to the English stream, but the other various streams going on as well, to support this amazing event. And once again, like I said, these matches are crucial, right? Because you have the lower bracket matches. We've already seen Kazakhstan get sent out by Mongolia, and now it's down to these two here to decide the fate of each other, right? And hopefully, once we get things settled out and figure it out, we can have another 3-game series, right? It is going to be a longer day today for us over here, but we love it. We love watching and casting over this type of MLBB action. And I just think, too, as we talk a lot about these lineups and the meta that's established itself, you can only deviate so much from it without going too crazy, because that's what we were talking about yesterday, man. When it was that Foreign, it was that Ballman that popped up, and it was a little bit too much, right? So I feel like now it's great to see some experimentation. It's great to see, vibrant picks. Like I said, even I love the Guinevere. It has worked in the past.
It did. EXP, yes. But at some points we've seen Guinevere being used in the jungle, but if you're up against either a Fredwin or a Martis, it's something that you need to recover from. Because if you get poked down earlier and you see more of the teams just visiting your camps, it's a problem that you need to address. Either you get shut down earlier and not provide the items for your team and for the team fights. So it's a question, actually. Because in these 2 matches we've seen from yesterday, from Brazil, even from UAE, they rely on comfort. They rely on signature picks.
Yeah.
Estes, that's one of the picks that Luna has back in the days that we saw in the international stages that really works for him. So we could either see the sustain meta that we're seeing, will Baksha pop up again?
I think, Luna's been very vocal about who he idolizes in the MLBB world.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And we can actually see that in his play style for the most part. And, I love the fact that when you have these roamers that are willing to go into that territory where they're not only these setters, right? The setting style of roamer players, they're also into the sustain options. Not only that, but then now you have this kind of variation too happening where you're actually like a poke support, right? And that's what we see a lot of times with Novaria popping into the support or the roam role, if you will. And it can happen, right? So that's one thing that I would say. And yes, I had some expectations specifically yesterday for Luna. And unfortunately, again, granted who they were up against, it was tough for them, a tough day for them yesterday. And that's why I think today we really see them shine here. Both of these teams have the potential to do that. And if you look and break it down from role, and from lane,
Yeah.
they're all great players, obviously, right?
They
to that
are.
point. But I think one of the deciding factors for a lot of this, and not just for these 2 teams here, but as we get progressed through the playoffs, is obviously that synergy. Like, how much synergy do these players and does this team have? Some have been playing together more, or at least like longer than others, and it does show in some of these matches.
Well, speaking of the lower bracket, I think now they're more energized than ever, because even myself, if I get straight lose streaks in my own ranked games, in the last game that I'm about to lose my current rank, that's where I rise up. That's where I fire up. So this time around that they're in the lower bracket, maybe they can wake something up from this moment on and use it as an advantage to translate this into a success. Because as you're trying to put out here, it's go big or go home for UAE and for Brazil as well. So either you show something new up for your sleeve on your sleeve, or just probably go straight with your own signature picks.
I think that's the common debate, right? Like, we even talked about this yesterday. Do you go with those comfort picks? Do you go with the meta picks? Some of the meta picks obviously are comfort at this point, for these pro players, how they've pretty much sorted everything out, figured things out. And ultimately it just comes down to what is your game plan from game to game and in these series, especially again when it comes down to this kind of stakes and you're facing elimination pretty much, so it comes down to that. And I think, I wouldn't be surprised too if we just see a different approach from both of these teams. And we got to see UAE play back in Riyadh, and even though they had a rough day yesterday, their style of game still actually improved and changed from that time. So we'll see if a day is not that long, right? But if they learned or how they established themselves here today.
I haven't seen much of the Uranus having in a good standing. I mean the EXP lane right now is such a good lane to actually control team fights, stake on to the cut lanes, and mostly you have a way of taking advantage onto the back line of your team, especially with, again, a Beatrix or even, again, an Irithel. That's how you deserve things, because you were talking about earlier back in the draft in the game number 1, Yuzong also has good games. We also see good games from, Terizla. He was number 1 on the charts. So with this, XP lane could be a great factor, and as well as the roam picks. we've seen Atlas yesterday.
Yeah, I
Been
know
used.
you were excited about that.
Yeah, been used, been banned. And for a moment that I went back to watch the games yesterday, at some point in the draft, a gourd could actually work.
It could.
Poke potential, I know you're smiling right now.
It could.
Yeah, we could see it from here. It could happen.
I just like and you know, we've seen it around the world being picked up, but I feel like now that we've seen kind of things establish themselves here, it's almost wishful thinking. It is, the same can be said actually for XP lane too. There is these obvious picks that just work so well in the XP lane. You know, you already mentioned them, and I just think that you're almost doing yourself, or the team, you're giving yourself a disadvantage if you don't take some of them up. Okay, we got things figured out. Like I said, we can contemplate about the draft so much, but until we jump into it, and we do here, we have Brazil on that blue side. UAE is going to be on the red, so we know priority will go over here to Brazil. We'll see how they kind of plan this out. We were surprised with some of the priorities from yesterday, and it could pop out here. You already see that, right? Some of these support-focused bans. The Angela, the Foreign is taken out. Baksha we will not see, who has really just risen through the ranks for the jungle options here.
Yeah.
So now, once again, I'm wondering, does Brazil actually want to take what we're used to seeing, which is a Fredrin, a Valentina, or let's say the Estes slips through? Do they actually feel like they want to play that style and pick up the Estes this early on?
Good point on the Estes, though. It was focusedly banned yesterday, 2 games in a row by Indonesia against Brazil. Now they banned out the Kaja. Since they have this way of seeing a disable from team fights. You don't want that pick off from Divine Judgment. You don't want the Turtles Poissons going around you once you're into the back line. And with the presence of Angela, it gives you an advantage to use the assassin heroes that you're comfortable with. And yeah, that's the SS ban. Still respect on to Brazil from yesterday. So the open thing now for Brazil is you have the Eve as well. You have the Valentina. What will be the priority here for Brazil? Will it be the mage or will it be the jungler? Because you've mentioned earlier, it could be the game changer for Brazil and for UAE.
And as we get through this draft, once again, for everybody watching around the world, we do have codes for you in the chat, so make sure you keep an eye for them when you are watching the live stream here to give back to everybody supporting this amazing tournament. Once again, IESF, WEC, we're down to this now. The first phase is done. Fredrin picked up, not surprised here, still statistically at the highest for ISF, and actually just everything.
All around the world, maybe?
Fredrin is just the pick. That's why a lot of people like to call him the Chad pick, right? He's always picked up here. He does so much for the team. You can not only put him in the jungle, you can put him in XP. We've even seen him in other lanes. The response, though, so far is, once again, you got Novaria in the roam paired up with the Eve here.
Well, speaking of coverage and also AoE and vision, you have all answers. But this, Novaria being present here, I think it's the Eve could actually make the magic work if they want to cross the mid-game, because this is where the Novaria shines, and they want to have that, well, momentum to build up for this hero, because as of the early game is concerned, what she actually can do is just poke out, use the Astral Recalls, Astral Echo to spam out the hell out of the teams or players' heroes right onto the early game. So with this being on the table here, if you actually paired with Fredrin, they actually can get the marksman right now. Beatrice is open, well, Valentina as well, but no, they went for the Uranus. They used this yesterday. They want the EXP lane to be their own strength in dictating team fights. So yeah, Martis, okay, a little bit of change for UAE. I'm loving it. And also for Brazil, priorities on the jungler, it's good. You have more sustain now, and as well as for UAE, you have more catch and poke burst.
I like it, right? There's quite a bit of poke available. You can see them too, still focusing on these roam options because that has not been picked up yet for Brazil. So wouldn't be surprised if it's one more. Again, you know, Franco is also still open right now. We might see that in the hands of Luna here. But as they get through it, in the flip side, Brazil wants to focus down that gold lane. Both teams, right, haven't had the gold lanes locked in yet. Only the Claude being taken out here, being banned, is fine because still it leaves a lot on the table. You still have the Beatrix there. I would honestly love to see a Clint come through here in the playoffs. We saw him a little bit in the group stages.
Yeah,
either him or the Bruno, man.
Yeah, we haven't seen those two. It's perfect. You have an Eve here for UAE. It works. You have coverage, you have burst, you have a borderline here. And again, another respect here for the roamer of Brazil.
This is almost like Hackaluna,
Yeah.
basically. This
4 bans.
4 out of 5. It's still like
Hackaluna.
it sounds familiar, right?
Yeah, completely. Lolita, Kufra, they used that yesterday, and they're respecting the chance. Because, again, we're looking at the stats of UAE and Brazil, mostly driven by team fights. And once they have a chance of getting the EVE on their draft, it's a great way of utilizing their early game.
We'll see if they spend this last ban here towards another gold late option, narrowing those choices down. Again, it would, this might just leave once Earthil on the table again. I would love, like I said, to see they go for an XP lane though. Solid choice, because this was exactly what I was talking about before we even got to the draft, right? We saw Jed's performance on the Yuzhong yesterday, and it was phenomenal. He was actually carrying some of that momentum early on. And so they've narrowed that option down as well. Brody is going to be picked up for the gold lane here for UAE. Still a solid choice. Another hero that has performed actually relatively well. And if you pair this up, now it's funny because all these portraits, have the shade of purple here, but they work really well together because of the poke potential, right?
Yeah.
The way that Novaria works with providing the vision, not to mention that you have, like you said, the astral recalls to poke people down. You've got control around those objective zones with your rear world manipulation from Eve, and hopefully you're allowed to just let Brody get the marks off and then fade away with torn apart memory. Like, that is the best case scenario for them, and then you have cleanup with Marquez. How do you round that out?
Wow.
Oh, this is inspiration right here from
Matilda.
Luna.
From Kufra, from Estes. Wow.
What kind of airlines are we on?
Well, we're looking at
Matilda.
Brazil right now.
Yeah, the Brazil Matilda Airlines, right?
We're
That's where
calling
we are.
it the airlines of Brazil, Matilda Airlines being present. The composition of Brazil right now, coming from inspiration. This is how they attack the back line, knowing that they ban out the Yuzhong, even the carry. They don't want that initiation being disrupted, and they have more control if ever they want to disable the ultimate of the Eve. So there's no XP lane hero present yet for UAE. So with a great way of seeing this possibility, there is still Lapu-Lapu, even to Rizla, open for the XP lane here.
Let's see what the last pick is. Tarizla.
There you go.
Comes through. Solid lineup for both teams across the board here. And so far from what we've seen too, Tarizla's being just phenomenal for the most part, statistically. Now, biggest question is, can they follow up with those setups that they're going to have? Again, vision-wise, it's great for UAE here. They also have control around a lot of these objectives, so it's going to come down to, once again, Irithil. Can you get those items as fast as possible that you need? We know that she struggles in terms of time needed to get to that damage department.
Yeah.
And it's going to take those 3 or 4 items to really shine here. So we'll see, right, how they play around that type of strategy.
Yeah, they have counters for Eve. They have the Valentina on their side. And for the Tarizla, they have a Fredrin. They have 2 answers for 2 heroes here for UAE and as well as Brazil. Let's see how this game goes. Game number 1, and we're at the lower bracket. Who's going to make the first momentum to maintain their refinement and recovery coming from yesterday? It's Brazil versus UAE.
So, normal startup here. No early aggression just yet. Gonna take a little breather, right, while they settle things out. Now, just trying to get a glimpse here, too, briefly there, was the emblems set up with what they're trying to use, right? So at this point, again, you have to wonder, given their team compositions here. Now, Matilda specifically, and this is what we were kind of talking about leading into this series, OSX, was you are expecting some of these surprise picks, if you will, or these heroes that aren't typically picked up, right? And there was a time, too, when Matilda was just, she was everywhere, right, for the most part. And even with the way that the bans went, you saw how much focus was on Luna's hero pool here. And he decides to pick up Matilda. Now, there's a reason why Matilda has kind of fallen off in terms of popularity over the course of like these, you know, the months and the year.
Yeah.
But still relatively useful, I feel like, in the current meta, especially with mobility offered here.
Yeah, speaking of mobility, we're looking at 3 quantum charges present for Brazil. That gives them the early game, well, advantage. You have the basic hits, you have the HP regen, you have more ways of sustaining more of your lanes. But if you're up against a Charizla, you need more support from here. We're looking at Black, we're looking at Super Syndra right down bottom, just holding on to the XP lane, trying to get a poke out of UAE. Now, if early game is concerned here, this is where the Mathilda would shine. You have that AoE activation. You have more ways that you can actually utilize this. We were expecting, well, personally me, actually he would use the focusing mark from Mathilda. But now he's more onto the quantum charge. Utilizing his basic attacks for HP regen, maybe he wants to sustain team fights rather than invading or actually enhancing attributes in team fights.
Not only that, but I think you're just also using that quantum charge emblem because it allows you to be a little more aggressive when you're poking down, and you know those minor hits here and there can really whittle down the members of UAE, so they have to be mindful of that. Not only that, but mobility is just great right now in the current setup for a lot of these matches, a lot of these team compositions, right? That's why you see so much of the quantum charge also picked up. You see a lot of sprints even here currently. Hold on, Upa might be in trouble. He's already going to be focused down. Decimate comes out, first blood already in the hands of UAE, all before that first turtle comes up on the other side of the map. So they're going to make their way there. Bazizio trying to plan himself around here with Super Syndra.
Yeah, this is the pros and cons of having a Mathilda or even a Uranus. On the side of UAE, they have catch, they have stun, they have spell vamp. So in early game, you can either shut down the momentum that Brazil can actually do with the presence of Mathilda, but now first objective is up. More coverage of Brazil is in the area, but they're pushing away Travis, even Jed, not being close for this one.
Okay, turtle secured. I don't think they're even going to fight that. So, you know, you were thinking, would they press the go on it? Black did an amazing job just kind of zoning out the members here, so they couldn't really even commit to it.
Yeah, speaking of commitment, now looking on to the objective or even the momentum of UAE. We have 2 Impure Rage present for 7M Dan and Drago. He has the magic shoes now. Having the extra cooldown reduction in the first 3 minutes of the game could actually give a lot of poke potential for Brazil. So looking at this window that they have right now, they have the Valentina, they have the Mathilda, and as well as the Irithel. They can poke the hell out of these heroes and force them to use resources. But as you can see, we have items on our screens here. We have the mana, you have extra defense from the steel leg plates, but that is just for the EXP lane. So mostly they're building up for the first core items, but on the other hand, on how UAE sees this, they have more advantage to drain resources out of Brazil.
Not only that, but you got to take in consideration the fact that First Blood went over in the hands of a Martiz. We've seen this before, right? Martiz getting the early kills here, using the decimates just on top of each other. It does spell a disaster for the most part. Anytime one of these junglers do get these early kills, they're usually able to snowball pretty well, right? So that's something that has to be you have to be mindful of here. And at the same time, just again, controlling some of these objectives is going to be difficult alone, dealing with an Eve across from you. So you're kind of forced, especially utilizing Valentina, to take that real-world manipulation as well. And you see a lot of aggression here, right? This is kind of what you expect when you have a Matilda on your side, kind of just floating around, literally roaming around, trying to put pressure, flying around, if you will. And they look like they might want to focus on Buez. Buez, another player that has performed really well in even previous tournaments. Right now against Upa. Upa, you know, all over the place he has competed and has been on championship teams. So also his mechanical skills are quite impressive. There's an off-camera kill. Super Syndra did get one. It looks like Travis also down there. They also get the flicker up here, 7M Dan. So Super Syndra was focused, gets a kill though, 1-to-1 across the board.
Looking at the presence of Super Syndra, he's on level 6 up against Drago, who's on level 4, even against 7M Dan. We're looking at 2 mages here, but the advantage right now is in with Super Syndra. Knowing her passive, the higher XP, the higher chance of, well, deteriorating poking damage that can be utilized against UAE. Looking at the first item here, we have more ways of using the magic penetration. She just got the boots, but it's one essential item to actually make for Brazil to have an advantage in exchanging skills and even the poke. The focus right now is up top, We're seeing Buez, they're just pulling 3 members out of UAE. And just as that, we're looking 2 members down. We see Black, we see Fredrin just eyeing on taking this objective, and just how the magic works for Brazil, it's working.
Super Syndra going to be in trouble here, looking for the Decimate, finds it under the turret, able to get away a little bit, but Yupa is there to meet him. Can they grab the kill? RWM comes down, Travis will fall. Meanwhile, Turtle's still going to be worked on. It will be secured by Bazizio. They're still working for it though. Trading kills for objectives. Turtle, second one of the game secured for Brazil.
There you go. Having the right amount of decision, precision, looking for damage. Look at that, Black versus Jed. The Charizma almost dropped down 3/4 HP, man. Against a Uranus. Still making wonders right now in the meta. And just by looking on what happened there in that replay, the setup came from Travis by taking down Syndra first. And just skirmish continues to happen, and going back on how they wanted to utilize a takedown from Brazil, it's one thing that we're looking forward to Brazil to actually utilize as they go on entering mid-game.
I like too, that, as we see that XP lane matchup, they're just kind of left to the whims, right? Let them battle it out, let them duke it out here. A lot of the action is just happening around, especially the gold lane, because both of these teams know what they want to do. They want to activate their gold laners as fast as possible. Even better yet, if in this case, if it happens to be Uba, he's going to be in a great position to help carry out with this damage for the team, because he's the biggest impact here in terms of that physical damage, while he has a lot of teammates to focus on soaking up damage here.
Yeah, speaking of impact and damage, Buez now, hold that thought.
Yeah, Pokes. I don't think they're going to be able to do much there. Pokes come through, Luna. He also already used that Circling Eagle, so interestingly enough, they weren't able to capitalize on that. They're going to have to retreat and back off for now.
You were talking about the impact on damage on both 2 marksmen here present. We have the Windtalker present for Upa TZ, but on the side of Buez, you've mentioned how he performs early game, but Pokes coming in from Travis and Jed though. Black still holding through the Pokes, thanking him for those basic hits. If you're in Arenas, you rejoice on those basic hits completely.
Okay, right now, once again, top lane going to be the focus. Buez backing away, forced away from the tier 1 turret. 4 members. Travis looking for a cutoff here. Might be trying to make something happen. He's going to take the brunt of the damage. Has to retreat here. RWM going to be set up by Syndra on the response. Travis falls. Here comes another one. Appraiser's Wrath will fall as Buez goes down as well. 2 down here for UAE. And now the resource is going to be taken from the jungle on top of it.
Looking at the utilization of ultimate that Luna used, targeting Travis right onto the follow-up of the real manipulation made by Super Syndra. This is the team fighting prowess of this lineup. It was the ultimate of the Eve. It's from Drago that's being used against them. As those moments, as those windows open, Brazil sees opportunities to take down UAE. And just as that, this is the threat of the Mathilda, and as well as the Valentina having the additional poke, and as well as the takedown. Enhances more of the attributes. It's an invade composition, but it works right now against UAE.
Yeah, once again, the focus here. Turtle, third one in the game, looking like it's going to go into the hands of Brazil. Travis trying to get some information. Might not be able to commit to it, just looking for that retribution if he can get it. Gets taunted, Bazizio able to secure it, and there goes the Circling Eagle. Travis in trouble, falls in the river, gets another turtle. That's 3 for 3 for Brazil, and they continue building the lead here. Eyes set on this tier 1. Bazizio going to force Jed back. Jed takes a couple of hits. RWM set up by Drago, holding them back, but they lose the turret.
Wow, Luna. Onto the response, onto the positioning, utilizing the essential guidance throughout his team is a great way to enhance most the physical attack and the magic power in those team fights. Right now, compared to yesterday, he had a good breakfast. Completely having a great performance where his team is leading to take down UAE in most of the parts that they can be disabled. Now looking by the lead here, it's on 6K. Now looking for opportunities to take on the orange. Black just completely diverting him. Look at that Jed. Flickered out.
Defensive flicker. He did use that penalty zone, but unfortunate. He's just going to have to watch this turret get whittled down. Should handle this minion, but just a couple hits away. They do look to capitalize on it. Able to get it. Tier 2 falling here. Space advantage is massive right now for Brazil. They've got 4 turrets down. All this leading into that first lord of the game. It's going to get increasingly difficult for UAE to find space to work with. Let's take a look how the items are falling into place here.
We have the Enchanted Talisman present on Eve and the Novaria, as well as the Magic Shoes. Right now, in terms of poke, it's not much, but they have to hold more time to build up for the Scorch items, the Magic Burnt Power of the items that can build around the Novaria. If we're concerned more of the damage department of UAE, Buez could actually be the key, and as well as Jed. Utilize the Spell Vamp and the Blade of Heptasis passive, which gives you an extra way of getting physical attack and damage, because most of the time, Buez is keeping distance.
Top side, it looks like it was already committed.
Jed.
Jed might be in trouble. 2 versus 1 for a while. Gonna force him back. Takes a couple of hits. Will fall. Finally, Drago a little bit too late to the party. Trying to help him out. The rest of the team here now. With a guiding win, they back off. You saw it. Luna gave it a go. He used that flicker, the circling eagle, and they started up on Jed. Not the target you'd expect, but they found it, and they went for it, and all the meanwhile, Lord started up here by Buzizio, having just the time of his life in the jungle.
Right now, Super Syndra having the ultimates of the Mortis and having the ultimates of Eve. Yeah, they completely take that objective away out of UAE's hands by just the Primal Force alone. 2-level gap XP against Seven of Dan and Drago completely gives him an additional damage and as well as convert it into HP. That's why he continually sustaining team fights over and over again as he gets more catch for his team.
Now once again, UAE finding themselves on the defense. Lord making its way down the bottom lane. They're gonna have to deal with it eventually. It should be made quick work up because you have great tools available to you. But once again, Brazil pressing the situation. They were looking for Travis, not gonna be able to find it, but they will find this turret, tier 2, top side. Still Lord making its way. Very well managed waves here. Holding on to that tier 2 in the mid lane. Still gonna be working for it. UAE, no option but to just turtle into the base, defend what they can.
Yeah, speaking of defend, you know the Super Syndra has the ultimate of the Marcus. Do you want some catch? Oh, 2 members being taunted. They're black though. Initiating the fight.
RWM going to come through. Penalty zone was committed. Still looking for a kill. Lord finally going to fall here. Holding onto that inhibitor turret. They're still looking. Upa quite low. Buez not able to get the marks he was looking for. Torn apart memory. Couldn't get the kill. But they hold on. They hold on at least to the inhibitor turrets of the base. It was only that first Lord. They need more time here, OSX. They're 7,000 gold behind.
Okay, they can go on for defense because as we talked about earlier on what is the ultimate that would be the game changer for Brazil. It's the catch, it's the decimate of a Martis, but as we see the composition of UAE, in the damage department, they need to actually have more damage and penetration inside of Brazil. Because if you can see, Buez just picked up an additional item here for the Brody. You have the extra damage from the Malefic Roar and as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. Yes, he has more ways to answer the defense of Brazil, but it needs to be complemented by magic. We have more ways to observe that. We have Drago right now completely have gotten his item here for an additional Scorch and Poke power up against Brazil. So in this point in time that they keep on buying more ways to gain extra more items, this is just their way of amplifying their team fighting strength.
The strength is in the fact that they also have tools they need to get the vision, but what's happening too is you're just seeing it, right? In Brazil, in their own way, they're the ones pressing the situation. They have this type of lead, why not, right? And if you can get a kill early on before the next Lord starts up, then that's great because it looks like the UAE might actually want to contest these, right? They're trying to find space to work with in their own jungle, trying to scrap up what they can. Because, like you mentioned, Buez is that saving grace for them later on, right? He needs a couple more minutes, I would say. He's got 3 of the items he needs. He needs another one. And also in the defensive department, right? He's got to deal pretty much with this. Now, it looks like Lord's going to be started up once again. Buzizio already has the immortality too, right? He's had a very, I would say, just kind of passive game. He's just focusing on the objectives. He gets them. And meanwhile, Black's been doing an amazing job just holding up that front line. Yeah. You can see it. UAE wants to come here. They want to get vision on this, but it's just too late. It's better if they just defend for their base.
Melt it down quickly. Objective secured by Brazil. Taking the Lord with them, they would have an extra advantage on push. But just look at defenses, UAE hasn't taken down a single turret from top to bottom, even though there's a slither of health there. This is the lacking department of their own composition, the damage. But at some point, they're also respecting the damage out of Brazil, that they want to buy more time, and this is the mid-game. Will this be the answer of 7M Dan? We just look at his items right now. He has the Ice Queen wand, he has mana present, so he has more slow. Once they commit to that, it could actually be a key to penetrate the backline of Brazil. But some points, if there is some bit of hesitation coming from the advantage, or when they decide to strike, that could mean a different route if they do so.
Tizio has had a very passive game for the most part, just focusing on objectives. Now he's going to help the team push into here. Turret goes down to the base, bottom side. Lord will be worked on. Now eyes set on the mid lane. UAE trying to hold on, clear these waves as fast as possible. They have to respect the poke still. It is there, especially from 7M Dan on this Novaria. They clear it out. They hold on a little bit longer. Both turrets, though, mid and top, lose more than half of their health. And you can see it, right? Brazil still, even despite the lead they have, they're still respecting what could happen for UAE. Black, though, he's going to be just fine.
Just pulling 3 members out of the base of UAE.
Consecrates it through. And again, they still have to work through these immortalities as well. They don't want to commit. They don't want to overly commit. They just have to control these lanes pushing in. There's going to be no signal here. Real world manipulation expended. Upa takes quite a bit of damage, ultimately fine. Heals back up with that Haas Claws, and they're back to it.
Let's check on the damage department here for Buez. By just looking at this, yep, he rushed the Rose Gold Meteor here present for his own protection, because there's damage coming in from Syndra and as well as from Luna's Mathilda. So having a way of having an assurance with him is actually have to have that extra shield once his HP drops low. So with the immortalities present right now on Brazil, they could actually have more confidence to have a pick off from this one. That's the reason why Super Seniors now is having a way of stealing an ultimate out of Travis, but so far, if distance is concerned, he can't move an additional step because he could get pick off by UAE.
Divine Glaive being picked up here too by Drago will help them out. You saw that the build they were going for between him and 7M, very equal, right? I mean, they have pretty much the same items, but with Drago picking up the Divine Glaive, that is going to help them, because if you're looking at a lot of these team fights here, OSX, they have to be able to kind of burst through what's happening. And now that Upa has had this pretty good game on this Irithel, who we've seen struggle, at least statistically, you know, up to this point in the playoffs, Upa's where he needs to be. You just have to catch him, but who is going to catch him, right? Your biggest thing is poking them down from a distance, defending in the base. I just wonder how long can they keep it up. From what we saw last series, man, where Kazakhstan held on for, what, 3 Lord pushes past that 20-minute mark, despite the 10K gold deficit that they have, you can't say it's impossible, right? So UAE, work cut out from them. Lord's going to be started up here, probably uncontested. You can see them getting in position, though, and it will come down once again to this defense from UAE. Can they pull it off? We'll have to find out.
Glad that you pointed out the distance that Brazil has established against UAE. If you're looking for a way of having a catch for the composition of Brazil, either Jed right now could actually jump with his the Terizla Flicker combo, as we used to say. We have the penalty zone, you have the flicker. It's the element of surprise that they actually do. He has the Blade Armor, he has the Oracle, he has the Dominance Ice. Probably has a way to deplete the attack speed, but good thing that you point out Drager right now. Since he's rocking the Impure Rage, he has more ways to amplify the Glowing Wand and the Divine Glaive. That is complete magic penetration and damage over time. So with that kind of Scorch Power, once either a pseudo-tank, Martis, or even Terizla could actually initiate a setup that could mean business for Drago to just use the Void Crystals, use the RWM, and slow everybody down on team fights. Will this be their chance, though? Look at Travis up top, half HP.
Okay, Lord still bottom side. They're going to lose the inhibitor turret here. They have to make a choice. What do we focus on? Meanwhile, Brazil now eyes set on the mid lane. Lord still now making its way to the crystal, will be worked on, clear it out. Jed going to take a couple shots here. The lane now pushing into the mid side, a couple hits away for this turret. Base is going to be fully exposed. Circling Eagle comes through from Luna. No follow-up, though. They're happy with just getting these base turrets. They don't want to overcommit here for Brazil.
10K gold lead. no turrets left for UAE to hold and defend. Now they have just minion waves trying to compensate the destruction of their turrets. There's no defenses being taken down inside of Brazil, so now they have a bit of a time and advantage because they waited for the ultra late game, as we call it. We have two mages right now that can be activated. That's the Novaria, that's 7M Dan, and Drago with RWM. The problem is if they could get caught at some setup that Brazil could actually do, it could mean devastation for them. But if they can have a chance to rotate around the map and take a pick-off out of this team, they have a way of deteriorating or taking out the damage department of Brazil. Look at that.
Okay, the fight for this
Jed
orange buff here. They might actually just give it a go. Penalty zone comes through. Super Syndra gonna force them back. They're cut off from the team here. Still gonna be going. Travis has that immortality too. The rest of his team coming to back him up. There's the RWM gonna force Black back too, but he's quite tanky. Torn apart memory already gonna be used. Travis now on the run. Upa trying to fire off here. And no one falls, but the immortality was used up. And all this, once again, before the next major objective. The Lord is just seconds away.
That was just a force of peel, power, and damage from Brazil. Used up all resources, ultimates out of UAE. Those kind of team fights and those kind of way of like getting through in your team fighting composition could actually mean damage out of your defenses. Right now, they can't actually even contest. Look at the damage from Super Syndra. Wow, that hurt. That actually hurt.
He's got to respect that damage. You were talking about this earlier, and you can see it, right? Even from Super Syndra, the magic damage is massive at this point. Buzizio going to go ahead and continue this Lord. We'll see if they can turn it around. They decide to go back to the base, too. They've got to manage those waves pushing in, and they just give it up, right? They don't want to contest the Lord. Give this one over to Brazil once again, defending the base here. We saw once the combination came out from Super Syndra, it's kind of like, all right, now I have second guesses, right? And not only that, but he's fully item locked and he picks up the magic potion as well. So as they prime up for this base, it's tough, right, for UAE, but they should be able to pull it off. Travis also picking up some more magic defense here with the Athena shield. He needs it after that.
Yeah, the magic potion right now, the mindset of Brazil, it's go time. You have the damage, you have the burst, you have attack damage, and also taunt. A lot of ways to answer and take down the base of UAE. So with the moment that they have the magic potion right onto their hands, look at that item lock. Is that two? No, that's one Guardian Helmet, even Queen's Wings. Is this delaying the inevitable? But Buzizio here receiving damage though.
Certainly he'll come through. They found the target. Travis gonna be the one. He goes back towards the crystal. Lord still has to be worked on. Jed gonna go in with the penalty zone flicker, forcing Upa back, but no one falling just yet. Jed taking the brunt of the damage, has the immortality available. They clear the Lord and the minions. Brazil quite low. They'll heal back up the best they can. UAE holds on at the 22.5-minute mark. Can the game end here? Brazil wants it, but it's not going to happen. Base by UAE, they hold on longer.
Yeah, wave clear still present. They have the Eve, they have the Novaria, and this is their window to actually shine with all of the items present. Yes, there's a 10k gold deficit, but for UAE to strike here, this is an advantage. Will they be in pursuit? Will they be able to catch or isolate the one from Brazil? Because they're looking for avenues. At some point, 5 minutes ago, they were looking for a way of isolating a member, either Super Syndra or Upatiza, because if they commit to team fights such as longer than 10 to 15 seconds, actually one of them could fall down. So that's the problem. So either they sacrifice one with a great setup, or they can actually just go through and defend over and over again.
At this point in this territory and game-wise, like this is longer than usual, right? 23 minutes in, we've seen 4 Lords now. This next one is going to be even stronger, right, at that point. So UAE, yes, they had a successful defense there. And can they continue to pull that off? Now, to a certain degree, they could. And we saw them burn through some of the immortalities as well from Brazil. So, it gets that much more basically crucial for them and how they approach those fights, because as that Lord gets stronger, as those minions get stronger marching in, it takes you a little bit longer to clear them out, and that's where Brazil is looking to punish. So some of the timing here too from Brazil's initiations, it looks like it's a little bit off, right? Or at least the counter punch is usually coming from Jed. the way that he's playing this Terizla. And although he had, you know, KDA-wise, Jez just 0-1-1, but for the most part, he's at least keeping people at bay, and he's got a counter around what Black is doing here. So now it's down to this once again. Lord spawns, Bazizio in position once again. UAE probably just going to make the call. We might try to get some vision utilizing this Novaria that we have, but ultimately, maybe we just give it up here. They still have to manage the waves crashing in on the top side.
Yeah, 7 and Dan just picked up the Blood Wings. We have the highest magic power penetration onto the team.
They're going to go for it.
Will they commit to this, though? There's one member coming from the back, though.
Okay, the slides come through. There's the taunt. Now they're going to get collapsed on the backside. Buez in trouble. Black focusing him down. Immortality comes through. They're waiting for Drago to get there. The flicker comes in from Super Syndra, able to get the kill with his own penalty zone. Drago makes his way to the party, but it's only Black caught in the real-world manipulation. Buzizio now leading the frontier with Black. Finally, Immortality will be popped. Travis is going to go down here. Upa still alive with the Immortality. Brazil does not need the Lord here. 2 are down for UAE. Do they run it down mid? Do they go for the Lord? It looks like they're going to go for it here. Black once again paired with Bazizio in the front. And it looks like they just get the call. You know what, guys? We want this Lord. It's better. It's safer. They go for it. But look at this. UAE also knows what's up. They don't want to give this one up freely.
Yeah, not yet, because in the ultra late game, you have longer death timers. As you can see, they went from 60, 72 seconds, and now with no damage deal from Travis, even for Buez, this is a window. Brazil can take, Upa though. Oh,
look at that look at those numbers, man.
Wow. Yeah, it's just showing up on our screens like 340 and 300. So devastating to see.
The problem with it too is all the immortalities are back, right? Like everything that was accomplished earlier on about 5 minutes ago, it's back to that, right? Immortalities are there. The potions are starting to be picked up. That's the 5th Lord now. And UAE, once again, finds themselves in the defense, but this one is very grim. Yeah. Like at this point, 5 Lords, the 5th one, the charged up here. It's going to be tough for them to defend this one.
I'm seeing 3 Immortalities. I'm seeing Divine Glaives. We have also Queen's Wings. We have a damage reduction for the Uranus. Change with the Rapid Boots. He wants to get more in the front line, having that extra movement speed, plus the addition of the Queen's Wings. Right now, we have extra damage reduction paired with the Oracle. Oh, he actually sold it. He used with the Anticuraz and the Dominance Ice. So with this point in time that they have the late game in their own side, they have greater ways to actually soak up more damage, because the department right now, the damage department of UAE is much stronger. But how can they defend this?
Black once again going to push them back here. Luna went in. Jed jumps in for that penalty zone. They're able to find Upa, but he's fine for now. Still has the immortality. They have to get rid of this Lord here before the crystal is destroyed. Upa, finally immortality going to go down, but the Lord is still up. And Brazil is looking to take this game in a long 27.5-minute match. They draw first blood in the series.
The longest game right now in the playoffs. It's the lower bracket. And this is the energy. This is the mindset of the teams right now. It's go big or go home. But having the strength right now to recover coming in from yesterday. Brazil slowly refining their own comfort picks. And the draft, wow, being vibrant. Mathilda onto the win rate, man. We have to put it in our list.
It's great to see it, right? And at the same time, I feel like this also could have been a game that maybe ended 5 minutes ago, right? Like there was an opportunity for them to end it, and you actually saw, like if you guys caught that earlier, right? There was something off with the initiation and then the follow-up timing, basically, right? But still, inevitably, Brazil does it. They get the job done. 27.5 minutes. That is quite a long game in the current state of MLBB competitive play. And for the most part, 5 Lords as well. Bazizio had a great job. I feel like this was, how we call it, like vacation mode for gold laners. Like this was almost vacation mode for the jungle for Brazil.
Gold laners on holiday.
Yeah.
Because you were saying the game could ended 5 minutes ago. Well, let's check up on who's the MVP of this game. Coming from Brazil, it's none other than Upa TZ, the Irithol, with a kill participation of 88%. Look at that, items. He even had the Winter Truncheon on the 27-minute mark, having a great defense of invulnerability in team fights, and you have splash damage and physical penetration all present, and you have the sprint. You have a way to escape, you have a way to get in the back line of the team. He was just going around with his Tiger and throwing arrows on everybody.
Yeah, I love that he did the switch too. He had the immortality. Once that was gone, he then switched over to the Winter Truncheon there, so buying a little bit of extra time. So, just great job here from Upatizi. Also on a hero like we've been basically talking about since, even when we saw it in the group stages and then we saw it yesterday. Irthil's just one of those heroes. You need the time. And I feel like Brazil had nothing but time in this match, this game number 1, right? They were able to do that. They were able to secure themselves a lot of these objectives.
Yeah.
And there was so much focus on these gold lanes. And I think Luna played it very well, especially not just as a team, how they protected that gold lane. Because at that point, we've pretty much talked about this extensively. Like, you either have to, I don't want to say completely babysit the lane, but you have to take care of it. You have to make sure that your goal laner gets to where they need to be.
Yeah, better performance for Luna, great coverage on the map early game, but now it's game number 1. Point goes to Brazil. We'll be in a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back for the second match of Brazil and UAE. This is still the playoffs, and we're at the lower bracket of Yash 2023 World Esports Championships. And this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You're back here with us at the desk. I am OSX. I'm with Naisu, and a tough game that we're seeing. We're seeing more teams recover from yesterday, and that is just Brazil taking the first point against UAE.
Yet again, you know, based off what we just saw from the previous match, it was a long one. It was 27 plus minutes, 27 and a half, I think. And it was also I just feel like it could have been a little cleaner on both sides, you know, for the most part.
Yeah,
like it was a game that was extended because of certain reasons and certain things fell apart here. But Brazil, like I said, ultimately getting the win was great. I think if you're UAE, once again, I want to talk about the team that has to make up for that first match, right? They have to make grounds here. If they want to stay alive in this tournament, they have to take it to a 1-for-1. UAE, on the other hand, they really need to focus on the jungle, right? And I said this actually before we went in even to the first draft, you know, focusing on the jungle here I think is crucial for both of these teams, but now more so than ever for UAE because, man, we just saw Brazil coast through the jungle. Every single turtle, every single lord, basically, every single objective.
All objectives, not even a tower taken.
Yeah, literally in the hands of Brazil. So if you're UAE, you want to kind of be able to prep for that, right? You want to go in with this game plan for the second game on how do we secure ourselves a better time in the jungle. And that might be dealing with also, you know, managing the roam options here available for you because once again, like I said, in the XP lane, it was relatively well. Jed, with the Terizla for him, didn't work out the way that he wanted to. I feel like for a majority of the game, when you lock in a Terizla, you want to be able to initiate a lot of the fights, but when you are constantly kind of losing these lanes, losing the space around the map, how do you find those initiations, right, for the most part? Because Buez was nowhere near where he had to be on that Brody pick the previous game by the time that they were looking for these early fights, these early skirmishes, you know, so I just feel like for UAE as a whole, secure that jungle for you, and hopefully it has this kind of ripple effect in the other lanes as well. And, you know, maybe that's up to, let's go and just go with a hyper route, right? Let's do this assassin jungle pick and go there and really control the pace of the game.
Speaking of base, I know where you're going to, or where you're coming from, and looking by the struggle that they're looking for an avenue or a setup, at some points you said, it could have been over 5 minutes from then, but they were looking for ways of like isolating more members out of Brazil. But with the presence or with the threat of Mathilda being with them most of the time, it's just completely a complete counter if somebody makes the first wrong move on who they catch against Brazil. So yes, they have ways to answer that. They have the ultra late game with them. They have all the items locked in. They have all the damage. You have all the magic. But the problem is, how will they execute it? I know that you're coming from a way that you're seeing a different route for the composition, but maybe if it was a different choice for Terizla or for Jed, it could go in a different way. Because yesterday we see him use the Yuzong. Good performance on the Yuzong yesterday, and this might be their chance to maybe go back on how they want to publish or refine this game or iron something out from what happened to game number 1, because it's just the team fighting composition that they're working through. Yesterday they used the Valentina, they even used the Angela, and had a good Melissa game.
Yeah.
So with that, they just need more time because they went through the ultra late game where the death timers are so long, it takes up to 70 seconds to even respawn. It was just an inevitable vision, like, if somebody falls down here, we might end up getting our base crushed. So with that, well, you need to make your decisions or even the precision of having a right target onto the composition of Brazil.
And in terms of that, once again, you know, you kind of have to just figure out, really, if you're UAE, how do we want to approach it? And I think even if you're talking about bans, majority of those bans were focused on Luna, right? That's why we called it like Hack-a-Luna.
Yep.
Because 4 out of the 5 bans were focused on Luna's hero pool alone.
Their own picks.
So if, like, in a way, and Matilda is still relatively, it's a good pick, but I feel like it just has fallen off lately in the meta. But the bans that they utilize there, they can actually let some of those slip through. And if they decide that maybe we just fight sustain with sustain. You know, give up the Angela, give up the Florin if you want. Like
Open it.
maybe even the Estes, and like have a plan for that. Whether that's taking the Baksha, who has been just a top pick right now, even just today alone, could also work for UAE. You know, so I mean, there's a lot of opportunity that they have based on the draft alone, and that's why if you're just kind of comparing game 1 draft and then what's ahead of us for game 2, they can kind of go that route. Not only that, but they should be obviously on that blue side. They should be having that priority if they can, the flip here. And at the same time, maybe it's also just this OSX, like if you don't want to go for these assassin junglers who we've only seen a small percentage of teams be able to really utilize. Like there's only certain teams or players even that like to go that basically assassin route, right? Maybe they take the Fredrin this time. So here we go.
Draft is up. Now we're looking at the prio bands of UAE. It's the Florin, and it's a problem for region. You were talking about sustain. You were talking about different ways to counter the region, and this is one way to secure it. We're going with the respect band again with the Estes, and for Brazil, you have the Eve as well. So taking out the AoE coverage, just a big of a problem for team fights. So if they ban out the Eve, a lot of things could be open again. We might see Fredrin again. And with this, slowly getting through that sustain. They take out the Angela as well, take out the Eve. So one thing that could be open, and that what was missing for UAE, is the pull. It's the pickoff. Kaja was banned in game number 1 in order for even the Matilda to even show on the last pick. The prio ban on the first phase of UAE was the Kaja. So in a way, they're seeing more of the counters early on, so they can have a greater positioning on the draft. So Baksha is out. You don't want that sticky. Again, Tortoise Puissance around all of the team fights. And for Angela being out of the picture, a lot of assassin heroes could actually show up. See, we're talking about Kaja. The pick. Yeah, the pickoff was missing from UAE. Brazil completely takes out it.
Right now, like I said, still open is the Fredrin. They could probably just prioritize that, park him in the goal, or park him in the XP, or even the jungle. Flexibility's there. Fredrin pops up. Not a surprise, right? Statistically, still the highest here. Globally, actually, for the most part, Fredrin just fits the role anywhere. So now the response most likely, like, because Eve is taken out, you obviously want to take a Valentina for the most part, or you can actually just go ahead and take Novaria since she is also open. But, you know, even with that vision that Novaria provides you, you know, you have to be able to follow up with that kind of information. So with a lot being left on the table for Brazil here for their priority picks, these two that they get, they can kind of play around with this, right? It's okay to give up the Fredrin, really, because you can play against it depending on how you want to play around with this jungle.
You're talking about follow-up for Novaria?
There's
Well,
Valentina.
Makito could be open if we use. But Terizla, oh yeah. Paired up with Valentina, that's complete AoE disaster. Right on to early game, and you have more advantage. You had a good Valentina game in game 1 for Brazil, and it was ahead against the mages of UAE. So don't change what's not broken.
Might as well not. Valentina just too clutch also as a mid lane option. Really makes the other team, you know, kind of decide, like, really, what do we want to give up, you know? And we've actually seen Valentina's even take Appraiser's Wrath from Fredrin's, and it actually works out. So now that you have that, you know, if you're able to get it into a combination with a penalty zone, then great. But still,
I'm seeing one thing.
Yeah.
Kadita is open.
Finally.
Kadita is open. Okay, they went for a tank since there's a Terizla. But okay. They're around. Okay, they went for the tank option first, and on Novaria, Vision and Hold.
I just don't like UAE them. I don't think they wanted to take the Kadita just because of the fact that either A, they're not confident in using it, right? For the most part, because of Kadita, the way that she works is once you use your combination, once it's gone, you know, you kind of just down and out for a while till it's back up, right? This is actually safer for them and more of, I feel like, just probably comfort, because not only do you have that Fredrin, which is just an all-around, you know, for the most part, hero, but now that you paired it up with a Kufra, it allows you to, once again, like I said with Novaria, you get vision. But what do you do with the vision, man? Like, you have to be able to follow up with it, and having a Kufra alone that can surprise the enemy team coming from different angles with the vision that you got is great, right? But still, you want to be able to follow up on it with a great gold lane option. You're going to see bans focusing on that, right? Because also with Brazil, they don't have a gold lane yet. And you can see the Irithil being taken out. We just saw MVP performance from that, so good solid choice. We'll see if they actually use their last ban towards that gold lane as well for Brazil.
We talk about a good option. Beatrix is better for either these two teams can take. They have the Valentina, they have the Fredrin. Also, it's a good pair. You've mentioned about, well, great meta for Fredrin and Kufra, but if you want to have a good pair with it, with the marksman, well, this sets up a way of, they're pushing either you each take the Beatrix, or just let it go.
Claude's still open as well. They could go that route. We'll see if this last ban is, again, focus on the gold lane options. We see this. We see this trend just happening, right? Focus on these gold laners. Let them either farm up or just kind of babysit them for a little bit, and then they eventually end up carrying their weight, right, later on. But I like this. I like that at least both teams are matched in terms of like what their game plan for the jungle is, right? They're technically two tanky utility junglers who basically serve the same purpose. You're also complemented very well with heroes that can also set things up, so you're not the one to do it. That last ban is the gold lane for that Brody, so they take out the Brody here.
You know what's a good pair for an EXP here with a Fred? It's the first time that we're seeing Joy open for this draft. And UAE doesn't have an EXP yet, so that could be an option as well. Backline penetration for the Claude, also the Terizla. Okay, onto the marksman, Leslie.
Leslie works.
Seems with a Claude's distance with the BMI and just go bobs and weaves using the skill to spam everybody out of the lane. Well, it's fair, but also aids with vision though.
I was gonna say, this is Vision City, man. Like UAE has Vision
City
all over the place, based just with those two alone, right? Leslie, they can utilize that. Not only that, but obviously with the Novaria too. So I don't know, man. If they're not finding the setups that they need with the Kufra, you know it's bad news with that, right? So they also cap it out with, once again, Xborg coming to play. Now, when we saw him earlier today, it didn't work out very well. So we'll see if this draft, at least this team composition, can capitalize on what Xborg brings to the table, right? And obviously, like the true damage, paired even with the true damage from Leslie, is amazing. Yeah. That is a lot to deal with. Even if you try to build defensively, if you're dealing with true damage, you know, that makes it a little bit harder.
Okay, I need the tank option, and yeah, you have the
Luna Classic.
A classic from yesterday, and this time around, we're looking for a different shift on how will they utilize this composition. But on the other hand, UAE has more flavors to show here for their own composition. You have vision, you have damage. Well, Leslie on the previous match has a great amount of poke. Maybe mid-game, you have more damage to utilize with your basic attacks. So with this, yesterday it was a struggle for the Lolita for Luna. Let's see how he bounces back for this one, for the game of the lower bracket. It's game number 2. Let's see how they go.
Again, I think, you know, you have to have enough reset here for UAE after a mentally long game, you know, just in general, 27.5 minutes from game 1. And this plan that they're approaching this game 2 with does look better, right? At least on paper. We'll see if they can execute it, though.
It's game number 2. Who is going to move forward, or somebody would actually push for a game number 3? We're going for the pause, and just by speculating onto the emblems, right on our screens, I see 2 quantum charges, staple emblems that we can actually see for those 2 heroes, right, in Brazil and UAE. Probably it's that amplified start of the holiday of your own lane. Because if you don't have the quantum charge with you, utilize the basic attacks, you have regen back at you to sustain your lane. It's something that you can't just keep doing over and over again without being visited or even ganked.
I'd like to see this, right? You see the smiles from UAE and the members there. And it's, you know, even, like I said, Jed, we had the opportunity to talk to some of these guys in person while we've been, you know, here visiting and even before. And you know that they've been working and preparing for this moment. And now that it's come down to this, they're at a match point, right? They have to bring this to a game 3 here.
2 members as well being present on the orange. We look at the Claude and the Mortis. We have 2 roams onto the river, having and gaining control over the possible way to cross the early game visit. So you're coming in for a pause, and we will be waiting for the possible defense or even approach early game, because the previous match, UAE was just focused on taking on objectives, looking for someone to isolate out of the map early game, trying to have a shutdown. But maybe this time around, with the more utility they have, having the Fredrin, maybe this could set things up differently.
And as they get us situated here, while they figure things out, again, you can only contemplate so much based on the drafts we've seen until it's finally, you know, in action. Right now, we're very early on as we jump back in. 30 seconds in, both junglers looking to have an easy time, I would say, for this start. Based on the lineups, you don't expect too much action early on, at least from the jungle perspective, right? This is also just going to come down, once again, how is the vision utilized here for UAE? Can they get that momentum going, right? And it usually starts around here too. A lot of early action just for this. Jed gonna take a couple shots, gonna get blocked, has to flicker out. Able to hold on with his life though, but expending the flicker.
4 members poked onto Jed, and the Firaga armor was gone.
Yeah.
Forced out a flicker, went to the turret for safety, and you were talking about vision, how will it actually work for UAE? Well, it takes a bit of time to amplify this Novaria and also the Leslie. What can 7M Dan do is probably get vision for his teammates and have the great tools to actually have an exchange with the foe. Because if they have so much vision right now, the damage needs to pair with their attack. If that thing is missing, that department is completely missing, it's a struggle for them to actually compensate the defense of Brazil.
Okay, looking for a play here on the top side. They already get the flicker out. Upa's in trouble. Under the turret he goes. Safely away. Travis taking a couple shots too. Has to get back though. They got to reset. Turtle's coming up here in a couple seconds. You can see already Bazizio being in place. They have to go ahead and get ready here as we take another quick break. Now with this, right, you're seeing the action here early on, 2 minutes in. No one goes down yet though, but they are able to get some of these early, I would say, battle spells out. Now, how does that correlate to what's going to happen with that first objective fight? That's where it really falls into place.
You know what? The battle spells, yes. It's a big factor now, since early game has an advantage for Brazil. And if that resource is deplete quickly from minute 1 to 2, it's something that they can use up against UAE. So with that, they need to have more discipline. They need to have a different approach to hold those resources in the right moment, especially in taking the first objective. Again, we can only speculate so much. We see 3 flickers from Brazil, same as UAE. And one thing also is changing is how will they execute their CCs. A good amount of CC here, though, for Brazil, for UAE as well. You have the Kufra, you have the Martis as well that can actually be a catch with Ashara, and also with that Lolita though, the Numenon Blast as well, game changer for Leslie. So they need to protect their back line moving on if you are UAE.
Okay, jumping back into it, Turtle now up. This looks very similar to what we saw at least Bazizio do in previous game, but this time 7M Dan here, Drago as well. First blood though on Jed. Off camera, now the fight for the Turtle gonna go through. Bazizio able to get it with the Retribution. Now Travis in trouble. The focus comes through. Nona Blast with the flicker. Will not find the target. They're happy with the 2 kills, plus the objective here for Brazil. And they're also looking to take this buff away. Jed now waiting for that level 4, not just yet on that X-board.
Clearly a win on the first 2 minutes for Brazil. Got the objective, got the kill. Super Syndra has the point, and as well as Bazizio. But just items being built upon now early game, probably building up something to poke out of the composition of Brazil, since they have more ways to actually have a chance of penetrating the back line. That is the Novaria that we're talking about. Mana and magic penetration now with the boots present in Valentina actually gives extra way for movement speed and also damage. With this, focus on the top line. Look at the jump from 7M Dan.
Okay, still not going to be able to convert that just yet. Damage for Buez going to take a little bit of time here, right? But this is what you're kind of expecting to see UAE go for. They have to be decisive. They have to make plays. Upa. Once again, Travis trying to cut them off. 7M Dan, he goes back with the BMI, takes a couple shots from Buez, lines up the shots, couple shots away, and he finally falls here right in front of the turret. happy with a kill now, finally going to the hands of Buez. But here
Drago,
is
no mana.
Bazizio looking for the decimate. Can he get it off? He can't. Gets taken back and has to retreat.
Okay, there goes the back and forth, but there's an exchange onto the skill. Drago was low on mana, so the Impure Rage and even his skill set was on cooldown. Having that exchange with the pokes coming in from Syndra, even from Bazizio, might as well retreat back in your turret. Since the outer turret energy shield is still present, you have extra defense for that, just in case, if all else fails, if you get ganked. So it's a good way of utilizing, of being cautious, because Buez right now is on level 6, rocking the Quantum Charge against Upa TZ. Well, Grave Smite rather was used now by Claude. A lot of ways to utilize AoE, HP-based damage, so now second turtle is up. Who gets it?
Getting in position here, Bazizio waiting for the rest of the team, making their way. Black as well. Might look for his own initiation. Goes in with a flicker, penalty zone, able to find Travis. Bazizio getting that turtle. Last Insanity gonna be used, but they're on the retreat to the turret. Nobody falling just yet. Numenum Blast coming out from Luna, able to find 2 as 2 members for UAE fall. And a Decimate comes through to clean up. 3 down for UAE.
They're not letting anyone go back home. 2 members fall down, going back on their replay. By just as this objective being taken, they were trying to spam Super Syndra, but the ultimate of the Valentina has the X-Borg. So right now, Jed is just forced to retreat back. And one of the things that they do here, they didn't see Luna coming with a 2-man Numenum Blast setup right onto their defense. And Bazizio just going mad into pursuit, not letting one member go back to the base without just having a chance to go back.
Brazil once again finding these leads that they need wherever they can. Not only that, but objectively exactly how they did the previous game. So there has to be some type of response here from UAE in terms of these objectives take. They can't continue to let them go. Already 2 turrets down as well. So they are working with their backs against the wall, just like they were the previous game. Bazizio, this time though, he's having a much more proactive game, right? When we saw him with the Fredrin previously, he was just farming up. He didn't really have to do much, but now he's putting in work on this. Travis trying to make a play again. This could be a little too risky. Gonna find Bazizio there once again. Decimate gonna come through. Mega kill already. He is massive. The rest of the team can go through. Luna now gets the stun. Gonna charge up. Will not find the connection though. Meanwhile, there's some rotation here from mid into the top lane. Jed has to use the defensive Insanity. Flickers out as well. And it's just time after time, it looks like Brazil's just controlling this entire game.
Yeah, the EXP lane right now is not looking good for UAE. All about forcing or depleting out the Firaga armor onto the X-Borg. You can't hold your lane with continuous spokes and even visits from Brazil. Now, with the threat being present from Bazizio, it's 4-0-1. Having the killing spree as his emblem, a lot of ways are being utilized by this passive. You have extra damage, you have extra movement speed per kill. So looking at this point, it's just all in team fight. There's just so much follow-up. And looking at the items here, we have the Antikyras. We have extra damage depletion, or even the damage from UAE right now could actually be countered with the physical attack reduction, because we're just looking at Leslie that has the Berserker's Fury. Yes, you have the crit chance, you have the critical attack that actually be used, and also the Bloodless Axe, but the presence of the Antikyras present right now for Martis, he can go tankier, he could go in deep, just even catch one for the back line of UAE.
As we take another break here to figure out exactly how this is going to settle in, right? It looks like, yes, Brazil is in control. They're still dealing with some things as well. But right now, UAE, man, the biggest thing that they have to do is just find some form of win across the map. The biggest problem is just everywhere that they're going, Brazil is able to find wins, you know. And what kind of response do you have if you're UAE? I think at this point, all you need is, actually what you need is a lot of time, man. You need time to farm up. You need time to get more than just a Berserker's Fury on Buez.
Yeah. You have Sea-like Blades present for the Kufra, and for that's for 7MDN, and we have Enchanted Talisman present for the Novaria. Yes, you have their basic startup items for the Mage and the Tank, and as well as for X-Borg's Bloodless Axe. But the problem is, he fall down twice, 2 deaths for this X-Borg, and he was peeled a lot of times in the EXP lane, and they took out a turret from minute 1 to 3. So they are forcing out more of the members of UAE just to be onto the defense and look for crumbs to follow to get more of the objectives.
And as we see them kind of sort things out here, that's the thing, right? Like, objectively, it's really just, at this point for UAE, you know, you find what you can, man. Like, if that's just a turret,
Take it.
take it. You know, you got to find something to work around the map with, because if you just continuously respond to what Brazil is throwing at you, and honestly, that's what we said during the draft, right? Like, for the most part, Brazil will have those opportunities to find the initiations, and I always feel like that's one of the great things about having a Terizla alone. Like, Terizla alone, anytime that flicker is available and the ultimate's available, you can bet on him forcing something, some type of situation, right?
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's working out for them. They don't really have an answer for it if you're UAE. So if that just means, again, getting some of these tier 1 turrets down for space to work around with. But I don't think you can, at this point of the game, and especially with the lead that there is, you really can't leave even Buez alone, right? Somehow he has to farm up past that first item. Like, he needs at least the 3, and especially the BOD. Like, he's far from it. So
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. The damage right now needs to show for UAE. Leslie, on the other hand, they could have enough vision. Yes, probably now it's not a good time to attack, not a good time to be in skirmishes, but just to wait on the right moment to get the right items to deflect some damage back against Brazil. Because if vision is concerned, they could use it passively. With the ultimate snipe, you get an amount of vision outside Brazil where they're coming from, but that could just mean an extra help for you to just to feel secure in your own lane. So if that is concerned, you need to have more safety now to cross more of the mid to the later stages of the game.
You know what's tough too is the fact that, again, this is now the second time X-Borg just hasn't really worked out here in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it work in especially even in group stages, but for the most part, it's lacking. You know, he has the, I believe it is the Bloodlust Axe that is all that he has, right? So he has that, but still, really, like, how do you, and you kind of take it too. I mean, we actually have seen X-Borg placed in the jungle before. You know, in other tournaments and whatnot. And I feel like it actually works really well there, but you know, with this time, and like we saw previously today, X-Borg is just kind of not it. And I feel like part of that too is just the fact that, yeah, you have Last Insanity, you have, you know, the form of the true damage and everything, but realistically, you get whittled down so quickly, like by the poke potential from most of these lineups. You know, that you're not really able to shine the way that you want to, or you know, utilize the Last Insanity the way you want to. So it gets increasingly harder here when you're already sitting at 0-2, you know, at this point in the game. Also, your jungler 0-3 here. And Travis has actually tried to make plays. Like, he's been looking for those moments himself, looking for those sandwich plays, but there's always just a response. And that's why progressively as that early game finished up into the mid game, it gets tough for UAE. And I think at this point, all you can really say is, how do they buy time? You know, how do they buy the next, 10 minutes maybe?
That's the problem. How do they cross the bridge? And if you're talking about the X-Borg being peeled over and over again, once your frog armor is gone, no matter how you save your ultimate for the right moment, if you get peeled down so quickly, it's useless. So with that being said, they need more damage to compensate with the defense that they need to have right now. So a lot of things could be on the table, but as we wait on how this game to unfold, execution will just matter for this one.
Yep. And as we wait for them to settle this in, again, you know, and we haven't even seen how this kind of unfolds in terms of the Lord takes, but we're in a similar fashion here, OSX, where a lot of even the turtles, right, just went in the hands of Brazil. And you're hoping in a way, and I feel like, I don't know if this was the game plan, but for a while you saw some contests going on, especially with UAE trying to fight, at least for space around the turtles, maybe contest it a little bit, but then it just seemed like they were like, nah, you know, we'll just give up on the turtles. Like, let's just try to get a kill somewhere.
They're just trading it.
Because I think you're at that point now, you know, where in your game plan it's like, well, we can't actually hold our own in these turtle or, you know, eventually these Lord fights. So we got to find these pickoffs where we can to allow the people that need the gold, especially like we've been saying, Buez, right? It's great that he's got that kill, but if he can grab, we've seen this too. We actually saw this yesterday where Leslie was down and out, like 0-2 or 0-3 at one point, and then all of a sudden you grab just let's say 2 kills. You're able to secure yourself 2 or 3 kills. You start building the items that you need. It really does turn the tide of a game, at least in his damage department, right? And I feel like that's where we are, and that's why I say, how do you buy yourself a good amount of time, like minutes-wise, 5 minutes minimum, you know, to be at that point where like, okay, if we actually get into a skirmish, we can at least do something, because right now it's just not there, man. Like the tools that they have are just not online.
Not enough.
They got vision, which is great. We already talked about this in the draft between the Novari and the Leslie, but really, ultimately, even with vision, like, what do you do with it?
Yeah. How do you even expand or utilize more of your members right onto team fights? Yeah, I get you. He had a kill. He had a 1 point out of the quad. So if distance-wise, he has more coverage with a snipe and with her ultimate. So being in a concealed state, he actually can take everybody by surprise. A lot of things could actually go their own way. They could actually make some traps here. If they don't have enough damage, might as well go on full 5-man gank, right? Because early game right now is not really the right time for the composition to actually work or even start. So yeah, speculating on the positioning or even the possibility here, a lot of things could actually go either their own way or a different way.
Well, looks like they're almost just about ready here. Again, you know, we'll have to see how it kind of unfolds. We're seeing the thumbs up. And like I said, Brazil is in control of this game. If you guys are just joining us on the streams and everything, Brazil quite dominant for this game number 2. You can see it here. Black went down there. So they did get a kill. It did go in the hands of Buez, right? Picks up the endless battle too. So after everything we were talking about, they're able to actually get that. At least a kill in the hands of Buez, so that's crucial here. But you can see, right, the plays are still looking to be made from Brazil. Last Insanity going to be used, trying to hold on to this turret here. Will go down. Now Travis going to go in, swoops in, gets the taunt, but not enough follow-up just yet. They don't have the damage available. He's going to get whittled down a little bit, waiting for Drago to pop off some pokes here. With the Astral Recall, Upa goes in, popping Jed down, a couple hits away. Next one on the target. Drago's going to be able to get away, though. Upa takes a shot with the Astral Recall. And we're here.
Back into the pause. And looking by that takedown, Jed falls down as well as Buez. We were talking, this window is not yet, the items that they need is not yet available to be utilized. And for that, there were 2 members up top trying to hold on to where the Valentina or Super Senior is coming. So with this, they're all over the map to hold their defense or even to the push. But 3 members right down bottom of Brazil were present and ready to take down members of UAE.
Okay, as we get things, they got it quickly sorted out here. Once again, it looks like Travis is in trouble. As we get back into this, he is going to be able to escape, though. 2 members of UAE did fall. So that lead continues to build now, 5,000 still in favor of Brazil. 30 seconds for that first Lord to come up here.
Okay, we have Twilight Armor present for the Lolita in team fights, and setups that he can do. He has more ways to actually deflect a lot of damage from UAE right now. So being confident of making that step, he has the combo that he actually used with the Flicker and the Numenon Blast. It's actually the surprise that he wants to do against UAE, because right now they will be put to a defensive state. So with this, they have all eyes on the turrets that they can take and objectives that they can actually use for themselves. So Lord is up right now. It's 9 minutes in, 8 points to Brazil. Now just clearing up waves, and UAE is just looking for an avenue to just clear their own path and have their objectives on their side and not being contested. The Lord is up and ready, but now spotting over into the positioning. 7M Dan is here as well. That's the vision check from Drago using the Astral Recall. Black is now seen from the map. Yep, Syndra as well. And looking at this opportunity, Buzizio is just trying to ring the bell right on the Lord pit, waiting for somebody to actually make the step here while just taking this objective.
They're also just parking Upa up there, so he's going to focus on that push in that lane. Meanwhile, UAE full force here, forcing it back. Buzizio to reset the Lord. they were happy getting that turret, so they got it down. Upa's going to make his way now towards this side of the map. They're going to kind of give the green signal on this Lord. And you can see UAE also split up now. They've got to manage that wave to push in. They'll make their way back as well. Leading into the fight, it looks like the focus already, though. Going to push them back slightly. Travis was in trouble. 7M Dan jumping in as well. Still, Lord going to go ahead and be focused on by Brazil. 1/4 here. Upa now to help finish it up. And it looks like just positioning-wise, UAE can't handle it. Brazil secures that first Lord of the game.
Melted down quickly. Busizio, Super Syndra, and just Black having the coverage. Not even, well, being up in front, but just looking at the items, Suan Tikuras, wow, present. Completely deflecting the damage out of UAE. You have the Enchanted Talisman present as well, and Clog of Destiny for the Valentina. Claude, we felt some peel there with the damage. Corrosion Scythe, DHS, and as well as the Golden Zap. Amplified basic attack damage. You have more attacks, you have more movement speed, complementing the sprint, and as well as the passive of the Claude. Having her Ardent in team fights gets you additional stacks of damage. Bouncing Ball being used by 7M Dan. Wow, Brazil's getting more coverage on the map right now with the Lord pushing up top.
Present situation, Black gonna jump in, finds one with the penalty zone. Jed though, last insanity, quickly gone here. They lose that tier 2. Lord still has to be worked on. So, a little scrappy there. No one ultimately going down. Couple key ultimates and battle spells are also expended. So now they find themselves once again here on the defense. UAE has to deal with this. Travis gonna get poked down, he's in trouble. The Decimate is held on for a little bit longer, but able to get it. The jump comes through, nice rage setup. Busizio will fall, but Upa goes in with a blazing duet. They find another kill. Jed falls on top of it. 3 down here for UAE. Brazil looking to cap out the game. They've got the minion and multiple members, and it looks like that's it. They sweep the series against UAE.
Brazil standing tall, being thrown down in the lower bracket, finally getting a glimpse, a chance of recovery. The aura of retribution is getting closer for this team to bounce back in this playoffs, eliminating UAE, removing it out of the contention, heading towards the days of the playoffs.
That took some work there, right? It felt like it took some work, especially for Brazil. Even with that performance in the second game, you know, I know we had some time there to gather their thoughts, and UAE really trying to find moments themselves. But it's just, it wasn't enough time, OSX, you know, for the most part. Like, Buez was at a point where he was almost to the BOD. Like, he had the Berserker's Fury, he had the Endless Battle. He actually had just one more item to complete, like one more partial item to complete that BOD, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough time. Like, and I think Brazil knew exactly, right? If what we saw in game 1, where it was dragged to that 27.5-minute mark, there could have been a very well a situation, a real situation where they kind of started to crawl back for UAE, and I think they were noticing that, so they had to end this one early, and of course, you know, just continue on to that lower bracket next stage. They send UAE packing.
GGWB right now for UAE. Now let's check up on the UAE on who is the MVP for Brazil. Look at that, it's Super Syndra. Yes, it's the Valentina, bro. 3-0-5 with a kill participation of 67%. How he dashed through and get all those ultimates securely for his team, having the Enchanted Talisman, having the Clock of Destiny, even just a Lightning Truncheon was the complete toolkit for this Valentina to work with. You have more ways of stealing ultimates out of your team, and this time around with the Flicker, gives a lot of safety and gives you so much aggressive and confident moves that you can give against UAE. So now, props to the MVP there. Super Syndra on the Valentina, amazing work. And it's just Brazil slowly but surely proceeding on the next stage in the lower bracket.
Kind of, you know, before the series even started, I was hoping to see a little more decisiveness from UAE because what we saw from them yesterday, that's what they lacked, right? They lacked some of that decision making, and it just seems like sometimes they hold back a little bit too much, right? Like there is a certain type of risk you have to take, right? In some of these matches where you have to be the ones initiating, because if you're constantly just responding, reacting to what the enemy team is doing, you know, and I feel like there was times where like Travis was trying to do that, especially with the sandwich plays, but again, it takes a certain type of a synergy from the team to pull that off, especially when you're talking about early on under tier 1 turrets where you have to like jungle the turret hits, you have to juggle this and that, you have to be able to pull that off, right? Unfortunately, UAE was not able to do that, and Brazil, improvements from yesterday, right? Like if you look back at yesterday's game, you know, and I feel like we saw a better Brazil today.
Yeah.
Hopefully, again, they can, you know, relax a little bit and then move on to their next game. Yeah, because they will have another one ahead of them, of course, in the lower bracket as they try to get their way to the grand final. They could pull it off, but once again, there was obvious mistakes that Brazil made as well. You know, in that game 1, there's a reason why we went to 27 minutes, right? So
a long game for the playoffs, yeah. Right now, it's UAE. Now let's throw it over to Fallout right on stage with the winning team right on cue.
Thank you so much, casters. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Brazil, your champions in the lower bracket. Round 1 matchup, at least, against a very tough UAE squad. And speaking of which, a couple close games. You came home 2-0 with a win. Talk to me about your opponents, though, UAE, and how they played, how the match went.
Well, first match was a very close one. They have very poor heroes, nobody, and even so it was a very difficult game. So, but we had a lot of games
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors.
Make some noise for this upcoming matchup, and let's get excited for what's going to be a great one. First and foremost, a team that has looked so strong throughout this competition, went undefeated in group stage, however, showed a little bit of weakness with a 2-1 win over Kazakhstan. It's none other than Saudi Arabia. Make some noise, everybody, for Saudi Arabia to kick things off. Good luck to each and every one of you, gentlemen. And good luck. I got Tarzan. He'll join me for an interview here in just a little bit. And of course, the second squad, well, they looked perfect in their upper round one matchup. They went 2-0 in that one. It's none other than some of the fan favorites here locally. It's Egypt. Make some noise, everybody. Clearly, I know where the fans are, where the crowd is. Welcome, Alfo and Tarzan. Please join me for a quick interview, gentlemen, if you guys could come on close up. I'm going to start with you, Tarzan. As I mentioned, you guys had a close one against Kazakhstan. You took the win. First things first, talk to me about that matchup. How did it go yesterday against Kazakhstan?
Well, it was a hard matchup, actually, because we lost in our hometown, and we wanted our revenge, so we were kind of a little bit nervous. So we took our revenge, and we're planning to go all the way.
You got your revenge against Kazakhstan, planning to go all the way. I love it. However, this is a team you're probably familiar with. Talk about the history of playing against Egypt and start to preview this next matchup for me. How's it going to be?
Well, we faced each other last MPL because we're in one region. They're very strong, and we'll hopefully grab the win today.
Love it. Well said, Tarzan. I'm going to come on over here on the flip side to Alfo. Alfo, on the flip side, as I mentioned, you guys have competed against this squad. Have you done any film preparation for these guys, or are you just coming in winging it?
We are well prepared for them. Like, we played versus them too many times, and we know each other, so we have good experience.
So it's going to come down to who performs here. If you had to predict someone on your team who's going to be MVP, who's it going to be and why? You can pick yourself too.
No, to be honest, I think Speedy would be the MVP of this match.
There you have it. Gentlemen, shake hands. Let's get ready for this one. If you could shake hands with your opponents here, as we got Egypt and we got Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and let's get ready. It's time to throw it to our fabulous casters. Over to you. Let's kick this one off.
Thank you so much once again over there, Fallout on the stage with both teams. And ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the third match of today here, day 2 of the playoffs for MLBB IESF WEC 2023. Again, I'm Naisu, and joined with me is OSX to call the action here. And we saw these two teams were now in the upper bracket, right? We got through those 2 matches for the lower. Now we can set our sights here in the upper bracket. OSX, how we feeling?
Now it's Egypt versus Saudi Arabia. 2 of the teams that surprised me from the group stages till now yesterday. Wild matches. Even from Egypt and Saudi Arabia, they took a lot of, the upset that we're talking about in the first match of the day yesterday. And now they're heading through another part where they can actually get a glimpse on the finals. Since this is the upper bracket, more of the things that are at stake right now, but this time it's having an edge on who are going to proceed into the grand finals. Semis looking sweet right now for these 2 teams.
One step at a time. Ooh. You know, that's really what it has to be. One match and even one game at a time based on the series. Again, you know, watching both these teams yesterday was quite interesting, right? Because as we heard it from the stage, it was a revenge match for Saudi Arabia, right? Yesterday versus Kazakhstan, and they were able to pull through. We were actually there in Riyadh. We got to see that unfold, and it was great to see how they pulled through yesterday. Now, on the flip side, yesterday was a surprise too, and I know people online watching around the world where even some people message me, they're like, man, Egypt, what happened there? They were able to just dominate that series and able to come out swinging, because even painting the picture of that series back yesterday, we were saying it was actually Egypt that had to come through and prove something, right? I mean, they are the ones that had to prove exactly what they had, what were they made out of in that series, and they did that in a sweeping fashion. I love to see it, and I'm expecting a similar thing to happen here today. Again, we saw how hot that Franco was yesterday and how devastating it was.
Tell me about it,
So I'm wondering if, again, do we see that picked up? Do we see it banned out? We've kind of seen, at this point, a couple different variations of these compositions, of these metas setting in, but honestly, when it comes to these 2 teams, it could go either way. There's signature picks, just like, for example, with Troll. Once again, if he gets his hands on the Cho, what will that do for them?
Well, that is one hero right now in our matches has been banned out. It has been taken out of the picture, but in most cases, that is just the team who mostly relies on team fights. You have the Eve, you have the Fredrin, but in this specific matchup, things could go a different route, because you've mentioned about the Franco, they have good tank players right there in Egypt. And yesterday, even me, myself, I posted on social media, just Team Egypt with mind-blown emoji on it. Completely surprising the hell out. Yeah, just myself. And also Saudi Arabia yesterday, man. They start slow in the early game when you thought all is lost. They have this discipline of having a comeback even on mid-game. They adjust on the fly, and they completely make their targets right. We're looking at a different Saudi Arabia team from Riyadh to now. Great improvement. The growth is here. Excited for this match.
Love that you pointed that out, because this has kind of been the story about the entire journey for all these teams competing. You know, and I'm sure this can actually be said in all the titles going on here for IESF, but the journey through their qualifiers, like the different region qualifiers, the different championships, and now up to here, right, through the group stage and now in the playoffs. All of these teams, for the most part, it's been great to see their basically improvement, you know, through that journey up to this point, even on an individual level. Again, when you're talking about a lot of these teams, some of these players, man, have crazy amounts of experience. Some of them are newer to the scene. Some of them have, you know, experienced a lot of different things, at least from the competitive stages for MLBB, and you see it all kind of unfold here, right? Now, I would say, yeah, it's kind of a given. Most of these players, obviously super skilled, but the different factor, at least from what we've seen from a lot of these teams that are making it through, and now that we're, again, on the upper bracket, right? It's the synergy that they work with, and I think you pointed it out very well, specifically for Saudi Arabia. Even when they're down and out, they somehow are able to pull it together because of the synergy, how they work together. And these 2 teams alone, we heard it on stage with Fallout there, that they know each other like a book, basically. They've played against each other. They have a history. They studied each other's moves and metas and the team compositions they like to go through. So what more than to showcase it here, for our first match of the upper bracket?
They're fully prepared for this, and to say, coming from the action of the lower bracket, Team Egypt actually took down Mongolia and put in the lower bracket. But in the lower bracket, just a few moments ago, Mongolia pushed forward.
Yeah.
And now Team Egypt is right now up top in the upper bracket, is looking for a different way or even an edge to get an advantage out of Mongolia. Because if this bracket just goes up and go crazy on how will the results be, man, we can count out more of the promising teams right here in Yash.
Love what we have as we jump into this game number 1 draft here. Once again, we've got Saudi Arabia on the blue side, Egypt on the red. They know too, right? They know these signature picks. A little bit of a difference than what we've seen from previous bans, right? But this time, that's clearly targeted, especially towards Troll, not getting his hands on the Cho there. Kadita also, we've always seen either Kadita banned out specifically for certain players, or it's let through because there's still a challenge to utilize Kadita to the full ability, right? So they go ahead and take that out. Response, though, too, is Joy, who we've seen slip through the draft as well, OSX.
One more thing. Respect ban on to Huda with the Fanny yesterday with an amazing performance. A bit of a problem if you're going up early game and you have this snowball potential with this kind of meta hero that exists in the hands of Huda. Respecting the hell out of it, and DeFranco as well.
Okay.
Good bans here in the first phase. Now, setting up, we can see our friend Chad again. We were talking about Fredrin. Valentina, Varia. Yeah, that's the priority of Saudi Arabia right now. You have the utility to work on, because that's one thing you want to step forward. You want to jumpstart. You want a good pace. Okay, Kufra right away for Egypt. And a Valentina.
I think this is good. I was expecting maybe not the Kufa right away, right? I mean, at least in that first pick that they had available to them to complement this Valentina, but it can work, right? We've seen amazing things, like I said, from Maro here specifically. Now, is that really what you want to do? They did give up to a constant pick that we see a lot in these first phases, even the Terizla that goes through here, right? It's not banned out, it is open. We might see it picked up here, but also in terms of these two teams, we talk a lot about junglers. We talk about a lot of the gold lanes. There's the Terizla, like I was mentioning. And you kind of have no option to just go ahead and lock in this Eve. This is constantly what we see, right? Eve, Valentina, maybe throw in a Novaria there. But so now what I'm wondering is focusing on these junglers. That's what I like to do. Huda, like you mentioned, had an amazing game on the Fanny yesterday. This time he kind of has to respond to the Fredrin. Love that Clint finally gets locked in here in the first phase as well. They already want to lock in and prioritize that gold lane.
Speed of priority, good 3 picks though for Saudi Arabia. Instead of letting go of the Eve for the counter of the Fredrin, they take it up on the cells. So there's an AoE, there's RWM, and then there's this penalty zone that keeps on being the game changer in most of the team fights where you're looking in the playoffs. Fredrin did pick up as well with the bans here. Since the good eye on the Kufra though, something might show up because there's no assassin yet for Egypt. Securing their cards on the next last phase of picking. They take out the Lancelot. Good ban on the marksman though, the carry and the Beatrix. Having the Eve present and as well as the Fredrin, they don't want that equation to just completely form in the right manner of damage.
I love that they do it right. They take out those gold lane options because they already secured the Clint early on. Response to, love to see it, man. Huda gonna get his hands on an assassin jungler, hyper-focused right now. And is it a little risky to pick the Ling against the Fredrin in this lineup already showing from Saudi Arabia? Yeah, a little bit, right? And at the same time, still, you have to think, how do you secure yourself that early momentum start? We saw them have yesterday. The best thing you can do, once again, is utilizing the Kufra that you locked in. Maybe you get a little aggressive, putting the pressure on the jungle, or at least just securing your own resources, right? We know how important that purple buff is going to be here for this Ling to secure that rotation early on. What will the response from Saudi Arabia be? And Irithil, that is actually an Arlet.
That is actually an Arlet.
That
is his voiceover. For the first time, we're seeing an Arlet here
so he's
for
going
Saudi Arabia.
Rome. He's going in the Rome because, again,
No.
mind our confusion here, ladies and gentlemen, because Arlott for the first day, his portrait showed when Novari was locked in. So was that really the Arlott? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. We heard his voice.
I heard his sound effects. It could be him. There's a Fredrin, though. I'm thinking that this could either be switched up. We've seen Arlott jungle. We started either Fred jungle, depending. We've seen different multiverse of drafts. Nice, dude. Though, talking about this possibility to actually pop up for Saudi Arabia could actually happen.
Well, I think you're, again, Troll most likely going on the Arlott here. You know, we've seen this before. When he first came to play in competitive scene here, OSX, that was the strength of Arlott. He fit in so many lanes. He was put, in the Roam. He was put in the XP.
Yeah.
And it works, right? Not only that, but even back then, before we had that change with the emblem system and everything, he actually was able to play with like 3 different emblem sets. Right? So
just imagine having a different choice for every situation and every opponent.
Well, here we go. Okay, we're going to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the upper bracket matchup between Saudi Arabia and Egypt here, looking to send the other down to the lower bracket. And they started out typical starts, as you can see too, right? We've got Troll there on this Arlott, who finally we see in the play, right, for the playoffs, because constantly it's been him showing up, Novaria locked in. So now I guess the biggest question is, that he is the Roam. How does this work out for them? How do they utilize that? We know that the changes that happened to Arlott kind of hurt him a little bit, right, in a sense.
It's nerfed him out.
Yeah, but he's not like completely,
Well, you would
useless.
know. Yeah, I agree. But that final slash could actually be a great notification for the team if it is going to be used. By just having the Kufra for Egypt right now, there's no catch, there's no hold for Saudi Arabia. This is a different player that we're seeing. How will they pull off something with this kind of line? Look at that. Pokes coming on for Marrow, receiving damage. Cuffin trying to go to enforce Troll, dropping down on half HP. How is Smile cooperating with this? But this is Troll falling down hands of Smile. Egypt secures the first blood. Huda, on the other hand, tries to escape, securing the orange and his own purple, safely fleeing that fight.
That's big. That's a nice pickup here for Egypt. Getting that first blood. It goes in the hands of Smile. We know how this can scale really well if one of those very important lanes in the early game gets the early first blood, right? Still putting the pressure on Tarzan.
Oh no, Tarzan being trapped in 3. Now that's the follow-up. Appraiser's Wrath would not connect even to Alpha. Mare on the other hand, slowing down Troll. Takes a poke out of, uses the regen. Now going back on their lanes, eyeing the turtle here. Huda has more vision and position. Troll is the only one here for the team of Saudi Arabia. That's the jump, that's the bouncing ball. Will he be caught off here? Tempest Blades will be used, damage pierced through to Troll. Huda gets the kill. Penalty zone on 2-3. The follow-up now, Mara still lives, but the Void Crystal secures the kill. Cuffin gets the score. Now Tarzan eyes on the turtle here. Cuffin as well and Sanji. Now Tarzan and Saudi Arabia gets the first objective of the game.
That was a picture-perfect penalty zone from Sanji there. Able to follow up on it, so they also not only managed to get a couple kills out of that whole interaction, they also get the turtle there. So now it's just this pendulum, right? The swinging back and forth. This is what we expected. Saudi Arabia showing up to this fight against a team like Egypt. And as we take a look at the items, things kind of situating, right? No first items just locked in just yet, but they're getting there, right? It's still early on, 3 minutes in. Still looking for their own setups in each individual lane that they can. Also, you gotta be watching out for these roamers. Maro's doing an amazing job just planning himself for the most part to provide that vision, right? Looking for his own setups with the revenges and the rages if he can, especially now that he's level 4. Big thing too, once again, is Troll, right? And some people might be like, well, was this the best option to pick an Arlott in the roam role? It works, it can work, but it really just depends if they can capitalize on it. It's actually a great interaction with having a penalty zone, having the real world manipulation to help you out, final slashing multiple members into where you need them to be, but that's easy on paper, right? What about once it's in the game, you have to be able to pull that off, and so far, we've seen glimpses of it, right? But still, as the game progresses, is this Arlott the best choice for that roam?
I did notice there was 4 tough boots present on Saudi Arabia. with quantum charges, that's the encourage passive that can actually give them an extra boost of damage. Knowing that there's no tank, there's no catcher of Saudi Arabia, this is an all-in composition that they can just utilize. Oh, that's a jump, missed the bush there with a pixel. On the other hand, they try to take on with an exchange of spams and skills. Mara, on the other hand, goes to the turret for protection. Now Speedy and Smile as well, present. On down bottom, XP is just doing the work. Look at that, taunting one. Smile could not escape this one. RWM being placed down, bursted and poking down 2 members.
Maro.
What a hug from Maro. Now 4 members of Saudi Arabia trying to iron 1 kill here. Appraiser's rat connected right in the face of Kufra. Tarzan secures the kill. Saudi Arabia to follow the damage up top. Void Crystal slowing down Speedy. Now he's slowing down right onto the escape, right onto the turret. With the energy shield, he could do just fine.
It looked so good for a moment there, right? I mean, even with Maro, but still, what a great response from Saudi Arabia there. Even for Tarzan to be exactly where he needed to be at the right moment, landing even at Appraiser's Wrath. Now he's going to secure the second turtle. Huda, defensive Tempest of Blades to get out of there. You can see the pressure, right? The pressure that is starting to build up for Egypt, but still, things aren't out of hand just yet.
So Maro slowing down Stroll, bouncing ball with exchange and spams right there. Purple secured by Huda. Now slowly getting to progress with the lead. Saudi Arabia has a small deficit, but in terms of the defenses, all turrets still up and just using this time to actually build up for their own toolkit, especially on the items. Right now, even for the marksman, let's focus on this, because right now we have 2 assists right onto Lark, and Speedy has his Endless Battle present.
And remember, as he just picked that up, Clint's one of those heroes, especially when he gets even, I would say Clint's more so one of those heroes that when you get 1 or 2 items, you kind of have to respect that damage early on. Meanwhile, you know, for example, like with Irithel, you need the time, right? You need the time, as it is even with like someone like Claude. But so at the same time, you can see that's why they're putting so much focus on the gold lanes. We see this a lot of the times too when you're trying to get an advantage. Let's say you have the Irithel on your team, you're trying to give that advantage to her to farm up as easy as possible. Maro though, once again, spotting out multiple members might be a trouble.
Starting to slow down with the Void Crystal. That's arguably being placed down. Maro falls down. And now Saudi Arabia now with a double Lark, amplifying his more of a damage as a marksman. Now Speedy here might be in trouble. Huda is there for the enforcement conceal. Will he be able to escape? No, he won't. That is a triple for the marksman of Saudi Arabia.
Man, as I was just talking about, Irithel needs time. You can just get rid of that entire statement.
How about that?
Lark just got 3 kills in a matter of a minute, and now it's going to be stacked, right? Maro still trying to help here.
Okay, from the back line, Alpha trying to spam out Cuffin, bouncing out 1, dropping down his HP. Bardats against 3, forced to flicker out, back to his defense. Turtle is up though, who gets it?
But right now, I think, you know, Saudi Arabia in the driver's seat, right? At this early point in the game, 7 minutes in, another turtle that's going to be 3 for 3. Egypt is not cut out to fight these skirmishes. Like these early skirmishes, they're not even full-on team fights just yet, right? They need to be in a position to actually hold their own. So, you know, realistically, what is that? More time for Speedy to get the items he needs. He's got only the Endless Battle for the most part, a little bit of defense, but you see it. They're clashing down a lot on that gold lane, kind of just keeping them there. Not only that too, but the fact that you have already Cuffin with the Ice Queen wand, making it super difficult to get out of that real world manipulation, you know, and that's what's happening. And then it follows up, like we said, with the Arlot when you have that final slash. So these are things that are getting out of hand quickly, right, at this point. So another big item pickup for Cuffin, the glowing wand now locked in here. And it's just going to make it that much more difficult for Egypt at this point, right? Leading into that first Lord here, they still got about a minute to farm up as much as possible. But either you find a pick or at least just continue to farm up. Maybe even give up the first Lord with this deficit. It's nothing crazy. We've seen actually worse deficits at this early point in the game, leading in that first Lord, so we'll see.
Alpha being slowed down by the Void Crystal 2. RWM now being placed onto the skirmish. Alpha is trying to escape this as well, but will he still make it through? No, that was 4. Ultimate, 3 ultimates used by Saudi Arabia to not get him back to the base.
See, that's too bad. And now Huda here trying to hold on to that mid turret the best he can. Clears out the minions, but, you know, either way, they're going to go ahead and knock down that tier 1 at that point. And that's the thing. You know what Alpha's trying to do, right, with this Uranus, but unfortunately, again, there's not much follow-up that can be had with the kind of lack in items that they have at this point, right? So you're 15 seconds away from the Lord. You're just trying to get what you can here across the map.
Yeah, Coffin is 1 XP ahead of Smile in terms of damage. Saudi has all things present right now to take on team fights against Egypt. So in the damage department, they could be relying on Speedy alone, or even from Huda. You have setups, you have a way to depreciate the health or even the region out of the team of Saudi Arabia, but most of the times you need to have damage. Look at that. Spams just completely an inch of damage from Tarzan. And by just holding the middle river here, Saudi is just eyeing on taking this objective for themselves.
Once again, they find themselves setting up here. Lord's now up. Like I said, Egypt has to answer the question, do we actually contest this? You can see it looks like they want to go for a conceal play if they have it available to them. Or looking for an angle themselves, right? They're going to have to be very careful how they approach it. Conceal was used.
Okay.
Do they enter?
Smile caught the ultimate of Terizla here. They have extra knockup. They have a penalty zone for themselves. Paired up with the ultimate of the Kufra. Okay. Taking or catching 2 or 3 more members out of this Lord take. A challenge though, but the damage right now, Saudi Arabia just hurt.
And just like that, once again, Lord's going to go ahead and reset. No one committing to it just yet. Huda's doing what Huda has to do. If he knows that he's not confident enough to actually go toe-to-toe, hold on, mid lane.
That's the combo, that's the flicker. Ult coming from a Kufra, 2 members down. Now being trapped RWM. Maro tries to bounce out, but Tarzan has eyes on target, being taunted down. He's not letting go. Tarzan is on a killing spree, 3-0 and 5. Having an advantage here for the Lord.
You see what just happened, OSX? Like, that was a moment where if they weren't this, this behind in terms of itemization, it's not, like I said, it's not anything huge, but with those low health bars, you couldn't actually capitalize off of it. And that's rough, right? Especially when you pick someone like this Ling that Huda has in his hands. We saw what it was like before. It was like night and day, right? The difference yesterday when he was just unleashing on the Fanny. The same thing can actually happen on a Ling, but the problem is you just had a harder early game than you had before, right? So at this point, what he's doing is the only thing that he can do. But look at that, a couple hits here from Coffin.
With a Scorch.
Yeah, it gets taken half health, right? That's just the way the cookie crumbles, basically, at this point, right? You gotta wait. There is Sanji to focus.
How does the penalty zone crumble upon Sanji? He still survived the onslaught, but
here he comes.
With a taunt and a save, Uda is gonna secure the kill. Sanji has fallen down, and Egypt takes the score out of Saudi Arabia.
Okay, looking at that too, they still working on the Lord. It should go down here rather quickly, but good that Huda was able to get the kill there. Still, and Tarzan was left up, and that was actually the right call. Like, let's not continue on with that, right? They want to go ahead and back off here. This is a great pickup here for Speedy, for Egypt, picking up the Malefic Roar. So at this point, for that Clint, he's got 3 items locked in. He's got the Blade, he's got the Endless Battle, he's got the Malefic Roar. So, damage department is there. Look what happens right across the board, right on time. Lark picks it up as well. So this is already off to pretty much a great start. Both of these marksmen online at this point, right? The only difference, once again, like I said, with Lark, technically has 4 fully built items. So at this point, you have to lock down Lark if you're Egypt. How do you do that? Well, that's kind of up tomorrow, and that's why, once again, you pick the Kufra, but it's always a risk in a way, right? You're trying to find those setups in your own right with the Rages and Revenges, and if you miss them, if you whiff them, then who else is going to set up for your team?
Not only that,
no
Dominance Ice, so you like, how do you even soak up a bit of a second from a T5, such as this Alpha being targeted down, using the damage coming from Troll. Tarzan is looking forward to maybe use the Razor's Wrath, but not connecting into the passive, not just yet, but Alpha is just completely trying to pull them off, right onto their own territory, just right there.
I'm trying to think too, in terms of like setting up potential, it really also did not just Morrow, like Smile could also play a role in this, right? Whether he's taking Cuffin's real world manipulation or he decides maybe I'll take the penalty zone. And also he could take the final slash too. Like there's so many options over here for Smile to utilize, but I think that's even more important, right? If Morrow is landing those things. If he's not, then at least you have Smile, but Smile's got to get the ultimate that he wants. That's the hard part. And so far, even Saudi Arabia, what we see them doing is just really playing defensively, not allowing Smile to get the ultimate that he probably wants. This all leads into now the Lord spawning here. We'll see how they battle it out. Cuffin with a big item pickup, Divine Glaive. He's going to hurt much more if any of these members in Egypt get locked into that real-world manipulation.
This is the game changer here. The ultimate of the Kufra could actually be a great amount of setup and a damage.
Yep.
But one thing that they're trying to target here is how will they find the damage dealer of Egypt. Right now it's just Alpha trying to pull them off the vicinity of this Lord. Antikyras has been taken by Tarzan. You have that extra deflector. Is again deplete damage right onto the defense for yourself. Now for Egypt here, they're not making the first move just yet. They're feeling it. Yeah, they might be going for it. We see some skills being charged up here, but onto the positioning, they're waiting for Saudi Arabia to finally or even strike first.
Okay, good choice. Still, both teams a little wary. Mario's going to jump in, finds Tarzan. Not really the target he wants here. Alpha taking quite a few hits. With as tanky as he is, he already had to use the consecration. And there you go. Again,
seeing Valentina Smile right on the corner, completely having a great amount of cover. That's the HUD coming in from Troll. What's the option now for Saudi Arabia? They have more tools to answer. Maro has completely fall back. There's no setup right from Egypt right now. Onto the take. RGM has been placed upon. Now Saudi Arabia is getting one more member. 1, 2, and a double for Lark. Small is the only one left, and Huda as well. That's a triple. That is a complete devastation of damage right onto Egypt.
Man, I said it takes time, right, for Airfield to build up. Well, Lark had the time. He's the only one that falls here after that triple. And now Saudi Arabia will be marching down the mid lane. They don't even want the Lord here. They might just take this down and then make the straight line for that Lord. It looks like they're going to go ahead and do that. Huda left to defend on his own as we take a look at the replay here.
One more rewind back.
One more rewind. Look at this. The setups were on point. Even utilizing that final slash, man, we were talking about Troll, right? With this Arlot pick, it ended up working out in that situation, allowing for that whole interaction to go down that way. So there you are. Once again, Saudi Arabia in control of this game, furthering that gold lead, furthering the dominance in this game 1.
13-4, we have the lead on to Saudi Arabia, a different beast we're seeing from the Asian Oceania qualifiers. Now it's still Alpha trying to make a zone out of a potential out from Saudi Arabia now. How will they answer with the damage? How will they answer? Will the surprise be coming from? There's a Terilsa with the penalty zone. There's Stroll, there's Lark. Now it's a 6-1-4. Kide standing man, that's devastating for damage. But just 2 members just strolling around. It's Huda as well, being hit to the final slash. Tarzan secures the objective, and it's go time for Saudi Arabia. Will they be in a pursuit? No, they won't. Maro charging up, getting in for a jump, but Coffin just completely secured the Winter Truncheon just in case things go wrong.
Better that they didn't actually commit to that, right? Just go back to the base here. Defend. You have pretty good clear for the most part, right? Clear things out and even put pressure on the side lanes. That's what Huda can do. Putting pressure, top or bottom. They have to deal with this Lord, though. Manage these waves the best spot. Look at Huda, dude. Look at him at the top side. There's 2 members there as well. They have to be careful with this. Might be better he goes back to the base here.
We've seen lane games, and even on the last minute, there's still clutch time being present. There's a threat imminent, even for this composition. Lord now knocking in the base. Now Alpha is just pulling and poking out the back line of Saudi Arabia. Final slash has been connected now. Taking down that turret out by Lark. Now secured Al-Kir. Maro goes down. Speedy as well. Making it 8 kills onto this marksman. Going in full feeding frenzy. Saudi Arabia now in the base of Egypt. How will they defend? But now the base being torn upon. It's game number 1. And it's taken by Saudi Arabia.
18 minutes in. Clean game from Saudi Arabia there. I gotta say, man, that is looking like an improved team from what we've seen before. Wow. Decisive. Like, every part of that game, they were controlling it, right, for the most part. And there might have been a time here or there where, Egypt looked like they had some fight in them, some life in them, but Saudi Arabia didn't let up. And it just looks like, again, when we're talking about what we saw yesterday from Egypt, man, it was, we were saying the same thing, like, whoa, where did this clean gameplay from Egypt come from? And they go and sweep that series yesterday. Here, it looks different, right? And again, these are two teams that know each other very, very well. We heard
being
it
in
on
the
stage.
same region, in the MENA region, meeting again in the world stage. A different story that we're seeing here, a different version of Saudi Arabia now taking the first point out of the game against Egypt. Wow, in this best of 3 game, a lot of things can happen, Naisu.
Still a lot that can happen, right? This is, again, game number 1 here out of this best of 3, the upper bracket match between two amazing teams. And in a way, too, like I said, Saudi Arabia, they were happy with the revenge yesterday. They're looking to prove a point again here, right? They want to go ahead and send Egypt to a lower match if they can. Now, I know we're going to be waiting here to see, who that MVP was, but out of the blue for Saudi Arabia, who would you put it? Do you think the Arlot troll pick was not troll and it was actually good?
We kind of doubted it in the draft. How will they get a catch? There's no tank. Kufra was the first choice of Egypt. And now we're looking at Arlot rocking the Brave Smite in the early game, having more amount of regen and HP, but just being in the front line. I think one of the great things that had coverage was the Encourage boots. Having 4 of them, the tough boots present in the members of Saudi Arabia. And I believe either the Arlot here could be the MVP. It's a game changer. It's not even a catch.
It's got to be Lark.
It's like either you commit something, either you make a gank or a pickoff. It's just an all-in composition, and yeah.
It's Cuffin.
Cuffin. Okay.
Wow.
Fine. It is 3-0-12, but just look at KP. Man, it's big.
Cuffin's like, come on, guys.
It's
what about me?
Yeah, I know Arnold has been nerfed by the ultimate, by covering his way of attempting that attack by the RWM coverage with an Enchanted Talisman, Ice Queen 1, and even Divine Leaf, and even this glowing one, complete magic penetration, Scorch Power, gave so much rate for the composition to even work without even having a great tank option.
This is just he was 3-0-12, right? And I feel like this was just one of those games for Cuffin that he had a relatively easier time just because, a lot of it was the entire team synergy. And this is what we talked about leading into the series. These teams that have been playing together for a while now and that have improved along their journey up to this point, it's clear, right? It's clear. And Cuffin here specifically, man, like a lot of the times, he's usually playing the Eve, if he gets his hands on it, he sets up those real-world manipulations perfectly, for the most part. And not only that, but just the fact that sometimes he just peels on time for Lark is what works out really well for them. So, great job there with MVP from Cuffin. I wouldn't be surprised once again. And I think this is why still, how long have we been here, OSX, where Eve is constantly prioritized in the mid lane. It's usually the Eve and Valentina.
No matter how many buffs or even nerfs that this hero has been getting, it's not even changing a thing.
Yeah.
It relies on composition, it relies on team fights, especially for the teams right now. We win some group stage for the playoffs. It's the identity of their own flavor that's being complemented.
It's just one of those heroes.
Amazing. I want to be Eve. Being versatile at every season.
Well, for a while, Arlot was Novaria. So we actually got that, the portrait up there. Honestly, refreshing to see the Arlot here come to play. So that was game number 1. Once again, we have game 2 upon us, but we are going to be taking a short break. So sit tight. We'll be back after this. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MLBB playoffs. Day number 2 here for IESF WBC 2023. Again, I am Naisu, joined here with OSX, and we are in this third match of the day, an upper bracket match between Saudi Arabia and Egypt. Saudi Arabia up 1 point right now. Technically, yes, match point in this best of 3.
We're in the upper bracket. Egypt just lost for this best of 3. But all of the possibilities that might show into the picks and drafts could change different things for this game. Now for game number 1, we had a great advantage for the draft of Saudi Arabia. There was no tank option. It was just the Arl being popped in for the first time, and it actually worked despite the changes. Composition-wise and Eve being present most of the times that it's available gives a lot of wonders, Naisu, and we can't count that out yet.
Can't count that out. The thing about the previous match too is, like we just kind of witnessed, even with the MVP, right, for Cuff in there, you want to figure out how do we control this, right? For the most part, the tools were there that they needed for Egypt. I just feel like too, locking in that Kufra early on, and Maro not being able to, like, yes, he landed, you know, he was finding some of the setups. He even had some of the great rages, you know, in some of the moments of the game, especially early on, but unfortunately too, it just, you got outscaled too fast, right? I mean, even having, for example, a Clint is great, but in that comparison between the Clint and the Irithel, we're like, all right, you know, Irithel needs a little bit more time. Clint gets online a little bit faster, but then boom, 3 kills for the Irithel, and it gets, you know, it kind of gets out of control at that point, right? Not only that, but like I was saying, with the junglers here, you have to be able to set the pace the way you want. I do feel like that this time around, the assassin choice for Huda was that Ling, and unfortunately, it just didn't work the way that he wanted to. In comparison to yesterday, where he dominated on the Fanny, right? And he had a showcase of it. And so I'm wondering, like, maybe the game plan here is to readjust, at least in terms of even the jungle, go for utility versus utility, if that is Fredrin being picked up. But then again, they should have the priority this time for game 2, right? We saw that Fredrin locked in right away over here for Saudi Arabia. We'll see how it flips up for game 2.
Utility, you say. Yesterday, we've seen Egypt used the Barretts.
Yeah, which was a surprise.
They countered even by a Paquito for the EXP, but it turned out great for Egypt yesterday in game number 2, up against Mongolia. So if you're looking forward to see something like in a utility, yeah, Barretts could be the option. Akai was banned even in their games yesterday. They banned themselves even, because at some points they're formulating more of their composition that can work around with the pickoffs or even knockups. Yeah, we're looking for different opportunities for Egypt's book to actually show. Okay, Valentina on the first one. Okay, an approach that we kind of caught it a second time around by Saudi Arabia. Takes it for themselves with the Fredrin.
With the old Fred. Yep. You know, surprisingly, Kadita has either been banned out or slipped through, but like we were discussing earlier, just because she's open doesn't mean you want to draft her, obviously, right, for the most part. Yeah, she's great for burst potential in a similar fashion like we see to Kaja before. It's almost a guaranteed numbers advantage, right, for the most part. So still want to be able to secure this, but there you go. That's what they needed here for Egypt. Maro getting his hands on this Franco, which just devastated yesterday. Signature pick. The response right away. This is happening fast, man. Saudi Arabia.
Second per second, then you pick your tank. That's why they banned out the Terizla, just giving way for the Franco to even show here. Pairing it with the Valentina and the Beatrix, we have more powerhouse to compensate for team fights and even pickoffs that Maro initiates. Well, he's good on the Franco. Respecting the hell out of it. Troll gets his hands on his Kufra. Exchanging the heroes. Now banning out the Martis. Good ban there for Saudi Arabia. Don't want to catch the one, the Asher Aura running into your back line here because there's no marksman yet, and they're keeping tabs on what could be the next move here. Wow. Not even finishing the timer right onto our screens. X-board banned out. They don't want penetration back at where Beatrix would be hiding from, even by behind Franco. I said this is one covered area that they're trying to utilize here for Egypt.
Now that we wait for this last couple bans out, you're still left to question, what does Huda want to take to the jungle here against the Fredrin. Does he opt once again for one of the available assassins? Does he play around with that, or does he meet it face-to-face with utility?
Good band though with the Lancelot.
Yeah, but still, you know, there's options, right? Does he want to go for the Ling again? I think Saudi Arabia's like, yeah, if you want to go for it, go for it, right? But they're covering their bases here, man. This is the lineup that I was talking about, the beefy boys.
Oh, yes.
The 3 durability heroes here, and then on the response right there is a Barretts and a Hylos. So they are also technically quite beefy over here for Egypt in terms of just durability, tankiness. They have it all here. But how will this work? The Hylos.
Wow, we were talking about that earlier on how would Egypt open their book from the group stage till the playoffs. They show something new. And with this, sustain, pick off.
I'm kind of surprised though, because if this was your game plan for Egypt, I would have banned out the carry instead of the Claude. Give them the Claude, not the carry. That's these tanky boys' worst nightmare.
You don't want that shredding power scaling from minute 5 to even 10, depending on how they amplify this marksman. You're right. You're ready to face more of a carry than the Claw. Let's see how this goes, because with the Hylos here, you have enhanced movement speed, you have great setups from the Glorious Pathway. Let's see how this mix goes, because again, we're out in the upper bracket in a best of 3. Things could go differently if they want to use another one from their own books.
Yeah, we've seen it before, right? Both of these teams very familiar going the distance in the series that they play, and like we heard them on stage before the series even started, they know each other very well. And I wouldn't doubt that Egypt can make a quick adjustment from that game 1 to here they are. Game number 2, it's match point for them. They don't want to take that defeat, right? They don't want to have that chance of being swept, which they did yesterday. So this game plan that they've drafted for themselves here for this matchup is actually great. It just depends on how they execute it. We love to see the Barretts, right? We love to see them yesterday. Now we get to see them again today. Very good obstacle that stands in the way of a lot of these teams. You pair it up with the fact that you have huge pick potential with the Franco, and now my biggest question is, where does Hylos fit? How does he work?
In the jungle.
He's in the jungle. This is, still a great option, but how can you utilize this? And at the same time, we don't see too much Hylos. He has popped up here and there around the world in other tournaments, and even, possibly through the group stage, if I recall right. But he's not played often. And you pair it up with someone like the Barretts, who's also not played super often. How does this work? We saw this yesterday, OSX, when the Ballman came out. Let's hope that it works for Egypt. That's what we have to hope for.
We'll leave the playstyle, even the mix right here for Egypt. We're going in for a pause. We could speculate the possibilities here. The Hylos or Huda has the concussive blast. They have a way of utilizing the focusing mark onto Franco. So this is kind of like an all-in invade. Once you have a hook, that's where you get your team into the gank or even for a team fight. But for the side, or even for Saudi Arabia's composition, you have the rough waves, you have the Ocean Audi for knockup. You actually have 3 CCs to deal with.
Yeah, you have a lot.
Edith, you have Kufra, you have Karata. Well, just as that. And in the hitting level 4, Coffin, being the MVP on the last game, if he utilizes more of his rotation, having the boots first, that could be a problem for Egypt's lineup to even scale.
That would be my main concern, here. Once again, Coffin, the performance he had in the previous game was amazing. And you put a hero like this Kadena in the hands of someone like that, right? With the performance. Actually, it's been rather consistent for Coffin for the most part. And if he's able to just kind of get these early kills on a Kadena, putting pressure on really like the main targets over here would obviously either be, you got your mid lane, you can either go for Smile or obviously you can go for Speedy. Those are your main 2 options. They have a ton of CC like you mentioned to help with that, and if they can find those early kills, snowball kind of out of control here, it's a lot to deal with, right? But eventually...
Huge amount of CC, man. Even a taunt.
Yeah, the taunt is great as well, but eventually you have to kind of figure out, how do we deal with this Kadena, man? And sometimes it's just getting to that later portion of the game when for the most part, you at least have an Athena's shield or you have some magic resistance to help you out with the burst. and then it gets increasingly difficult, and then you have to start relying on the conceals, right? So in that sense, it's really up to Egypt to set the pace here, because as long as you avoid the Kadita early on, you should be able to find your own sets, right? With having a Franco, you have the option to find those pickoffs.
That's a great question. How do they deal with a great amount of CC and burst? Specifically for Kafin, Kadita being present into this draft, with the Beatrix present on Egypt, that is their damage. That's their complete winning condition. You say Franco here could be the answer with the focusing mark. Once he gets on point with his hooks, feed it right away to the Beatrix.
He had the focusing mark, right?
He had, yeah.
He had it. Okay,
he has
that's
it
what
right
I
now.
love.
So with that, either he gets, well, he advances or gives more time or even kills to that Beatrix to compensate damage. Because looking at the Hylas, looking at the Barretts, more likely for like, it's a go time attack and disable one with the Tonus Welcome for the players of Saudi Arabia. But for that, with all three heroes being in a utility or having a great amount of CC, you have to kind of want to have a great amount of damage, either starting from minute 4 to even 7. If that fails, and if you're going to put your bet on to the later stage of the game, you might as well survive the early onslaught or even stage that Saudi Arabia can give to you.
Yeah, I should say that too, you know, in the sense of Lark and what we've seen from Lark so far up to this point. Just the fact that he got his hands on the carry against this lineup is definitely tough to deal with, right? If he's able to get these early kills. Like I said, most of these games, the gold lane experience is what you're trying to have here. And if that happens, a couple early kills. This is either way, though, for Speedy. But I feel like with the lineup that you have already, there's 3 durable heroes, and you're up against a carry, you know how devastating it can be if she gets these early kills, right, and starts shredding that front line. Because the reason why that Barrett's worked out so well yesterday, OSX, is there was no answer for the tankiness, right? There was no carry across from it. And at the same time, Barrett's is only one of the 3 that you have to deal with, right? So not only do you have to work around with having a little bit of a lesser range than a lot of these marksmen, but still, as long as you can deal with that, that would be a best-case scenario for Egypt here.
Yeah, you would really want to have that vision early game. You don't want to get disrupted. You don't want to be disturbed in the first place. A lot of ways to really see on how Saudi Arabia could have a different diversion plan against the early game of Egypt. You might as well not get in your head and just focus on your lane, because with that you can either set a good momentum or even. You can even rely for your Franco. With this hero being present in the hands of Franco, I think this could go, we can have a brighter chance for even them to funnel on the kills on the Beatrix.
Yeah, again, I think that's key, right? Anytime you have the Franco paired up with the Beatrix, focusing mark as well, that's what you're hoping for. And that's always the thing, though. In a way, too, Franco is risky, right? Because once the hook is down,
you're down.
I guess you have a plan B.
Flicker, bloody hunt.
Yeah, but which is more than a lot of, I guess, pick-off potential heroes have, which is great. But still, obviously, that's what you're going to be doing if you're Maro. And if you look back at the history of Maro on this hero, the Franco, it is a signature pick. It's something that he loves to play. It's something that he's consistently been great on. So in IESF alone, he's had the statistics there in his favor. So that is, again, something they can play around with. And, as they get things situated here for Team Egypt, it looks like, basically, that's what we want to see unfold, right? We just jumped in the game. So as the game progresses, I would say, so far from what we've seen, man, is either teams deciding, like, okay, these turtles are coming up here. Do we just give them up? Like, in the current state of the game, yeah, we either see these trades going on. Not so much, I wouldn't say it's so much where you have these full-on fights for turtles, for the most part. Like, you're either trying to see if they're willing to give it up. Hold on. We're back into the game. And so, yeah, we're 1 minute in, right?
Wait.
Jumping in there, too. You can see, right? Maro, like I said, placement-wise, they're trying to get in a position early on. But, for the most part, that first turtle might be the most action-packed turtle, depending on how the course of the game goes.
Yeah, we have a few seconds for the first turtle to show up. But to point out here, Flicker has been used by Alpha. heading before the pause. So probably this is just you're trying to make use of the early game rotation that they can cover where the tracks of Coffin would be. He's not yet on level 4, but in the minute that they have, or the second that they have the turtle into the presence of this game, they could actually make use of the ultimates to actually give away of an advantage in team fights. 8 seconds for the turtle, and we have seen positioning here, or even the presence of Alpha just by holding his lane against Sanji and Tarzan.
Okay, as they get prepped up, turtle now up. Everybody pretty much trying to get that level 4 as much as possible, give them as much advantage as they can. Both junglers starting this up. It is going to get a little reset here. Alpha also quite beefy already. Troll going to charge up. They go for it.
Okay, what could be the answer? We have the glorious battery being set up. Coffin, though, with a fall to the rough waves. Will this be the burst that they needed? Yes, Troll gets the kill. Now Saudi Arabia takes the first blood. Turtle, though, is up for the taking, but we have the Tonus welcome right onto the wall. Troll can't do anything much, but Tarzan secures the objective. Wow, great start for Saudi Arabia.
Great decision making there. Saudi Arabia able to get the turtle, able to get the first blood, going in the hands of Troll here. And you saw it, man. This is exactly why Kadita is picked up. You saw the burst potential that early on, and that's what's so devastating, right? Kadita's burst early on is such a nuisance to deal with. You kind of already have to play defensively with it, build some early magic resistance if you can, and there you have it, right? So with that, they'll continue to try to control some of this game. There's a hook.
Missed the landing, but now you have been taken right into the turret defense of Egypt. Huda gets the first point for his team. We're talking about that CC, man. For Kadita, as a Kadita user myself, early game you would want to have that momentum. You want to have that item being built upon. You need to have that extra attributes to burst. Oh, good hook. Another follow-up. The Coffin's being caught. Use the breath or even the ocean oddity to just have a safe passage out of that takedown.
Got to stay alive here for Cuffin. Like we said, that MVP performance from game number 1. Putting the pressure here on the top side. Maro.
Another great hook for this Franco. Glorious pattern being set up. It's go time for Egypt. Speedy takes the kill. Finally, it's skirmish. Right on to the burst of Coffin. He takes down one. That's Speedy, the marksman of Egypt. Now, this could be a pursuit. Mara's just walking through. He's looking for safety right onto the bush. Now he's being poked down by Tarzan, being taunted. He's still safe. He's just trying to walk away, but he won't escape this one. Tarzan secures the point now. 3 members trying to eye on Alpha. The Tonus welcome. Will this be the path of escape for him being knocked up? Troll secures the kill. Alpha falls down.
It's a bloodbath right here, right? Troll's on fire, though. Doing a great job here on this Kufra pick. Now that it's 2-4, still though, economy-wise, pretty much even gold across the board, but in the hands of the right members here, right? Speedy also picking up a kill is great. We're gonna take a look at the replay here, how things unfolded. Maro landing that hook once again. Look at the pressure there. Flickers come through, ultimates as well. Able to find marks, but Cuffin once again on the Kadita. Gets multiple knockups, and the follow-through comes there. Maro gets chased down, and like I said, back and forth between both teams. Turtle secured, though.
Speaking of which, action is going to break through here. Huda here is falling down the hands of Coffin, using that ultimate right onto the burst. Egypt right now would really want to find an avenue to take that objective or even for a trade. But now, second turtle goes in the hands of Saudi Arabia.
So I think at this point, again, another turtle secured here. It looks like, I mean, scaling-wise, too, we'll have to see Cuffin what his first item is going to be locked in. It might be Clock of Destiny if he decides to go that. I know he's got a little bit of penetration already, too. You can see it. And having Lethal Ignition, I mean, for the most part, man, we don't see too many heroes right now, at least in the playoffs, rolling with Lethal Ignition. A lot of, you know, just a lot of quantum charges, a lot of rage, pure rages there. And it works, right? It works for them. But at the same time, the burst potential with Kadita alone has to be your #1 priority to deal with for Egypt. How do you do that? There, it's the Genius Wand, actually, so even more, right? That magic damage is going to hurt.
Magic
and it works
reduction,
actually really
that's
well.
going to hurt, man.
It works great, too, even having Needith on your team with the Primal Wrath comes through. So, with that being said, the gold lead continues to build up. Let's see if there's a counterplay here. Maro goes through.
Somebody's trying to recall. Ultimate now being shoved upon Maro's face. Coffin used the rough waves. Bursting one. Now Lark being pushed on the defense of their own turret. They have committed the ultimate of Huda here. It's just go time always. Once they see a target, they just commit to it right away. But there is a possible clapback of Saudi Arabia they can utilize once a step has been committed by Egypt. Just as that, Tarzan is trying to poke Huda, and Speedy is here as well, trying to use those hits to actually make some damage work right into the turret. Now they're just giving up on this one. Saudi Arabia takes a turret out up top.
So given the situation, even with this quite tanky lineup, you can see they're lacking damage, right? At this early on, they're lacking some damage here, even with rolling with the focusing mark and landing a hook or two here and there. It's just not enough, right? At this point, it's not a big goal disparity, but still fighting for these objectives. You're seeing it here. Lark picking up the golden staff now, fighting for this third turtle. Who's going to grab it here?
Let's see who gets it. It's going to be Tarzan, still securing the third turtle of the game with a knockout. Whoa, good hook right onto Mara. Will this be the fight if they're waiting for Coffin? User of waves to burst down one. Tarzan takes one, takes two. Huda falls down. 3 members out of Egypt. Now they're trying to get one more. They've taken out a turret. Now Daytona's welcome will still be helpful right now, but it's not yet available for Alpha. Now this time around, he's going to be now slowed down, even in his own turret, trying to buy time for his safety. And Saudi Arabia once again took out another turret down bottom.
Man, Saudi Arabia, 3 turtles, just clean sweeping on that regard. They've got 3 turrets. They've got the space advantage to work around. And not to mention, Cuffin is massive, just like we saw in the previous game. He's now 4-0 and, 5 here. Even looking at the replay, it was great, right? But look at this. Sanji already used that Primal Wrath. He gets eaten up with the Daytona's welcome, but still, they go for it now. Looks like Huda wants to make a play here.
Troll, his HP bars are dropping. Now being stunned, Lark flickers out for safety. Now trying to use the bouncing ball, cancel out. Speedy takes the kill. Egypt slowly isolating members of Saudi Arabia. Now going back to their lanes, they want to clear some minions. They felt some damage there. Even Lark used out a resource. Speedy, on the other hand, I think this is the items that you're waiting for. Is this a damage? Is the damage departing now online for Team Egypt?
Speedy needed that kill. He's only got the BOD. He's working on his next item here. But that's crucial, right? That actually can convert into some kills. They're going to make a play up top.
Wow, right onto the turret, using the glorious path with Daytona's welcome onto the defense now, dropping down the health. Alpha falls down, Speedy takes the kill. Alpha falls down to Lark on a spree. That's 2 kills onto this carry. Now with the hook, amazing pick off. Coffin now is trying to go in down deep. Rough waves complement the burst with a recall span right at Smiles, going back to his own defense. Now 4 members of Saudi Arabia just pushing through, taking out 4 from Egypt. Now Troll might be jumping. Yes, he will. They're not letting go of Smile. But this time around, Egypt is letting go a tower up top.
Everywhere you look, Saudi Arabia is making moves, right? And now they're making a move here, quickly taking out this first lord of the game. Even after you take a look at the items here, now they've managed a 6K gold lead. After they were holding things close together, you know, Egypt was hanging in there, but in a blink of an eye, things have clearly gone in favor of Saudi Arabia. Now that they get ready to march up with this first lord of the game, they're going to go ahead and work on these tier 2 turrets a little bit further. Lark at this point too, exactly where he needs to be, also buffed up with the orange buff, primed and ready for this fight. They can force this too. Again, that's the power of this lineup that they have, whether it's Troll, whether even if it's Cuffin. If Cuffin decides to go in for it with that rough waves, with that petrify combination, even if he doesn't get a kill, which is highly unlikely, he will at least get some of these spells out, some of these ultimates out from Egypt. You can see them set up here. Troll's going to charge in.
Not used the flicker. Iron Hook has been committed as well. Second tier turret in mid might be taken by Saudi Arabia. All waves pushing from all lanes right now. There's a lord up top. This might be Egypt trying to clear out the problem right now in this objective push. 5-13, they take on the second tier turret, leaving them 3 turrets for their defense. Look at that, items being picked up. 3 members present. We have more burst, we have more defense, and more shredding power.
Okay, so with that being said, they picked up key items, key pickups here. You saw that, the Divine Glaive locked in. Wind of Nature as well, but the bright side here, Speedy, right? Speedy had just picked up the Malefic Roar. So he's at a point now, he's got the BOD, he's at least got the Malefic Roar. He still needs a little more time. It's 11 minutes in here. There's a hook from Morrow.
There is the action now, bit of follow-up. Coffin now is being taken down. That's two-man knock-up. What a good setup! Right in from Saudi Arabia. What's the follow-up now from Team Egypt? They'll look at the damage. They're looking Ion, but speed on the back line, trying to poke on Troll. Troll's dropping down low. Tarzan as well from the back line. Huda trying to hold over the damage. Now what will be the answer here? Tarzan is now falling, dropping low. Members of Egypt right now are trying to take on this opportunity now with the damage. It's Egypt clutching through this 11 minutes now into this game. Right onto the sword. Sanji's the only one left from that team fight.
Wow, hopefully we're going to replay there because Egypt just came out swinging, taking multiple members down right before that played out. I said he's got a couple items, he might need a little more. Well, now he should be able to have it because that was a great swing in their favor. They pretty much just mitigated the gold lead that was built up for Saudi Arabia. Look at that, the hook was there. They take care of Coffin. That's why Saudi Arabia lost a ton of damage. Great setup from Troll though. But look at the response. Sanji even goes in, tries to force out Speedy, but great flicker defensively, able to bob and weave his way out of there, and finds the kills that he needs. Great micro there from Egypt, and especially from Speedy with that double. They're looking good. They closed the gap a little bit. They're in a prime position to contest this Lord here. Saudi Arabia knows that they still have somewhat of a lead, but they have to play this carefully. It's getting dangerous for them.
Yeah, setups now could still be present. Look at that Troll being caught up by the Bloody Hunt, and with this damage connecting all to the tank of Coffin. Now the burst has been used. We have the rough waves, but there will be follow-up here. Now Egypt will be on the retreat. 3-man stun there from on the mid. Lark secures the kill. Alpha falls down, and now Saudi Arabia has more eyes here onto the objective. 3-man down for Egypt. This gives them way to get the objective and going for a push.
Welcome to the pendulum, right? That's the way it swings here, and that just went back in favor of Saudi Arabia. They're going to go ahead and secure themselves this next Lord. Getting ready to march in here. Lark, now a problem. Sanji, deathless, right? He has not gone down yet on this Edith. Has had an amazing game so far. And even if you just watch Sanji, a lot of times, the way he's putting pressure on the back line, specifically Speedy here, is working out magnificently, right? Now as they get ready for this Lord to march in, you're going to have to see. Egypt's got to stay together, right? They're going to have to use these concealed plays. Sanji could be in trouble here.
Oh, being deathless, will this be the first death of Sanji? He has the immortality, but that's 4 members of Egypt. No, you won't be escaping that one. That's immortality being used upon. Now that is just the first takedown of
they're gonna get
Edith
cut off
just now, and by just looking at the back line here, they're going to be cut off here for the ambush. Troll jumping in, trying to hold on and take on Alpha. Hook will not connect. Mara as well, looking for an avenue to get a chance for the setup. Now look at that, Lark throwing down a frisbee of damage right at Alpha. That's a big, huge barrage right there. Alpha has just shredded out of defense coming from the carry.
Okay, now they're going to make it work on the Lord. Troll goes in.
What a good setup, what a good hug right onto the mark. So now Troll is now bouncing out. Shut down from Coffin. No Valentina for Egypt. Glorious pathway has been committed, opening up more avenues for Saudi Arabia to slowly push in the base.
Great job from Egypt here. Still holding on to these inhibitor-based turrets a little bit longer. They're a couple hits away, but they know they got to be careful. Saudi Arabia could be hooked at any point when it comes to these defenses here. So they have to play around that. You see that, right? Even with that second Lord, they were not able to get fully into the base. They got the top one down, the mid and the bottom nearly taken out as well.
There was a conceal, and there was a cyclone eye being used. They were trying to have an attempt there for the back line, but decided to not do so. There's no opportunity, even the Lord yet. So they were sensing in a way that there was something doing a clear down bottom, and they just wanted to secure the objective, even the opportunity to take down one against Saudi Arabia.
Now at this point, again, once for both of these teams, it's still a ways away for that Lord to come up. But will it be even more important now that it's going to be the third one of the game? If they can find a pick, either team here, crucial. That's what you see them doing at this point. Trying to find setups, whether that's with conceal, whether it's not, right? Now, really, both teams have great initiations. If they don't want to play around with the conceal, if they want to just find their own initiation angles, they can. There's multiple ways on both sides to do it. But it might just be better off at this, given the situation. Given the fact that Saudi Arabia is at match point here for this series,
Yeah.
just fight it out. Fight out that Lord, contest it the best you can, and full force it, right? But really, it comes down to managing even these side waves, right? Put the pressure top and bottom. You see even that tier 2 just barely hanging on there for Saudi Arabia. Look at this, Alpha. Maro goes in.
Bloody Hunt has been connected to Coffin, being bursted down by the members of Egypt now. It's just complete mayhem onto Saudi Arabia. How are they going to bounce back from this? Lark as well, being used as bait there. Huda takes the kill. Now Tarzan's being hooked as well. Another
Maro.
great follow-up from Maro here, but Egypt is utilizing this mistake that Saudi Arabia has made. Now Tarzan's dropping low. 2 members trying to get him for the defeat and retreat, but Tarzan is not going to let that one away. Speedy secures the kill, and just as that, Egypt maximizing the window of Saudi Arabia committed. Now they're at the base.
Don't count them out. They're going to charge up, trying to buy as much time as they can here. Sanji doing his best. Troll as well. Can they hold on?
That is a good hold. They're still making it work. Coffin, on the other hand, will the rough waves be the answer to buy more time for his team, to have a retribution for this
Lark's
one?
up.
Huda as well, gonna fall back. Coffin and Lark, this is a chase.
Wow.
This is a pursuit. Huda falls down. Will be Alpha, the next target here of Lark. Oh, he missed. Connecting his base. He had attack from that purple. He was so close, but there's minions right now marching the base of Egypt.
They're going to march down. Looks like they're just giving a call, running it down mid. They want to get that turret down. 3 members for Egypt are down. Can they defend? Quickly looking at the replay here. An amazing defense. Look at Troll. Huge setup there, buying tons of time with that rage. Now Alpha in trouble.
That is the shredding power right now of Lark. Carry on the late game. The answer, the phase of Saudi Arabia to make things work right now. Damage, even the gold deficit right now is not too far, but they have an advantage now in taking this Lord for themselves. No defenses present for Egypt. This is the window. Yes, they have few hiccups. How will this work for Egypt?
Man, Troll. What a defense there alongside Sanji. Now that's going to go ahead, secure themselves another Lord here.
Just reacted by conceal to conceal, bro. Completely having a sense of somebody might get taken down.
Maro, okay, not going to land the hook there. Base is fully exposed. Lord will be marching down shortly. And now that we had that whole exchange, some of these immortalities have been down. They have. Really, it just comes down to this. Can Egypt pull it together? Can they stay alive long enough? Can they do exactly what even Troll and Sanji just did, but with full force here? Possibly even finding a pickoff early on. That might be what they're looking for. Lark did go down.
Oh, Huda used the ultimate there, scare off members of Saudi Arabia. Lark falls down though. 40 seconds for the Shredder to
Without
aptly
Lark,
respond. Wow, dude, this is a window of Egypt right now to even utilize against Saudi Arabia. The damage right now of Sanji is not enough without Lark, so now they need to buy more time to wait him recall back in his team fight.
That's crazy, right? Lark went down at the worst possible moment. Again, they were looking to push in there with that Lord. Not able to do it because of the fact that Lark went down. Also just picks up that Wind Nature, has that available to him now. But still, you got to be careful on the positioning, the placements. It's neck and neck at this point, almost to the 20 minutes into the game. Gold and economy pretty much even here. Everybody has what they need at this point, right?
Lark gets back.
It comes down to the fact that you have to watch out for these initiations, especially from Maro. Maro so far has been on point. He also now has the immortality. He's got to wait a little bit longer to have that flicker available because that is such a deadly combination alone. The flicker with the Bloody Hunt, and there has to be a response, a counterplay available here for Saudi Arabia. Even taking a look at the items, right? It's pretty much locked in for the most part. There's also a couple winter truncheons here over for Egypt with the Hylos, with the Barretts to buy a little bit more time in these fights, not to mention even for Smile. The response too from Saudi Arabia is they're more opting for, obviously, those immortalities. They have the damage and the penetration that they need with their multiple items. Now, really, what's the timing here for Lark? Is that Wind of Nature enough for him defensively? You know, he's got that, he's got Flicker. That's about it. He has to rely on the rest of his team to peel for him.
That's a good point, right? Lark right now has immunity Will the immortality be enough? Will the physical damage, immunity be enough? Because at some point, like early on, the first thing that get caught off in the hook was Coffin. Troll used the ult with the flicker. What a combo with all the rough waves. What a burst coming from Saudi Arabia. Mara responds in with the bloody hunt. Now with the follow-up here, Sanji's used the primal wrath. This is complete magic damage. Two-man knock, a follow-up here. Just right by Saudi Arabia. HP bar still dropping down. But look at the damage coming in from Egypt. Tarzan falls down. Troll takes down Alpha with a flicker right onto their own territory. Sanji low on health just right now with a follow with the burst. Immortality has been used. Wow, 2 members down. The trade to 1 in Tarzan was the only casualty for Saudi Arabia.
Man, did you see the hook?
That was
right into the form of Ida. I don't know if we're going to catch that in the replay there. Let's see if it happens. What a great setup from Troll here. Once again, having a massive game on the Kufra. And this is a prolonged fight, right? For the most part. They get cut off too, utilizing that Hylos ultimate, and there you go. Look at this, just back and forth. They really can't commit just yet. This is gonna be the hook. Let's see it. Yeah, Sanji goes in to the form, able to survive too, somehow, with a sliver of health.
That is by far the longest hook I've seen in this playoffs.
Yeah.
He just get over here, right on the Ida. He pulled out a huge robot onto the fight, completely buying more time. It's all about the recon, it's all about the region. How do you even recover? No, they're back again for another Lord take, a dance we're about to see.
Lord here is up. Crucial one to take. You can see the positioning for both teams. What you can expect at this point is some form of a concealed play coming through. Egypt getting in position. There's the response. Saudi Arabia looking for an angle here. Troll once again.
Troll coming in from behind. Okay, not committing to that jump. Resets. Immortality present for Lark.
Look at the push too. They have to handle this push in the top lane. Egypt cannot leave this. They know it. They have to send someone back to the base. They're going to lose out on a number advantage right now. It's Smile's job to do it. Saudi Arabia knows it.
They missed the chance to knock off Alpha here, but will they be defending or will they be getting Mara with hook with the Belhion connecting? That was Lark. The marksman of Saudi Arabia flickers out for safety. Now the Lord, who's going to take it now? We have the door pathway being used. It activates. Troll stun Speedy from behind. Force the flicker out. Now Immortality is used by Lark. It's go time with Saudi Arabia, but their health is so low right now. How could they even defend this? Double kill onto Smile though. Waves pushing in top to bottom. Will it be the objective? Will it be the chase? Egypt now is being forced to recall back.
Huge moment there for Egypt. Looking to run it down. They might just say, let's get the Lord for safety. They know that Lark is not available here, Sanji as well. Does Saudi Arabia just let this one go? They've got to go ahead and clear that lane. They're trying to get some information that they need. It might just be better that they let it go and defend with their full force of team. Luckily for Saudi Arabia, they had those turrets down in Egypt, so they at least have some pressure from those minions going in. But you can already see it, right? We're at that 24-minute mark. There's not too many games we get to this point currently, and when it happens, you see these potions being picked up. Everybody has all the items they need. You're gonna see some items being juggled around, especially when you're talking about immortalities, plus the Winter Trojans. It's up to this defense. This is a very strong Lord push here for Egypt, looking to take us to game 3.
What a hook coming in from Marrow, changes everything. Now there's no burst potential of Saudi Arabia, right into the mercy and defense of their own base. Egypt is clearing waves, Lord pushing in, stunning Sanji out of the equation. Tarzan trying to hold this. Troll looking for a way to jump here. Oh, Coffin being the first one to go down. No burst from Saudi Arabia. Now they're left to defend with 4 members.
They gotta clear this wave still. They have to take care of this. They're gonna go ahead and lose these turrets. Troll's gonna go ahead and charge up. A couple more minions to handle. Lark has a whole nother wave to deal with. They gotta put a front here.
Sanji just dropping low. Speedy is on a killing spree now. Troll is looking for a way to hold this once again. Canceling out the jump. Now the base is open. Mara with the Bloody Hunt and the pull. It's Lark. Speedy guessing with a mega kill. That's 13 kills onto this marksman, and Egypt bounces back and pushes this match for a game number 3.
What a performance there from Egypt, and you wouldn't have it any other way for these playoffs. 3 games going the distance here now for a 1-for-1. between two amazing teams that we saw perform yesterday, and they're here to perform today too. What a reset for Egypt, exactly what they needed, and now you're left to question, what does game 3 ahead of us have in store, right? Again, this is an upper bracket game, so whoever does get the loss here for the series, they're not out. But what a way to start here, right? If you can go ahead, secure yourself that win, and this matchup move forward, it's a great thing. And I gotta say, you can see the players discussing here, right? Because Saudi Arabia, man, they have improved. It's apparent they've improved from when we last saw them compete. And at the same time, the synergy is there for both of these teams. I feel like that statement can go for both of them, and that's what's great. But clearly, for Saudi Arabia, having moments in this game where they had the lead, they were making great things happen. And then it just kind of slipped out of their hands. It's got to be a little frustrating, right? So
I feel that, yeah.
Hopefully, again, this is why we have these breaks later on that they go through, because they need to mentally reset, right? Let's take a look at this game, number 2, MVP. It's going to be none other than the man himself, Speedy, on this Beatrix. 13-4-7. OSX, you called it at the end of the game there. Massive game for him in the gold lane.
13 kills on to the late game. They maintained their way of crossing the bridge. We were talking about this in the draft. The Beatrix is the only winning condition of Egypt. How do you amplify that? Well, you need to get good hooks, and Maro is just doing it perfectly over and over again and feeding all the kills onto the Beatrix. It's not even over till it's over, even for this marksman being so versatile, even for the late game, a lot of comeback potential. And wow, Speedy, he got caught there. He even was stunned by Troll in getting that Lord, and they still managed to pull through.
Like, that's the thing. It was just amazing for both teams. Can't wait to see what's ahead of us. But we are going to be taking a short break here before we go to game 3. Sit tight. We'll be back after this. And welcome back here to the caster desk for MLBB Playoffs Day number 2 for IESF WBC 2023. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with me is OSX, and we are deep into a best of 3, the upper bracket between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. And it's been back and forth. What an amazing game we had previously for game 2. How are we feeling, OSX?
I am witnessing top tier MLBB experience. Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Just by being in the upper bracket, nobody's letting one slip with a 2-0. 3 games.
3 games.
We see game 1 being favored of Saudi Arabia. We see them also being favored in game number 2.
Yep.
But Egypt, seeing more of the potential in those small windows, gave so much way for them to bounce back.
And so that begs to question.
Amazing games, bro. I just got to tell you.
How do either of these teams adjust from that, right? Because so far from what we've seen in game 1, game 2, it's anyone's game, really, for the most part, right? And I did love exactly what they decided to do for the draft this time, but still, I think a big playmaker for at least Egypt here was obviously Maro. He sets the pace. Anytime, man, when we were in the draft, this is exactly what we said. Maro gets his hands on the Franco. That's a signature hero that literally he has built some of his reputation on.
That was banned in game number 1. Respecting the Franco was let loose in game number 2. We've seen the longest hook right here in Yash with that Franco.
Yeah.
It just happened here. And that could be respected in the draft in game number 3.
Literally, technically, the hook went upward because it like grabbed Edith going into the robot.
Just imagine pulling the weight of a robot.
That was the animation, yeah. Crazy, right?
Eve
only in ISF.
If only Eve could have ejected with a primal wrath. I know at some point that the game would actually do that, but it was just, once you get caught by the hook of Maro, it's just the end. Either you bounce back for that, either...
That's not even the iron hook anymore, it's the Maro hook.
Even he lost the hook, the Maro hook. Yeah, right. The Maro hook. And at some points that we see that he used it by mistake or even miscalculation on when to land that hook, it was just the bloody hunt and the flicker. Having the right target, having the right even position on Lord takes. Micro-wise, macro-wise. Hats off to these 2 teams, man. These 2 teams, 2 countries, now on a tiebreaker match.
And as you said, they know each other well, right? If you missed out some of the interview questions that was asked by him by Fallout earlier, and by Waxen earlier, the whole thing kind of came into place. The story is, they know each other very well. They have studied each other's playstyle very well from similar regions. And again, the improvements that these 2 teams have made up through their journey up to this point in the tournament is impressive. It's very well apparent when you just watch them. And why I like to see matches like this, of course, I love our powerhouse teams, OSX. I do, right? I love to see them. But, there's a certain type of, when you have these matches with these type of countries that have clearly improved over the months, over the years of competitive MLBB, it's just a sight to see, right? A scrappy matchup that can turn into anyone's favor. It's like literally a pendulum. And you see some amazing gameplay, some amazing things come through. Not only that, but I love the changes in some of these draft picks, right? Some of these heroes that are more prominent in other regions than what maybe we're used to seeing personally, right? I love the fact that we actually see the Hylos come through. We actually did see a Barrett's come through, but at the end of the day,
we're talking about it.
Egypt.
Game number 2.
Yeah, game number 2. Egypt, though, pulling through. I wouldn't be surprised, too, if this draft for game 3, they just go ahead and get rid of Maro's pick. Get rid of the Franco.
Well, yeah. Even Coffin's pick on the Karita, it was so a massive amount of damage in the early game. It was a good Karita game, but if you let that late game window happen to the opposing side when they have a Beatrix, that's where just the things comes to show that is just a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
And it's a problem.
Well, with that, as you can see, smiles on their faces. They should be proud of the performance previous game as they get set up and primed and ready for game 3 here. Once again, what's on the line, whoever loses will move down to face off in the lower bracket. Now here, looking to move forward one step closer to claiming the championships here. And again, you know, at this point, when you're just representing your country, there's a lot of pride in that. There's also obviously a very lucrative prize pool here for those top 3 spots that they're after.
Sweet 100,000 USD prize pool.
Yeah.
And we're a few days away, headed to the grand
a couple
finals.
days. Today is our most jam-packed day, right? We got the 5 series today. And it's kind of crazy when you think about how fast the time flies. You know, later on, too,
Just
I can't
how
wait
fast
to see.
the night changes, bro.
Yeah, we started when it was bright and early, and now, you know, we're here.
Slowly getting dark. And today, having more of the matches, we're going to see even Armin later. A lot of things happening today. A lot of good stuff happening today right here in Yash. But to focus on to the match today, it's the tiebreaker game. And more of the possibilities that we might see is they might open up different pages from their hero pool. We were surprised about the Hylos. Well, damn, it works.
Yeah. I think, you know, in that essence, the Hylos alone is, like, I would call it niche, man. I would call it a niche pick. Not every team can actually roll with the punches for Hylos, but, you know, some can obviously make it work. Now that we're in the draft here, game 3, we see it, right? Saudi Arabia on the blue. You got Egypt on the red. These bans going out. Frederick is actually banned. Okay, great. That changes some of the priority up a little bit. Now still, do you want to go ahead and opt for Valentina? Might be the safest route. Secure yourself that pick. If Saudi Arabia wants to do that, they might have something else in mind as well. But so far, because of the Frederick being taken out, it's great. It leaves some things open here, up to speculation. We'll find out Saudi Arabia if they want to go that way. They don't.
Whoa.
They take. Wow.
Okay.
No Morrow, they say. Saudi Arabia goes and takes the Franco here.
This shows this is their priority now. They're willing to gambit the Valentina or even the jungler signature pick of Egypt. Wow. Eyes on Franco.
Okay, I like it. I like the fact that Franco is literally stolen from Morrow. They don't want to deal with it. So if you don't want to deal with it, might as well just go ahead and take it for yourself, right? But still, essentially, I got to say, man, I love to see Troll on that Kufra pick. Response right away from Egypt. We'll take the Valentina and the Trizla, 2 very highly rated heroes once again. Valentina just allowing you to have your own form of flexibility within the game on what ultimates you want to take from your enemy team. So now you also have to be conscious of that here as Saudi Arabia goes through the rest of this draft. Look at the response, man. They take the Kadita too, along with the Baksha.
How is this hero allowed to be a second time?
Why not?
In this game? And we haven't even seen, even from yesterday, the day 2 right now in the playoffs is showing more potential with his power picks to even show up. And they're not afraid to use this here. They have the Baksha, they have the Kadita, you have the Burst, you have the Rough Waves. But now, with the Eve gone, the presence of the Tortoise Persounds, even the ultimate of this Baksha, will just drain things around. Compare and adding the burst from this mage hero is a bit of a problem. So you need to have more sustain if you're Egypt.
Okay. Hood is going to go ahead and give it another go on this Lancelot. I like it. I think it could work, but still, the only thing that bothers me about it is if we see what we saw before earlier today, right? Lancelot not being able to do too much just based on dealing with these tankier heroes. You're kind of just poking them down, but barely, right? And you're kind of just fancy. Like, that's all. You have fancy footwork, but where's your damage, right? So that is something that has to be addressed. Also, depending on his build path, we have seen some flexibility in that for the Lancelot. Look at the responses, though.
First time being
Diggy taken out here. Interesting.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is the first time we've seen Diggy being banned by Saudi Arabia, even the teams that we saw from group stage to the playoffs. Good pickup though with the Claude paired up with the Lancelot. Amazing way of utilizing those damage. You were talking about damage. If he has footwork, well, he can be actually a bait. Actually force out something from Saudi Arabia. And yeah, Irithel as well. A pickup. Same thing. Same thing, Edith and Irithel. So you have knock up. You have faster movement speed with the Irithel. We have seen great games today with this Irithel. And with the lineup of Saudi Arabia now, it's just a complete go time early game.
Oh, man. Remember earlier when we saw this combination, the Faramis with the Valentina? It could work, right? This could work here. And there's a reason also why they decided to take out that Diggy. There's so much CC that Saudi Arabia is trying to throw over at Egypt. They want to lock them down. They want to throw them around. They want to land hooks, right? They want to do all of this. And also, I love the fact that they have a Kadita here because your burst potential is there from early game to allow the Irithil time to farm up, right? Lark needs the time. Or at least, if he gets a couple kills early on, great for him, but at least you have a threatening damage with the Kadita locked in on your side. So what is that response? How do you play around that really early game? It's just avoid the Kadita. We can't get comboed. We have to be on the defensive. So, with that being said, we'll see how this all kind of unfolds for these teams. Once again, it's down to one game here in this upper bracket match. Saudi Arabia and Egypt. Who comes out on top of this one? We're about to find out. Huda setting up, needs this jungle. Hook already landing. Troll, that's what he's going to be doing this entire game, trying to slow down the rotation in the jungle.
Slow down delay being a Franco. Good pick. I'm on the focusing mark too. So when the invades happen, we have amplified attributes here from Franco coming from all of the members of Saudi Arabia. So he just keeps on hooking, keeps on trying to see vision. On the other hand, Maro, who has a second chance in probably being taken down, has also the Purify. Having the lethal ignition with him, you have more poke if you're a Faramis.
Yeah, I think that's what he has to do, right? He has to go for those that poke potential at least to an extent, because between him and Smile, like the magic damage poke early game, even to the mid game, is going to be, you know, quite extensive for the most part, right? As long as you can do that. I like too the fact that they have the two Purifies to help them out. Again, this is another probably the best case scenario. You roll with that instead of, you know, picking the Diggy because it was banned out. That's probably the best case scenario for you to deal with, not to mention you have NetherRealm available with the Faramis. We saw some clutch NetherRealm action earlier on, right? Literally changing the course of the game, and that's the power of Faramis, right? The ultimate is just so impactful in certain moments of the game that they actually can turn the tides of games. So here you go. Once again, not too much happening before that first turtle comes up in about 10-12 seconds here.
Coffin on level 3, probably want to double time, taking some of the objectives on the jungle. Thornrose connecting onto Tarzan, poking a bit of an HP out of that lane. Now Turtle is present. Meanwhile, on the mid, we have Troll and Coffin. The spoke on Smile. Valentina is on level 3. Rapid boots pick up for Troll. Present. Additional movement speed around objectives as well early game.
To the bottom. They're putting the pressure there.
And off-cam kill. Lark falls down. Maro, a bit of a chance of taking another kill, but Troll is left alone in his own turret. Just at this point, the turtle's not being taken.
Yeah, no one actually went for it. You know, again, there was the play made at the bottom side. It also just went in the hands here for Maro. So that's going to help him out with the poking potential that he has on this Faramis. No one committing to the turtle is actually quite a surprise. Look at this, though. In trouble. They're on the bottom side. They're chasing him down. Smile's in trouble.
Oh, with that, still sustaining that fight, though. Smile, look at the damage, just pulling through. He's just scratching, but the basic hits. Now taking a turtle. Tarzan secures the objective. Huda, on the other hand, wanted to have a steal for that, but his mana's low. Retribution was still gone. 24 seconds to even show up. A great way, or a great start, rather, but the lead is still with Egypt.
Again, great timing there with the NetherRealm, right? Able to keep Smile alive. Yeah, they traded the turtle, but that's better than trading the turtle plus a kill, right? So best case scenario for them right there. Looking at the light items here, first item's not exactly picked up just yet, although they're still going to go ahead and battle it out. Maro, once again, quite tanky here. Will he be able to get away? Response comes through, nothing. So they're fine there, right? This is the thing, too. As the game progresses, right, we saw Lark, he's already got his first item locked in. If they can continue to put pressure on Lark, that's great for Egypt. They have to do that. We've seen what both these gold laners are capable of, but I feel like at the same time, Egypt, in a way, it's like you don't want to really babysit this lane. Let Speedy just do his thing. That's the great thing about a Claude, right? For the most part, if you have to play defensively, all right, I'm just going to blazing to it. As he does it,
wow.
I'm just going to blazing
great
to
call.
it, clear it out, and I'm safe, right? That's one of the great things about this hero. Whereas, hold on, setups.
Find another way to burst down Maro. Lark secures the kill. A bit of a good trade there. losing the first blood, but that is actually a great pickout. It was Marrow. The attention right now of Saudi Arabia is on Marrow. Oh, Alpha on the other hand, penalty zone onto 2. Smile has the ultimate of Canada, used it against them. Smile bursted down 1. Now Saudi Arabia, will they have an avenue here to take on Alpha? Hook misses. Now still, Sanji still surviving that, but now Alpha secures the kill. Troll still going through the damage, soaking something up for the mid lane. That is just a trade, but Sanji was the complete casualty of Saudi Arabia.
Kills distributed there pretty much evenly for Egypt. Now this turtle spawns as well. Second one of the game. They're in a good position right now. Economy-wise, gold-wise, it's not much of a difference. Huda also has to be a little bit careful here. Tarzan, double buffed, quite tanky. Should be able to hold his own. Needs Alpha here to help Huda. But here comes Sanji as well. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. The rest of the team at the bottom. Who secures it?
Trying to spam in. Who's going to get this turtle? It's going to be Tarzan. Wow, on to the point of securing that retribution. Alpha being immobilized here, being torn upon his HP bars. Alpha is trying to escape using his first skill. Will he be still safe? The right in the bushes. You come back here with the onward. Tarzan secures the kill. And the follow-up as well in the mid lane. Huda, low on mana though. Tarzan is still making his way, holding off the lanes, clearing up possibilities. He's still holding the early game for his team.
You see how that happened too. It's just a cross-map play and interaction happening for both teams, right? It was literally a 2 versus 2 for the longest time for that turtle. Meanwhile, both teams had their members at the bottom lane, and that pretty much expended a lot of those ultimate available for Egypt, right? Even Morrow, he didn't have the Nether Realm available to him, or even for the backup at that moment. So still, Saudi Arabia holding on, at least objectively, right? For the most part, neither team has any turrets down just yet. There goes the top one for Saudi Arabia. Every
you're
time
calling the right moment. Speedy falls down. Oh my gosh! And Hands of Coffin just pick up the Genius Wand, takes down the turret, and on call. No man,
on call.
They're looking for right opportunities here. Slowing down Speedy, slowing him down. Mara, on the other hand, trying to pull Stroll right close to him. That's an exchange. I have a pull as well. What is it with Marrow having a pull in any hero? It's just
what he likes to do.
It works. Completely works. But now Saudi Arabia utilizing the moment. They're on the lead.
They're in the lead objectively. It's slowly starting to build up here too, OSX. You see it, right? I mean, granted... Oh, hold on. Another
there
hook.
We see the longest hook again.
Alpha.
Will the damage connect? Alpha still lives. Smile here has the ultimate of the Franco. Will he use it against him? No, he won't. Still poking through and clearing that waves on mid. We have 10 seconds for the total, but Marrow here being out of position. Smile trying to poke in Tarzan. They're forcing out Smile to use that ultimate, but he's still holding through. They're gonna need it right now.
We still need time. And like I said, Speedy, he's got to farm up a little bit more. I believe he's only got the DHS available to him. They're actually going to go for it.
Who's going to go for the turtle now? I'm eyeing on Alpha. Has taken down Lark. He can't move into the battle. Now Coffin secures down Smile. Look at the HP bars dropping inside of Egypt, completely giving down mayhem and damage. That's 3 members down and 4 and 5 members present with the objective. Huda still lives, but Saudi Arabia is eyeing for the push, and they win with that objective.
Man, that was tough. That's tough to see, right? Egypt, they're just kind of getting outgunned, right? They don't really have the damage here to compete with Saudi Arabia. In a lot of these fights, you saw it too. Speedy even using the Blazing Duet, but he was all just focused on Sanji. And Sanji, even when he got out of the robot form, he's able to just pop off with that Primal Wrath, right? And the damage hurts. You have to respect it, even if he's here, not necessarily a carry, quote unquote, right? The Edith still, and that's why it's a top pick, because it is quite tanky. It does hurt when the Primal Wrath is utilized. And look at this. They're just swinging around, grabbing these turrets. And for a while, a couple minutes ago, they had no turrets at all. Now they have a ton of space to work with here for Saudi Arabia. Egypt's got to have an answer. They have to have a counter punch to this. And even just looking at the items, they're not exactly where they need to be at, right? Speedy needs these 3 items here for this Claw to really function properly for those team fights they're looking for. Even if they decide to fight, right? How do you burst through this durability that Saudi Arabia has? You just need more time for now, because as the game progresses, let's say we're at that 17, 18 minute mark, it might be a lot better here for Egypt with the lineup that they have. Because even if Alpha gets a great penalty zone, you have to have the right tools, the right damage available to you.
That's the big question. Will Saudi Arabia let Egypt go and make their way through the late game? But now one is being caught up here. Smile being knocked up right onto the two members down of Saudi Arabia. They take down one. Smile still sustaining it, but no, Saudi secures the kill. Now with a follow-up here, Alpho trying to escape the wrath of Saudi Arabia using that evade just off this moment. Smile and Maro was the casualty. They're not letting it slip through. Time is what needed now for Egypt to make their composition work. There's minions pushing through. They're clearing up the lanes and they're painting the map blue.
Oh man, that's tough to see. Right? Oh, another hook.
Once again, we see Troll taking another great pick off, and that is Huda. There's no jungler now for Egypt to contest this objective, and freely taking it, Tarzan secures another objective for Saudi Arabia.
Tarzan quite literally the king of the jungle right now. I mean, a lot of his matches,
he doesn't need trees.
He's been doing it, man, right? And that's the thing. He's decisive. He knows what he wants to do. He rotates really well around the map. You know, between him and Troll, they're just having great rotations, the great pickoffs potential even from Troll. There's a reason why they decided to go ahead and prio this Franco pick alone against Maro. Like, Maro really hasn't been able to do what he did in the previous game, right? Netherrealm's still great. There's still great utility there, but what they're lacking right now is damage. How do they deal with this, right? There's another hook.
Another great pickoff. Bloody Hunt connecting onto Alpho. Now Egypt is forced to attack. Now will they have a defense for this? Penalty zone used to escape. Lord pushing down up top. They're going to be on a defensive state right now, Egypt. While Saudi Arabia is knocking onto the base slowly. Look at that. Puncture and Thorn Rose. Trying to take out Lord for the back line. Just poking him through. Peeling him off. Now into the state of Egypt now. They're going in for the defense. How will they go out of this space now?
At this point, it's dire, right? Gonna take a little breather here, but it's nearly there, OSX. We've seen a lot of these games before. 10,000 goal difference, right? Saudi Arabia has garnered themselves that just about there. They've got a huge advantage in terms of the space to work with, the objectives. They got pretty much everything they needed, right? And so when you're in this situation and you have to defend in your base at this point, right? You can see it. Like, they're trying to talk this out because clearly something has to happen here for Egypt if they want to swing back. We've seen this before, pendulum, right? The pendulum swinging one in the other favor, and they can pull it off. If you look at their lineup, they have great clear potential. We've seen teams with worse compositions in terms of clearing, clearing base clears, base defenses. They can do this. If that means even just utilizing Speedy here with his Claude, they've got great clear, like I said, even if they have to use Huda, right? But when you're forced to defensively use a lot of those ultimate abilities, it just doesn't work out, right? We even saw that there leading up to this, the penalty zone used defensively. That's not why you picked Tarizla, man. That's not where you want to be, but when you're 8 to 10,000 gold behind, you're left with not many options.
You might end up using it passively instead of using it aggressively.
Yeah.
A lot of action we see from Tarizla from the group stages till now with expectations. Well, you said at minute 5, as the state of Egypt right now is concerned, they want to take it over to the later stages of the game. Either the ultra late game or the end of the mid game.
There it is, the ultra late game.
It just keeps on happening. Amazing.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, as we're waiting for this game to unfold here. Everybody watching online right now, or you have the chat pulled up, even if you're watching here with us live in Romania. We are going to be doing some giveaways in the stream, and I believe there should be some codes going out in the stream chat, so make sure you keep an eye for that. Not sure how many, too. A lot of times those codes, they have a certain amount or a limit that you can get, but nonetheless, grab the code while you can. And this is what? This is the third series of the day. After this one, we focus on this game 3. We move on to the 2 more matches for the day, right? We have a 5 in total.
Yeah.
And you've already seen kind of like the headlines, right, of the matches left for today. Now, my biggest question is who, out of these 2 teams, who do you see moving forward based on what you see? I know this might be a trick question, OSX, because it is
you're putting him in a position
10,000 gold difference. Is there a chance here, in your eyes, for Egypt to turn this around?
From what happened in game number 2, when Saudi Arabia lost their grip onto the late game, they have a chance as well. Because if you're looking at the late game winning condition of Egypt right now, it could rely on the Claude, it has the Golden Staff, it has the DHS. What it needs now is time, and as well as for the Lancelot. If they keep buying more of those moments that they can actually reach the late game, they might have a chance. But for Saudi Arabia, they should look upon game number 2 for their learning and finally have the chance to finish the game. Because what is so eminent right here for the threat that is being presented by Egypt is the window, or they can actually quickly capitalize on those small windows and turn things around.
That's the thing that bothers me, though, now that, you know, this is the second time that we've really seen this Lancelot pop up. I always say this, like, now that we are in this, like, current meta and the state of things, it takes a certain type of either player or a certain type of team to really make this jungle pick work. And I get it, at Essence and everything like that, Lancelot was great for a time. But, I mean, look at this, right? For the most part, where's the impact, right? When you're talking about a lot of these picks, you have to think about the impact that they have, not just from the beginning of the game, but throughout it, right? Obviously, some heroes, they start really strong, they fall off a little bit, you know, mid-late game. But in this, just looking at the lineup for Egypt, you know, yeah, you have great clear and everything else, but now specifically for the Lancelot, it's so hard to actually compete for some of these major objectives later on, right? I'm talking about Lords. And what we have seen in this instance, and I don't know if, again, I don't know if this is in Huda. Maybe it is. But it might be an opportunity for you to take a risk. And what I mean by that is, let's say, you know, a Lord pops up here.
Yeah.
The rest of the team is forced up, turtled in the base, defending it the best they can. One of the great things about Lancelot, and like, if you look at some of the best players in the world that play Lancelot, they will risk it all and just go for that Lord.
Yeah.
1 versus 3 or 4 or 5.
Having a
They'll go for
high
it.
percentage by just using the Thorn Rose and the puncture and the right amount of precision using that retribution is a sweeter way of contesting an objective. Yes, you're right. That could be a game changer. That could be the best way to buy time if you're a Lancelot. Comeback is still present for Egypt. Now, that's the question right now of Saudi Arabia. How are they going to close this? Will they repeat the same mistake over again from game number 2? Or will they still go and just take what's possible from the side of Egypt?
Well, that's why I'm saying, you know, you can't really count them out. Even if it's a 10K gold deficit at this point, you can't count out the possibility that they turn it around. We've seen so many of that already, not just through the group stages, but now through the playoffs, the second day here. And, you know, you can only really kind of speculate how they would be able to do that. But based on the lineup there, especially with the Faramis, man, like I know, again, games have single-handedly been turned around based off the ultimate of Faramis, now Netherrealm, right? Previously Cult Altar. So now that happens, I think that's crucial. But still, I think the most concerning thing for me is, once again, is Speedy going to be able to get the items that he needs before this game ends? Again, he only has 2 items. His DHS, he has Golden Staff.
Yeah. Either he gets the BOD right away, or additional penetration for...
Unless he goes with Corrosive Scythe, maybe? I don't
depending.
know.
There's a lot of options, either Corrosion Scythe, or even the Blade of the even the Malefic Roar. If penetration or physical penetration is concerned, yeah, that could be the possibilities. 3 possibilities for this claw to actually even work. You have knockups from the Terizla, but we haven't seen it more of in an aggressive state, right? So
yeah, it's mostly been defensive.
Defensive,
I think that's,
escape, evade. So we might see more of that. He has the Dominance Ice, even the Radiant Armor present, mainly for the Kadita. That actually be a way of soaking up a bit of a second. So there's still ways that we can't count out Egypt just yet, but this is just a composition that will actually work if they pull more of themselves in the later stages of the game. Because if we look at the momentum right now, Saudi Arabia, on to the 4 kills for Kadita, you have assist Franco being deathless. This explains why they prioritized the Franco early on. Like Troll is probably saying, yeah, I can do it as well. I can land a good hook and good pickoffs. So that gave way for the Kadita to actually have a burst power, even scaled attributes. Now he's on level 12. He has the Clock of Destiny. He has boots. He has GS1. She has enough magic defense reduction, and even Scorch Power with a Divine Glaive. Building up probably to the Glowing Wand, that's a big of a problem if the Kadita just completely dives right in front of you and destroys your composition. Now your team fight is gone.
Yet again, as they looks like, you know, Egypt's got to figure some things out here before we jump back into that game. Pretty much laid out how the things can unfold for this. Again, we're quite a ways into this matchup. And despite that, I mean, still, whoever does end up winning this, like, moves on. If they lose it, it's not technically over for them, right? They're going to have to go and battle it out once again. So it will be technically a confidence boost, if you will, winning this, because either team deserves it, right? I mean, based on what we saw from them yesterday, based on their performances yesterday even, this is a big win for whoever gets this. And right now it's, as we've said, it's really in the court of Saudi Arabia for the most part. Massive lead, primed and ready. I mean, even looking across the board, right? Just alone, Lark pretty much online with this Irithel pick. And I still got to reiterate the fact that they did take the Franco out of the hands of Maro early on, right? First pick, boom, Franco.
But anything with the grab and pull, Maro likes it. Shadow Stampede, man.
Yeah.
Still eminent, still a threat. Yeah, pull, got knock up. If that gets spared with the penalty zone, that's a great way of having a great setup.
Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer here while they get things situated. So sit tight. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back after this. Okay, welcome back. We're jumping right back into the game here. Like we told you and broke it down before we took that break, man, it's dire. It's dire here for Egypt. It's almost 10,000 gold difference. They've got to deal with things head on, right, at this point. You have to be able to defend. You have to be able to buy yourself some time. It's nearly 12 minutes into the game. There's plenty of room for them to build here, right? We were already talking about it. They can clear these lanes the best they can. Their defense in the base, their turtle defense in the base, whatever you want to call it, is great, but that is tough.
Another perfect hook. 3 ultimates being rained down onto Alpha. He falls down. There's no penalty zone set up for Egypt. Now they're eyeing on and entering this base. Waves pushing in. Tarzan just rolling in deep. Now they're trying to hook. Oh, 2-man knockoff there. Now the Sun ultimate now is connected, but that connects to the minions. Now Smile as well. Lark destroyed the turret as well. Now for Smile, receiving damage. How will he use another ultimate? He was forced out to use that bloody hunt. Now it's gone.
You know how we broke things down on all the things Egypt can do to turn this around. What can cancel that out immediately is one hook from Troll. Just like we saw that. You get that numbers advantage for you with this amount of a lead. It's nearly, I don't want to say it's impossible, I hate saying it's impossible, but it's nearly impossible for Egypt to fight head to toe against Saudi Arabia without this member, right? Without one of their members. So now Lord is now enhanced. It's spawning. Saudi Arabia most likely just going to go ahead and take this one. There shouldn't be a contest here from Egypt unless somehow they're able to get a pick.
Look at Troll, look at Cuffin, where are they heading? They catch one, that's the burst, rough waves. Alpha falls down again, now Smile could be the next target, but he can't be the ultimate now of the Kadita. Now he uses an escape, but Lark secures the kill, Mara falls down, Smile dropping down HP, Lark secures a double, now Hook trying to get out Huda from its own base, but look at Despy utilizing that basic hits coming from that Irithel. Lark is now a mayhem of damage for Saudi Arabia, and that's it. A maniac! The first ever for this playoff stage, and Saudi Arabia prevailed against Egypt.
So close there on the Savage. Saudi Arabia, though, 3 games against a very strong team from Egypt, as we've been talking about. Again, this is that upper bracket match, so they will be sending Egypt down to that bracket, the lower bracket, to fight it out. Again, their tournament lives on the line later on.
This is spicy. The first upset of playoffs. They meet again in the lower bracket. Mongolia and Egypt in the lower bracket.
I think we'll have to see where they fall into place. They might even be playing against Brazil.
That is the possibility, nice. So just imagining how it went from day number 1, and by any chance you possibly meet again in the lower bracket. That is crazy. But now hats off to Saudi Arabia, a different team, an amazing performance in finishing this tiebreaker match. 3rd series of the day in the upper bracket.
And with that, what we find ourselves from here is, again, a great matchup between these two teams that know each other very well, right? They're going to learn exactly how to adjust from here. I think in this way, too, for this Game 3, it was not what you were expecting, right? Especially from Egypt, from what we saw from yesterday and then, of course, earlier on in the series. But what you can say is that, man, the improvement, once again, from Saudi Arabia is massive, just from what we've seen in the Asian Championships alone, right? They have improved so much. Troll is on point. Whether it was the Franco, whether it was the Kufra, he was doing exactly what the best roamers in the world are capable of doing, and I love to see it there. And it worked out. We'll see who the MVP is of this game, what unfolds here. Everybody played their part, but it's going to be a Lark here on the Irithil. Once again, gold laners shining for these matches, go 6-1-5, and just a great game. Once again, gold laners really get to capitalize on these moments that the roamers and their team is creating for them. And this is what you like to see, because Lark nearly getting that Savage there as well.
That was completely close, but 6-1-5 KDA fully locked the damage items. You have the splash damage, you have critical damage, and even secured the Wind of Nature, just in case. at the ending, where they're trying to take the base of Egypt, he was just circling around and throwing down arrows.
Yeah.
Each splash and basic attack completely was utilized by Lart. And the damage from that Irithel, amazing. Saudi Arabia is pushing forward in the upper bracket. Now this is now the challenge of Egypt. How will they bounce back?
And that's why I said I'm so happy to see these improvements in these teams. You know, not just again, like we have these powerhouse teams. Later on, we'll be watching a powerhouse matchup, right? A common matchup that is seen all across the world in many tournaments. But this one specifically, I love watching because you can see how Saudi Arabia improved, not just over the course of the months and even years, but also the fact that they were able to improve from game to game within this series. So just hats off to them. Congratulations again to Saudi Arabia. Egypt will be fighting forward again later, I believe tonight. So we'll have to see how that all falls into place. But we are going to be taking a short break before we move on to our next match. It's Indonesia and the Philippines next. Sit tight. We'll be back after this.
Good evening, Yash, Romania. We now return to the fourth match of the day, but this time around we're in the upper bracket. The most awaited match of the day is about to happen. This is Philippines versus Indonesia. Once again in the World Esports Championships in Yash 2023. You're now with us at the caster's desk. I'm OSX and I'm with Naisu to give you the action tonight. My gosh, coming from a 2-0 yesterday, this hypes me up today, man. The sun is still up. It's 7 p.m. right here, but this time around the heat is about to start up.
It's starting. We've seen some amazing matches today. Day number 2 of the playoffs here for MLBB. And I would say like the match here ahead of us, Indonesia, Philippines, it's always a classic, right, for the most part. A ton of people want to see these two teams from countries that are well known for their competitive MLBB. I mean, it's massive over there, especially, you know, when you're watching some of the tournaments around the world with these teams competing, there's always a lot of fans because like we talked about previously in the previous series, right, that we just watched, a lot of these teams look up to powerhouse teams like this, Philippines, Indonesia. What are they doing? What's the meta? And then they kind of add their own flavor to it. I love that about them. But so far from what we saw even yesterday here, OSX, was these two teams obviously very dominant in their series yesterday, right? Now, what happens when you take that and you throw them against together here in this upper bracket matchup? I think, you know, you're either going to see some surprises in terms of picks, heroes and everything else. We'll take a look at the brackets actually and how things are kind of falling into place here.
Just by looking at the results of the day, we have Saudi Arabia now in the upper bracket final, and we have right now Team Indonesia and Philippines. Egypt fall down in the lower bracket. United Arab Emirates has been eliminated as well, and a lot of teams today has also been eliminated in the lower bracket. So they had the chance to even bounce back from day number 2. Now in the upper bracket finals, this is their chance to even pull through even more of the challenges heading into the semis.
I mean, we still have 2 series today, right? The one next to us, and then another match later on. And we might get a glimpse of those brackets as well. But the thing is so far, even with Saudi Arabia in the previous series, man, they surprised, I feel like, a lot of people, the improvement, once again, that they've made, especially from the Asian Championships. And Egypt, right, a fan favorite. A lot of people love this team from Egypt. They're still going to have a chance at surviving onward, right? Again, a lot of these teams out here have improved over time to the point, I guess one of the questions would be more so as you look at the course of this bracket, right? Can these teams compete on that level of like what we're about to see, Indonesia and Philippines? And I know if we've had actually quite a few new people watching MLBB, especially here in Yash, right? And some of them have actually asked questions about it. And now this is the time to really watch some of the highest level of competitive MLBB play and see what's in store for us.
Looks like the two teams are ready to throw in to wax in together with the players right on stage.
Thank you so much, OSX and Nice. So we are back, we are live, we are here on stage in Yash for the 15th World Esports Championships. It's Mobile Legends Bang Bang Day 2 playoffs. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've all been waiting for, the Clash of the Titans. First, making their way to the stage, make some noise for Team Indonesia! And now, their opponent, every ing needs a yang. So please give a warm welcome to Team Philippines! Team captains, come to the middle. And we'll start with Team Indonesia first. I want you to look in the camera and tell something to your fans home in Indonesia.
Buat fans Indonesia, dukung kita terus. Ini sekarang kita pengen main, tolong doain kita semoga kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik, bisa menang.
Now Philippines, you've got the same chance. Look in that camera over there and make them believe that you have what it takes to win this match.
Sa mga fans namin dyan sa Pilipinas, huwag kayong mag-alala, babawi tayo sa Indonesia.
Well, now's the time. Shake each other's hand and may the best team win. You can now make your way to the pods. Now, everybody here in Yash and everybody watching around the world, let's see, who do you support in this upcoming best of 3 matchup? So let's hear once again. Make some noise for Indonesia! Or do you think the Philippines has what it takes to take it? Indonesia! Philippines! Naisu, OSX, take it away!
Thank you so much, Waxon. What a great introductory for the two teams. A classic rivalry coming from the 2-0 yesterday. Now they meet in their winning interview after defeating Brazil. As Indonesia said, we want and we're excited to face Philippines once again in the world stage right now.
Again, what we saw yesterday was both of these teams just coming out swinging, right, in their respective matches, and now they're here against each other face to face. Again, this is a classic matchup between Indonesia and Philippines. They've done this, duked it out so many different times, albeit different players, different teams around the world representing the countries. But at the end of the day here, what really matters is obviously the masterclass of both of these teams. How much, now, when we talk about this, right, the lineups, the synergy between these players is what matters most. And as we take a look at the lineup here, in the gold lane, it's going to be Sakin. We have Super Ken in the jungle, Cerezo in the XP lane, Moreno in the mid, and Vin in the roam. These guys, I think what really separates these teams here in what we've talked about up to this point, OSX, is just synergy between these members that have been playing together for so long, right? And that's where it's really apparent. Now, when it comes to the picks and everything like that, the drafting, you have certain play styles that do work in favor of different countries, but ultimately, what it comes down to is, yes, that synergy between these players, and something about this lineup, too, from Indonesia just happens to work for the most part. Now, in other tournaments, they might have struggled a little bit, but so far where they are here, where it matters for IESF, WEC, they've been quite dominant.
Speed of dominance, these two teams actually have a greater way to establish synergy, connection, and what stands out, the championship genes, and making a legacy out of this matches. So as we see another team lineup right on our screens, we have the Philippines team Seaball, we have Recoriano for the gold lane, Saison for the jungle, we have Cannon for the XP lane, Arcangel for the mid, and we have Unigo for the roam. Nothing changes, they meet again, and as you've said in the draft, there are more flavor that we're about to witness, we're about to even discover. Either new one from the books, knowing that these two powerhouses meet, man, a lot of things could be on the table and up for grabs.
Okay, so looking at the lineup here, right, I would say from what we've been talking about up to this point, where a lot of teams, it kind of depends on what role we have to focus on to highlight, right? For a lot of these teams, it happens to be the gold lane. Now, do you think that changes here? Like, is this the gold lane standoff between Indonesia and Philippines, or is there a different role head-to-head, if you will? Because when we break it down from role to role, those are the game changers for the most part, right? Let's talk about early to mid-game even. Now, in your opinion, who is the standout role here? Who do you have to focus on? If you haven't watched Indonesia and Philippines before, where does it stand out for you, OSX?
Right now, as you said, the marksman, even from the games of the group stages till now, is one of a big game changer for the draft. You've mentioned the marksman of these two teams could actually get a chance of getting their own comfort picks. Both of them have similarity in hero pools. One uses the Beatrix, one uses the Brody, one uses the Melissa. We had a good Melissa game yesterday from Indonesia. They pulled it off so well. That's all for the Philippines, having a deathless marksman. We've seen Claude, we've seen Brody, and by just as that, Recoriano has a way of maintaining the record of being deathless. A lot of things, Naisu, can still be considered right here.
The way that I see it is, yeah, gold lane's still important, but even more so too, if we're talking about momentum-based, teams, strategies, and whatever team compositions they decide to roll out with, really, it's the jungle for a lot of teams. how do you start out that, right? Do you either go for the utility junglers? Do you go for these assassin-based junglers? There's so much you can do, and I feel like it does change the dynamic. Now, one thing we have seen constantly between a lot of teams so far is one opting for just some of the safe picks. Fredrins, right? Usually picked up. We see the Philippines love that. Indonesia as well.
I think mostly everybody.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, everybody loves
can't
the
declare it
Fredrin.
now.
But my point here is like, you can actually go ahead and opt for an assassin if you're confident enough in doing it. And someone, or at least the team that we see like to do that, is Philippines often too, for the most part. Whether that's the Fannies, whether that's these Lings and the Angela combos, who typically has been banned out quite a few times, right? There's something to say about how the draft goes, of course. But I think that's something here that is very apparent. What is the jungle strategy for both of these teams, and how do they counter into each other? Because so far, when you're talking about the highest level, right, these powerhouse teams, usually it's going to start there. Usually it's going to start in leading into those first turtle objectives, into the Lord objectives later on.
Either way, I see utility picks, Martis being present, Fredrin being present for Indonesia and Philippines. A lot of choice as well. Either use the Pajito, a lot of different variations we can put into the table. It's just that who gets the blue side and who gets the red side. Having the priority on the comfort pick or where they're strong at, it's how we level their willingness to what is to be sacrificed into the draft. As we can see, two MLBB Giants face off once again. Hero pull, and even the things that others leave can also be tested. So yes, you have a good point on the jungler. Yesterday, we also see an Atlas show up in Indonesia, and we see a lot of first hero picks that from the playoffs that only existed, and as well as pairing up with a Novaria and a Beatrix. We have coverage on team fights. It's an all-in strategy or a tactic, but how you get a comeback for those kinds of ambushes or even ganks is you have Uranus being available, but at some most parts, being present in the draft from these two teams right here. Either they get the Uranus either to sustain the lane or be more aggressive, because two of the similarities as well that can be present is the Yuzong.
Yeah, I almost don't expect at least from what we've seen so far to this point. Like, that's why I was saying, some of the other teams that we watched today, it was very vibrant, if you will. Like some of their options, some of their picks, right? Because it's stuff you're not used to seeing so much, right? And that's obviously why in most of these games at the competitive level, there's a meta, right? A meta has established. And in terms of that, I love it when these teams basically challenge that. Now, what we see more often than not between teams like Indonesia, teams like Philippines, is this mastery, right, of very solid compositions that kind of interchange a little bit, but more or less they have the same plan. Right now, biggest things I could say so far from what we've seen specifically here at IESF is, once again, that durable lineup, right? 2 or 3 tanky hero options, playing around that, buying some time, maybe pick off potential. I don't know if we see the Franco go through here, just because Francos and Kajas, for the most part, the ability to pick off targets kind of on demand. Well, Franco's not so much on demand because you still have to land the hook unless you use the Bloody Hunt. But still, having the option to pick people off is huge. So either those are priority here in roams, or they're just banned out, right? At the end of the day, still, as we wait up to get into that first game draft, it really is, how does this game plan go? This is also probably the time that if we do see something different, it might be here in day 2, right? We've already seen a couple variations, but like I said, with these two teams, it's hard to really kind of conceptualize that if they want to do that here, or are they saving something for later on? Because again, this is one of those upper bracket matches, so no one's going home just yet.
Yep, and speaking of possibilities, yesterday we also seen the Glue show up for the XP lane for the longest time, and also we've seen more of the Novaria, even the Turisla. XP lanes have a lot of ways of contending their own ways, because if the threat right now of these two teams can be present, it's the control of the EXP.
Yeah.
A big of a factor, especially on the first objective take. Now we might see a different way of executing this Glue, but at some points, we have seen a complete great Kadita game yesterday, even a Farsa game. So even the Eve might go or be disabled. Yeah, you had a Farsa.
The Farsa, and that was paired with the Novaria, right? The Rome.
Farsa, Novaria, Brody, Martis, and Turisla. Just imagine the AoE, the poke, the burst, and that was in the hands of Arcangel, Farsa, Kadita. How do you let those things loose? So right now, with the discussion of who's going to pick, who's going to comfort pick, will actually show here, maybe they might be tested on who's going to be the playmaker this one. Who will they target? Who will they hack in the first phase of this banning?
Well, here we go. Into the draft, right? We've already been talking about it.
Yes, so
some of those signature heroes, if you will, being banned out. And you know, it's funny because a lot of teams, they choose not to ban out the Joy, and certain teams do because it's in their strategy, right? And we see that a lot. This is a surprise, though, I would say. The Paquito being banned out here from Indonesia, they don't want to let that go in the hands of the Philippines, a team that really loves that pick.
Especially the Eve, though. If they don't manage for themselves, either they're ready to take it, they're ready to face it. The capital of the first pick right now from Indonesia either can come from a utility jungle, the Fredrin, either the assassin pick that we've seen today. A lot of assassin jungler heroes showed up once you take out most of the strong picks of the team. The homework that has been prepared from day one, even the group stage till now, it's much more of a compressed data on who do you want to start. There you go. They ban out the Eve, as we've talked about that.
Fred Valentino.
You have the Fred Valentino here up on the table.
That's usually what it is, right?
But the Franco as well being present. We've seen the last game they prioritized the Franco, but this is a different story here. That's Fredrin, prioritized by Indonesia. So right now we have a mage here that can be present. We can either see the Valentina here, or as well as an EXP follow-up for Philippines.
The old Fredrin priority pick here for Indonesia. Expected, right? Both of these teams love it. Like you said, everybody in the world loves Fredrin first pick because, again, flexibility doesn't necessarily mean you have to put him in the jungle, right? You can still build this team composition out based on his flexibility. Philippines might want to answer, do they actually want to take a Novaria? Do they want to take a Valentina? Those are probably the top two choices for them, at least for now, depending how they want to build this out. Also, someone that we see pop up quite a bit, Terizla, sometimes on that swing back. There it is. Terizla is locked in. Solid choice, and the Novaria. So not only do you provide yourself with some poke, you now have some vision utilized for Philippines here.
Great counter for the Fredrin as well. So you have that surprise attack with the flicker combo that we've been seeing. So they take the Valentina for themselves. Indonesia is eyeing probably a great marksman here. We have Beatrix still being able to even slip through. This is the first stage. Either is Philippines just letting him go. So with the vision that they have, okay, they go in for a Claude. Since there's no Eve present, pairing it up with the Fredrin, well, that's the taunt paired with damage with the BMI. I think this is a good step for Indonesia as well in the first phase.
I feel like it's safe in a way. You know, like pick up your gold lane in this first phase because so far from what we've seen, at least the trend anyway, is teams not picking up, at least on the blue side, right? They don't pick up that gold lane option right off the bat. So then what ends up happening in the second phase of banning is focusing on the gold lane options, right?
Philippines might take the Beatrix as well.
They could, if they want to opt for that. They still have this first pick,
or
this last pick here.
It's the proof that I'm still.
It sounds like it's Brody. There it is.
Since the distance is a bit of a factor here against Indonesia, might as well consider the torn apart memory being used at the last moment. You know how we see Claude escape from team fights, go in and out, as well as the dash is present for the Valentina, and as well as for the Fredrin, might as well build up with the marksman that completely can scale properly by just being in his whole own lane.
So in a way, as you look at this, right, still, you're kind of wondering exactly where's the Fredrin going. Let's just say it's going to go in the jungle, right? So jungle options still have to be locked in for the Philippines. They're going to focus on that Atlas pick that you mentioned we saw yesterday. It actually worked out pretty well.
Good Atlas game for Indonesia yesterday. We got to hand it to them.
You liked it, and they might actually take out one more roam, right, for the most part, if they want to go that route. Still, you're kind of wondering, too, Philippines, how do they want to build this out? They still have the Franco option. Now, 100%, we don't also know Novaria, right? We've seen her mix, flexed in a way, into the mid, into the roam. They can still go that. But I think ultimately, you gotta be concerned about the Valentina across from you. We have seen some of the top Valentina players in the world be on point when deciding what ultimate am I gonna steal. Again, Valentina has the ability to steal one of the opposing team's ultimates and utilize it herself. So that is something that happens when she's locked in the draft here. You can see Indonesia as well focusing on those jungle options, right? They take out the Martis here.
Good
they
ban.
know that they have the Frederick.
Just imagine 4 strong picks with a Novaria building around that draft. It's just as devastating as a mid-game could be if you are Philippines. Good ban on Indonesia, trying to keep their tracks or tabs on how the Philippines is working upon this draft. So if they're eyeing on one more roamer for this one, since they have no roamers yet for Indonesia, will this be a roamer or will this even be an Exilin? Yeah, it's the Yuzong. They've taken it for themselves. This time around, they might be pushed to even answer with a Uranus, which is a good pair against a Novaria.
I would love to see just, again, some flexibility happening here for both teams, leaving that kind of curveball, right, for that second half of the draft here. We've got to wait for this last ban from Indonesia. They're going to have to kind of decide really what they want to focus on. Maybe it's the jungle once again, right? Kind of narrowing that down, but still, does that leave up to the table for Philippines to opt for an assassin jungler? We know that it can actually work against Fredrin if he is parked in the jungle pretty well. It's just you have to be able to establish that that pretty much the early momentum, right? They do take out the Baksha, a very top pick right now for IESF here, has an amazing win rate as well.
You know what's dangerous? Franco is still loose.
Yeah.
Right now, if you're up against a Novaria, Indonesia could pick it up for themselves.
They could. And I think, honestly, at this point, from what we've seen, at least win rate wise, you wouldn't be wrong in at least taking a chance on Franco, man, right? So hooks are what really changes the course of these games early on. And not only that, but again, having that ultimate flicker ability helps in dealing with what's going to be thrown at you just from these 3 picks alone from Philippines. You can see them really taking their time here too for the second phase of these picks, because it comes down to this. You're going to really know where Philippines is landing here, right? In terms of, are they going to pick up their jungler? They do. Lancelot locked in here, a very signature hero, I would say.
Saison Classic. We have
Saison Classic.
The Lancelot back again in the hands of the Philippines. Now, this is the question. Will they take the Uranus for themselves? Will they take the Franco for themselves if this is Indonesia securing their last 2 picks? Because right now, Philippines is a way of holding up the cards. That's right, Uranus. See?
Okay.
Great counter.
We're back to it.
And we're back with the Angela. I was expecting the Franco, but yeah, this still works though for a Federin.
Okay. And that also works, right? That's one of the reasons also they took out the Baksha here. What is the response from the Philippines? We still need a possible roam option. Again, Novaria, is she going roam? Is she going mid? We'll find out here in just a second, right? But also remember earlier, OSX, I was like, man, Lancelot, it can work for a lot of teams, but it takes a certain specific type of player or a certain type of team composition to really allow Lancelot to shine.
Kufra or Franco?
Especially when you're against a Fredrin. Kufra, Franco, if it pops up, great. It allows them to have this layer, right, of tankiness, but also pick-off potential if they go that way.
Yeah, what is the route now? Philippines, will it be the tankier bouncy ball?
There it is.
It is Franco.
Franco, man.
There you go.
Locked in, going to Hook City.
Wow. Just by looking at their stats and how their history went from day one, from the qualifiers till now, we're looking at the draft of Indonesia and Philippines for game number 1.
Locked in here. Again, both team compositions pretty even. Balanced on both scales. Magic damage-wise, a little bit more in favor, I would say, for Indonesia here, right? But still, poke potential from Philippines. Novaria just needs a little bit of time, I feel like. That's really where you want to play around the vision capability of this hero. And then later on, you're using those Astral Recalls to chunk these members down. So great lineups for both of them, evenly distributed for damage for the most part. But really, it comes down to that, right? Who sets this pace first between these 2 powerhouse teams? Again, in this upper bracket match between Indonesia and the Philippines, a very common foe against each other.
We're now going to witness a classic. It's Indonesia versus Philippines in game number 1. Let's see who is going to prevail in this challenge. It's amazing to see. We have an amazing crowd right here from both of these countries, and even citizens of Yash, Romania, joining us right now. Amazing matches ahead.
Man, I feel like both countries literally imported audience here too. I know there's a cheering crowd even anywhere you go when you're watching Indonesia, man. They have a whole cheering squad
with balloons
and with the clappers too. It's awesome. They're just missing the drums. You know?
Oh, imagine if that was present here.
Hey,
There's
you don't
a complete one-man band here for each of the teams, just having a great crowd cheer.
maybe the grand final, right? They pull those out. Still, this is the early game, what we usually expect. A little bit of poking, nice hook already landing, looking for the first blood. Moreno gonna be in trouble, couple hits away, gets it with the first blood in the hands of Saeson here on the Lancelot. What a great start.
Yeah, speaking of start here for Philippines, a jump start, a great way of delaying more of the jungler here of Indonesia, although he's on level 3, rocking the quantum charge here, more hits, gets a great amount of HP just by being in these kinds of team fights. But in the early game stage, you don't want to commit most of the time, so if you want to get vision, but at some parts, you need to have your level 4 right away for the first hurdle of the game.
Yeah, I love this too, right? The fact that most of these Franco players now running the focusing mark emblem allows them to, once they land that iron hook, once you see someone just get hooked towards the Franco, it's most likely going to be a kill if one of these members are there for him, right? To the follow-up to get that bonus damage in. And if it's Saeson here on this Lancelot, great for him, right? He's able to utilize that.
Yeah, and just by looking at Saeson is on an pure rage with this Lancelot. Just looking at the poking ability, amplifying maybe an adaptive attack of penetration from magic to damage. Interesting choice and a routing for Philippines. What a hook!
Another hook gonna land. Ken though, Super Ken will be fine. Still gonna come down to the retribution here. Saeson goes in, but it's actually gonna be secured by Archangel. Meanwhile, nobody goes down here. Pulling back here on the retreat, no one falls. Turtle, though, secured for Philippines. Interesting that you pointed that out, too, right? In pure rage on this Lancelot. Is that, is that gonna work? Is that intended here? How does that come into play for a Lancelot jungle?
Well, now you have adaptive attack and penetration for this. If he builds upon most of the damage items, it gives an additional way of having a hybrid amount. Yes, Archangel with that additional, precise, concise dropping down that Astral Recall and Echo, because at that point, Saeson's retribution was still not available.
Yeah, not much you can do there. That's what I'm talking about, man. The decisiveness with Franco. Flickering in, using that ultimate, the Bloody Hunt. It's a clean kill. How do you play against that, right? How do you go defensive mode against that type of decision making? Really, you kind of have to just get to the point. Here's the hard guard on Super Ken. Unigo going down. Nice pickup kill, putting Indonesia on the board here. That's what they needed. It also went in the hands of Super Ken. So hopefully he can take that, scale up really well in the jungle.
Good rotation there onto the river where the turtle might show up. But just by the presence of this Angela, having 3 warrior boots here, you have extra armor and also have steel leg plates onto this Uranus. Probably you want to sustain more damage that you can take from a Rizla. You have Spell Vamp and a Rock and Brave Smite. You might want to deflect that early on if you want to have more spams in the back line of the Philippines. Now, looking at the camera right here, we're up top, so I can a bit of damage from Riccodiano against Brody. This time around, Saken and Riccodiano continuing the showdown back then.
Battle of the Gold Laners, right? This is what we were highlighting leading into this matchup. And really, if you try to break it down, like what lane do I pay attention to? It's every lane here, right? Because everyone is going to play the part, and you'll see it kind of unfold as the game goes on. Second turtle now, big objective for the taking. Heartguard going to be on Cerezo, trying to tank as much as damage as possible. Quite tanky. Saeson could be in trouble. Penalty zone used. Archangel now making his way. Has to lay down some of the covering fire. Flicker comes out from Canon. Unigo will fall there. A kill going in the hands of Vin. Meanwhile, Turtle will be secured here by Indonesia. Slowly but surely, they're finding wins across the map.
Cerezo, one-man army defense, zone out, box out onto the Philippines. Well, poked out a lot of resources as well, by just being in the presence in the front line with a follow-up with Hardgun and the love waves. That is a problem with the Philippines that needs to commit. Either they go in or for an attack or for a retreat. But at some point, that is the danger right now of the Angela. Having this in pure rage right onto his hands, poking, and as he build on through the magic damage, is a bit of a challenge though for Philippines to build it with the defense items heading on from minute 8.
Still at this point, 5 minutes in, it's pretty much even, right? Economy-wise as well, a little bit of a lead here for the Philippines. Again, it's 2 for 2. Well distributed too, as in terms of the kills, right? But this time, Riccodiano having that early kill on this Brody will help him scale up a little bit here, right? Now, you just have to manage this kind of lead that you have so that it doesn't get out of control, and that's what Indonesia has to do. They seem to be doing just fine. Once again, it's 1 for 1 for the Turtles. You can see the pressure here for the jungle as well. Saeson getting pushed in a little bit on his own resources will be fine. Has to use that tool. Now, Unigo Once again, Super Ken with the hard guard, going to be putting
Lord
pressure here.
Taunt.
Archangel in trouble, goes in under the turret with that. And now Unigo will follow along with the turret as well. Another solid pickup for Indonesia here. Meanwhile, in mid lane, the trade across the map. They finally get some space to work with for the Philippines. Rizzo able to spot them out. Shouldn't be able to convert much, but look at this. Indonesia making their way here. Not going to be able to catch Saison just yet. So still, across the map happening. Still even here, OSX.
Experience translating into success. Going back on this replay, Unigo was in trouble. Two members there of Indonesia was present, trying to take on the turret, but that point in time, Moreno has the ultimate. A lot of poke potential was thrown away and peeled everything out of the Philippines to go back to their own defenses, and just as that, with the diversion play that Indonesia made, also Philippines found a way to have a cross-map objective trade.
Once again, Turtle up, third one, last one of the game here. Heart guard on Cerezo, taking the brunt of this damage. Gonna get locked down, poked down with Astral Recall as well. Will get whittled down until he finally falls. Penalty zone committed as well. Unigo quite
Who
low,
gets it?
has to get out of there. It's secured by Recutiano, able to get the third turtle here for the Philippines. Look at the push up top though. Sakin putting in work solo.
Wow, just by in a macro scale, no matter how or what objective that they lost, they traded with a push, they traded with a tower take. Man, Indonesia and Philippines right now is not even going far ahead with a goal deficit, but just by looking at the priority, even for the items and even with the push, they can still get in par with the defenses. Now, by just having an item check here, we have the Ice Queen 1 onto Arcangel, amplifying that slow on the Ice Queen 1, a basic build-up to even complement their team setups, especially with the focusing mark. This amplifies more of the basic attacks of this Brody. Having the Quantum Charge, a lot of ways can even be developed in terms of damage. That's what you notice in an all-in state just in the bottom. They just have a way to see a window, and when they have that, they take it.
This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, at this point, whether you're giving up some type of objective or not, the team is going to make a play somewhere else, right? And that's kind of these micro decisions on the macro skill, or the macro decision that you changes the course of the game here. The pressure up there on the top side that was put there, the tier 2 is gone now. You know, and as we get to the territory of these lords popping up, that is going to play a part in here. Let's take a quick look at this item rundown, though, quickly.
Yeah, we have the Blade of Heptasis present, we have Tough Boots here present as well. You have the passive, the Encourage, you have extra attributes in the damage, plus physical penetration, the Malefic Roar. Probably building off of the Blade of Despair of the Brody, but now he is the richest marksman now on this game in this first 9-minute mark. So with this, by not being disturbed around, it amplifies more of the passive of the Blade of Heptasis, which is the ambush. So finding out into the back line is the major problem that Indonesia wants to solve. Who is going to go up front? Yes, there's an Angela, but once they commit, it needs to go all in.
Oh, look what they're going for. They're going to land the hook here right on Super Ken in his own jungle. Can't escape it as he falls right on target. Wow. A huge penalty zone coming out from Cannon. Not able to follow up on the kill just yet, but they force them back all in time for this Lord. Now that this is the first one of the game, a big play here for the Philippines.
Yeah, that is what I told you. Commitment needs to even show much more confident, much more precise. The control and amount and the macro skill of the Philippines right now is too much of a problem. They go top, they go to bottom. Man, everything is just going crazy. And even with the lead right now, we're looking at a 4K gold lead. And we heard a Conceal down bottom.
Conceal.
Somebody might be in trouble here. Vin, though!
Yeah, you're not escaping it. Conceal, I don't even know if you needed the conceal there, right? He was trapped. Next thing you know, he sees Franco there. Franco, man, right? That's not going to work out for you. So he goes down. Now you have the Lord marching up the top side. Remember I was talking about economy being pretty much even across the board? Well, now look, it's really in favor of the Philippines. As they continue to work around this Lord push, they're going to get these next turrets, right? That's what they're set on. They're letting that Lord push in with Saison here. The tier 2 now in the bottom lane will go down. Indonesia has to defend their base turrets at this point. It should be relatively easy to clear it out, right? They have the tools that they need, but they will lose these outer turrets here.
10 minutes. Team Philippines remains deathless. PHI Saison right now rocking that hybrid onto the Impure Rage. Just by building this an additional item to sustain more of the damage, a lot of ways they can't get to the team fight, but somebody got caught.
Another hook. Heart guard on Sakin. He's already used the Blazing Duet, but they can't capitalize on it. He's still going to be alive. Finally, Moreno's going to fall. They look for another 3 down for Indonesia. Requitiano able to get the killing spree. Now Chorizo in trouble. Double kill on this Brody. And they're going to assault the base. It's only Vin. It's a disaster for them as Philippines looks to close game number 1 on a clean wipeout there. The crystals worked on, and they take first blood in the series.
And just as that, 11 points, 3 level XP. Saison advanced against Fredrin. The amount of control, damage, Philippines just showing more prowess here all around, all across the map. Yes, trading all the objectives, but they just remained strong in those kinds of defense with the threat of an Angela.
Those guys, they're monsters here. I mean, they literally, they kept it together for a certain point, and then all of a sudden it just landslides with these decisions that they make. And I gotta commend, you know, Indonesia was trying to find, like I said, trying to find wins where they could based on where the Philippines was making plays. And I think, you know, that's, again, the best choice you have when you're facing against a team like this from the Philippines. Indonesia does the same thing. Philippines do the same thing. So this time, though, for that game number 1, it just turned in the favor heavily of the Philippines based on those little decisions that they made. And it just seems like there's this trend here. Once again, OSX, Franco is a deciding factor for a lot of these team compositions that are able to get these snowballs going.
As of this point, I am still thinking right in my head, the Impure Rage onto that Lancelot. Yes, it is adaptive damage. I just need to point this out. Just dealing damage alone with skills gives an extra damage as well. Great move there. But knowing that tank slot is just really famous in the Philippines, a great way to utilize this kind of hybrid way of using this emblem. Now MVP, let's check it out from the Philippines here. It's none other than Requitiano with the Brody. Deathless, 91% kill participation. You have the tough boots, you have Malefic Roar, you even have the Wind Chant. Wind of Nature being present just for security, but in terms of damage, kill participation 91%.
It's all over the place, right? This is, again, I just feel like this is, you know, as we see a lot of these MVPs in the gold lane, they're able to do exactly what they need to do because of just the way the team plays for the majority of that early game, right? That early to mid-game transition, where then they're really shining later on. So great performance there. And at the same time, like I said, whether it's Brody, whether it's Claude, whether it's even Earthils that we see a lot of, right? You still need that time to get to that point. I love to see how they shine later on, even as games kind of like collapse in and finish off.
Yeah.
His performance was great. He had, especially at the end there, right? And I love to see it.
Yeah. A really great crowd right here. First time we saw that today. Okay, a lot of ways to consider this. Wow, Philippines just came out top of the challenge, and we might see a different shift here for Indonesia in game number 2. We have the best of 3. And from the 2 matches that we had today, it was just 3 games in a row. Now, hold your horses right there, Indonesian and Philippine fans. We'll be right back. And we are back. Game number 2, Philippines takes the first point. Now their match point. Now how will Indonesia bounce back from this? Because this is a best of 3. We've witnessed game 3, most 2 games that they had 3 games.
Do you want 3 games?
We can expect it from these 2 giants right here, bro.
I hope so.
Philippines and Indonesia. There's a way of having to recover from the draft. A lot of things can be open, and some of the things that I want to ponder upon is the Lancelot Impure Rage.
Let's ponder.
Okay.
You look. I know. We know how it works, but there's a certain special thing in small text that makes it worthy. It seems like
because either a Lancelot uses the lethal ignition just to amp up the damage, but in Impure Rage, just to add more in the info for you guys watching out and here on the live stage, because if Impure Rage is being used as a hybrid thing, you get adaptive damage. Knowing Lancelot, you have puncture, you have thorn throws, you have a lot of dashes being used. And if it connects to the enemies there, it has an extra damage, plus it scales with the level. Not to mention that you have an extra passive when you hit it correctly. And it restores your HP by 1% because technically...
That's the kicker right there, right?
Technically, Lancelot has mana.
Yeah.
So with this time, by Saison just signing through everybody right in the battlefield, he restores HP, he has damage, and this is a complete emblem configuration we saw. Coming from Riyadh to here, you saw how about the combination of multiverse of emblems just showing up today.
Well, that's what I love about it, right? Like the flexibility that you have there, and most people might be when you look at these emblem sets that are maybe unorthodox, right? You're kind of like wondering how exactly does this work, and typically Impure Rage really is for mages, right? A lot of mages roll with that, but yes, that small little change there that. If you don't have mana, if you're on a hero that does not have mana, then you get that HP, right? The 1% HP. It's triggered, what, every 5 seconds, I think it is? The cooldown, the internal cooldown's like 5 seconds.
But it's just only 5-second cooldown.
Yeah.
And he keeps on doing it all over and over again. No wonder the HP regen of Saison using the Lancelot was just going and going.
But that was, so, as that Lancelot was locked in there for that draft, you remember I was like, Lancelot nowadays, it takes a certain player. That's a certain player right there. That's what we were looking for. And it was a showcase, but still, we have to, typically what we like to do here is we look at the draft here for game number 2. Ban's already coming out here. Philippines will be on the blue side, right? They're going to get that priority. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Fredrin again. Let's see if they go that route, but still, let's talk about Indonesia. What can they do here, OSX, to take this to a game 3? Relatively from early to mid-game, it was pretty even. Like, they did a good job. They were finding moments around the map that they could. How can they adjust here?
Okay, yesterday, back in their draft, we see them use the Kaja, the Paquito, the Beatrix. It's their own flavor, their own comfort picks. We saw them use this in different tournaments around the globe. And just basing in the draft yesterday up against Brazil, they had a good Melissa game yesterday. They also have a good Atlas game, but that was banned in game number 1, respecting the hell out of Indonesia's draft. And if you're concerned how they want to have a comeback there, if Philippines takes the Fredin for themselves, either they can bounce it off with a Valentina and pair it over with another Kufa or Iris or even Mortis. But now just Philippines goes all in with the Paquito.
Signature. Yeah. And not many teams like to do this. They don't like to pick up Paquito first pick, man. Not many.
But it can still be flexed.
It can be, yeah. That's one of the great things about it, right? Just where you are, especially with a lot of these heroes in the first pick, and one of the reasons, like I said, Fredrin is often picked first in the blue side is just because of the flexibility option. Now with Paquito, yeah, you still could flex him here. You don't have to necessarily put him in the jungle.
Joy is open, though. For the first time, it's open for the match or even the draft of Philippines or Indonesia if they want to utilize that back line with the beats of Joy and that annoying penetration just coming from the back line. See? There you go.
You know what? I've been talking about team improvement, man. I see
Joy.
I think some of the analysts out there that we know in the world would be proud of you.
Oh, yeah.
Good call. Joy, locked in here.
I felt it coming. This is the first time we see Joy being unlocked in the Philippines, letting it go. How do you deal with this now? So you have the Valentina, nothing much yet on the side of Philippines. If you have a Baksha, there's a lot of games that we saw today that's being paired up with the Paquito and the Baksha. Good sustain, good amount of slow, and as well as the Claude and the Thamis. A lot of things are on the table, but will they be securing the gold lane earlier, or maybe they secure their roamer as well, since they saw a Joy now?
It's a good question. Like, how do you want to deal with the Joy? And remember, at a time too, Joy was flexed quite hard. Like, you didn't really know. Was she? There was a time when she played 3 roles, man. Right, mid, XP, jungle. Now she's not so much that way. Like, it wouldn't work as great, right? But the answer here is, how do you deal with the Joy? Well, one answer is obviously Franco. Once again, you have that locked in. You have the lockdown with the ultimate here. But still, ultimately, Joy is like, you know, if you've never seen a Joy before and you guys are watching for the first time out there, again, we have to take note. There aren't a lot of first-time watchers for MLBB. Joy is one of those heroes that is, it kind of just whittles down the enemy backline. Like, your job is literally to make a beeline for the back line of the opposing
annoy
team.
everything out of the back line.
Yeah.
And also, we were expecting kind of a Farsa with the pair up with the Franco will show up. A good pickup with the lead as well. But to add more of the counter for the Joy, by just looking at it, just by using the Astral Recall and Astral Echo, this amplifies the hitbox of the Franco.
Yeah.
So if, as annoying as a Joy can be, they might have a chance of pulling him over, right, just by using the ultimate. It's just precision on where you land the hook. Good bando with the land slot. There's respect for Saison in the Philippines. So yeah, sealing out one of the mirrors. They're pushing this Paquito to be on EXP.
They want it there, you know. If that's the case, it could work, but still, look at this too. They're actually still taking out the possibility of an XP lane from Indonesia. We don't know 100% where they want to park that Joy. Could be in the XP lane. And that's the great thing, like, if this ends up being in the matchup, right, Paquito in the XP versus Joy, that's pretty high dynamic lane, right, for the most part. We'll see if it ends up playing out. Familiar faces out there in the crowd as well. Our fellow casters, shout out to you guys.
Our breakfast club. There you go.
It is.
That's our breakfast club right on screen.
By the way, I just got to say, you know, Wax in here while we're waiting for the second part here. There are some guys out there that would love the way that he introduces the teams. You know, we get to do that in other parts. Now, other regions out there, different leagues for MLBB, they have that. We call it basically those introductions, right? The voices of gods. I think he's got it.
Yeah, the voiceovers. It hypes everything up, knowing him. A lot of energy, a lot of excitement. But right now, they respect the hell out of this Frederick. They ban it down. They're pushing this Paquito right onto his lane where he's supposed to be. Now with this pairing right on, interesting bando with the
Ruby.
Yeah.
Okay, they take out the Ruby here. So now some of these last bans too have been quite a surprise, right? But for the most part here too, now you're trying to piece this together. Gold lane options for both teams. What do you want to put there, right? Now for Indonesia, do they want to go ahead and secure one of the, I guess, better performing options would be, you could go the Claude route. You could have that, right? Helps whittle down because you follow up the Blazing Duet with what Joy is going to do, right, for the most part. You could go there. Irithil, we've seen Irithil pop up so much lately, at least today. So still a lot on the line here. Gold lane options. We'll see if they lock it in first. Still, too, we don't 100% know. Jungle. Even for both teams, still trying to figure out where this Paquito's going. There it is. Gold lane option is going to be the Brody here.
Yeah, good distance as well, since there's Franco. With this setup that even what Philip is going for, either the XP lane or Jungle Paquito, you have a good lane of pairing with the Beatrix right now, if you want to secure that. Because the 2 slots right now, Philippines could actually show where this Paquito is heading. Either they get the Beatrix or they get a Baksha to sustain more of this, because knowing that there is a Valentina or threat of the Joy, might as well have a way to slow things down in team fights. That was my bet for now. So those are 2 options to have a good pair with Beatrix. There you go! Man!
You're on point.
Baksha. And there's a Beatrix.
On point here, OSX, the Baksha, and the Beatrix. And so now we have the picture, right? Where exactly they're going. And I like it. I like what they have. Wow. Talk about a surprise.
I love it.
There's only certain teams that do this.
Against the EXP lane, Raging Sandstorms, when you have the regeneration from the skills of a Khalid.
Welcome to the sand, dude.
Well, have a great matchup on the EXP lane. Wow. This is a good matchup for this game number 2. Amazing pickups. So just right here.
Yeah, Joy Jungle. Right, so you got Joy in the jungle here, and at the same time, this has always been up for debate, right? Before we jump into that game, where does Joy work the best? And it's reminiscent of back in the day too, not way back in the day, but Julian, right? There was a time Julian was very similar.
Oh, I missed
he
that
fit
guy.
in like 3 roles.
Julian. When
Right?
there was a season, it's
Julian
all
and
Julian.
Joy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is
Double
about
J,
the Jays here, but do you feel like that's actually effective jungler, the Joy here?
Up against the
Baksha?
Baksha? Could be if he gets her first item in, because if you want to annoy something out of the back line of the Philippines, that could be the one. Will this be the game-changing match of Indonesia to push it forward to a game number 3? But before everything else, we're heading for a pause. A little bit of a breather.
I'm reading the body language. It looks like, maybe some the audio thing here going on. They need it because it's technically a match point. It's a best of 3. And going back to these picks, right? Joy, I think, is, yes, we have to focus on that. Not only that, though, the Khalid. Because honestly, if you look at a lot of competitive play, it's picks like this that are a surprise that I'm actually surprised about myself with Indonesia picking up, because it deviates from what we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Right? And it can actually work out really well, especially with the way that his kit works. And I wanted to see also, just out of curiosity, what emblems they're rolling. What kind of build path that he takes specifically, because
I am curious.
Yeah, we do know that Khalid alone has a ton of basically sustainability, right?
Yeah.
Also has a great stun available for the team, can also be quite mobile. So this is something that you don't see often, but it could end up working out really well.
Yeah, as a Khalid user myself on the XP lane. Wow. Yeah, I'm a Khalid user.
You are.
Well, in the meta right now, I don't usually use either. I use blue. But now we're back at the game. Will this be the match point, or will Indonesia bounce back? Khalid now being present, rocking the lethal ignition. Okay, a different adaptive damage here for this XP lane matchup up against Cannon, who is on the Quantum Charge. Basic hits, gets extra HP regen, but onto the side of the jungle here for the Joy, we're seeing it once again. It's good to see Joy back in the jungle. And at this of a threat being present here up against Saison here, he has more sustain, he has more ways of slowing down the steps of Joy. Imagine stepping on, again, a quicksand. That could be a difference of a game changer in team fights. And if DeFranco gets ahead and uses the Bloody Hand quickly to catch that Joy, that's one way of just picking out of the comfort, even draft of Indonesia.
Yeah, and taking a look again, while they figure things out here, is the lineups, right? And exactly let's think about how this early game is going to go, because most of this, if not, right, the trend here is we'll put a little pressure if we can, but ultimately it comes down to that first objective, which is the turtle take, right? That first one of the game. Now, the difference here is, again, anytime a Franco is on a team, you always have that capability to get an early first blood if you're able to land that iron hook, right?
Yep.
That's a big part of it. And so if they can actually do that, which we've seen before, even in the previous series, then that is one of the best case scenarios here for the Philippines as we jump back into the game. Let's see how things unfold. Also, take note, look at the poke
Look
here.
at that.
Chorizo on this Khalid, making it a little bit hard, right? Early on for Cannon here in that lane matchup.
He's not leaving his lane. By just having the skill to use it used over and over again, he could continually just poke the hell out of Cannon by just sustaining his own path and clearing wave. This sets him up for a good first take on even the turtle now. Moreno, on the other hand, received some pokes there, almost on half HP. On just in the middle. Chorizo, though, on the other hand, takes a hell out of an HP out of Saison. Forced out of Flicker as well.
You gotta hold on here. There was a hook, was gonna land, but they can't capitalize on this pickoff just yet. We're 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds away from that first turtle of the game here. So this is what I was talking about, right? The pressure between these two teams, looking for some type of pickoff if they can find it. But right now, nothing's gonna happen. A little bit of a play quite low here. Chorizo should be able to do just fine. Charge back up as he does. A couple seconds away from that turtle, right? This is where things kind of come into play.
Yeah.
They still need to hit that level 4, though. A lot of them don't have it just yet.
Yeah, a bit of a lead, though, for the Philippines. Sets things up. All 4 levels present for Arcangel and Saison. You can get a good vision with the Astro Recall, Natural Echo. Might as well the turtles be onto the passive of a Baksha. Now, having concussive blast, if this guy gets tankier by the minute or two, having extra damage and armor, you have AoE-based damage, HP. But look at that, Saison on to 3.
Saison, a little bit in a pickle here, gonna get chased back to the base. Super Ken will get the first blood. Big pick off here. If they get the jungler, a nice hook though, they have a response, the 1-2 punch from Canon. And it's a 1-for-1, and now the turtle up for the taking. They've got to wait though, they've got to reset, they need to get these buffs as well.
Yeah, 3 minutes, nobody's taken a turtle yet, and just by the first skill on Saison there, this was what the thing we were talking about. How do you escape the beats of a joy, and how do you even go and slow it down? But Cannon being chased down by 2, look at that knock-up onto 2 as well.
Had that champion stance, there you go, turtle secured, they back off. Better that they do that, unless they go for a hook here. I'm not sure if they want to. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, Iron Hook's not going to land, but Turtle, first one of the game secured here for the Philippines. And you can see that. You have to be able to respect some of this poke damage, the poke potential, just from having this Navario across from you if you're Indonesia.
Yeah, look at that exchange, regenerating down in its own turret there. Chorizo, hook landed on. And this time around, they have the ultimate of Unigo, they have the Bloody Hunt. Moreno has the Bloody Hunt, has the extra catch, has the extra bite. That could be served for either Super Ken. But just looking at the items here, we have the Magic Penetration Boots present for Super Ken. Adds a little bit of flavor now with the Lethal Ignition. On the other side of the map here, we have Arcangel has the Elegant Gem. So building up that mana as well as the boots. But one thing to see here for the damage is the Beatrix. Oh, just pick up the Clock of Destiny. We have the scaling attributes present for minute 5 or even 10. So by this time around, they can actually have a better scaling with this Navario. And right now, just probably getting eye on the vision.
Look at that, right? Just keeping Sakin back, at least from this lane a little bit. Nice hook and land once again. The target is there. Vin will fall. Now looking for a follow-up. A huge Astral Recall coming up. Looking for the follow-up. Will sidestep that. Able to live to see another day here. But it's moments like that. Once again, it's starting to compound here for the Philippines. Now about a comfortable almost 2K gold ahead. There has to be a response. Look at the top lane. Sakin's going to be in trouble here. Can't escape it. Will fall. Actually, okay, the response from Wektiano goes in with his own flicker, able to get the kill. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, it's everywhere, OSX. Everything is everywhere between these two teams. The 1-2 punch from Canon. Can't get the kill, though. He's hungry for it.
But now Canon is up ahead by 2 XP levels up against this Khalid, Chorizo, by looking back on how the Beatrix went aggressive by using that flicker. It's a one way of securing and amplifying your time to get that damage items in. Now another view here, Vin is now hooked by Unigo. Saison secures the turtle for themselves. Bloody Hunt though.
There's the lockdown. Vin gonna be in trouble. Will fall once again. Still looking for more. Philippines, time and time again. Turtle kill. They back off. They're happy with it. And that's what I'm saying. It's these small wins, these small victories that build up into those massive snowballs of momentum.
Yeah, speaking of momentum here, on to the lead. We're looking at 4K for the deficit of the Philippines right now. And just by looking at their jungler here, we're looking at Saison. But look at that. Pokes onto 2.
Wow.
Cannon still survives.
This is why they love that Paquito so much, right? He's able to do that confidently. With the way the mechanics work here on this Paquito, finally the turret will go down. Indonesia looking for some space to work with. They take that tier 1 down and they look for more here across the map. They have to be careful, have to be crucial in how they approach some of these lanes. They can't get caught out.
Yeah, we have the Radiant Armor present for Saison here. More soak and has more a bit of a sponge for the magic damage of Moreno here. He hasn't got any ultimate yet from the side of the Philippines. Probably eyeing for the Bloody Hunt again, and as well as the Astral Recall. Either you pick 2, either you get the vision or you get the extra bite. Because if we're looking at a setup here, it could actually lie only for Vin. Flicker for the Numenon Blast could actually be the key here for getting a great setup or even a poke or even a great team fight. But if that misses or that doesn't even work, it either falls down. So in other way, Indonesia right now has a bit of a fail-safe button just in case it doesn't go a good way for Vin.
Great choice there, Indonesia. Just going to get that tier 1, but they're going to get clapped down here on the top side. Still on the hunt, Cannon, Fist, full force. Going to get stunned with the Numenon Blast. Huge setup there. He will fall. How's the response from Indonesia, though? They only get 1. They back off. They take the smart choice. They don't want to get hooked. They still have to get back here to the safety of their turrets. Meanwhile, Philippines losing one. That's the life that Indonesia needs here. Turtle now up, third one of the game. They're in a great position to contest it. Hook gonna land on Vin again. He's doing a great job at being this front man for Indonesia. That's what he's got to do. The rest of the team gonna go ahead and clear that wave up. Turtle still fought for here between both.
Okay, just by look at the goal laners right now. Look at the flicker, misses the chance for Cerezo just on the sandwalk. HP don't go so close to get it. Cristiano.
They win for it. Still going to be going. They don't have that flicker available. Venice Rage going to come down. Cerezo will fall. Still down a member. Vin finding a huge Newman on blast. 4 members following up on it. Another fall. It's 3 down for the Philippines. Vin took hook after hook, and he waited for that moment, and he got it, swinging the favor for Indonesia.
That's what I'm talking about there. A few seconds earlier, how do you make the Numenon Blast and Flicker work? That was the damage they were feeling as I saw takes the kill onto Cerezo, but Vin onto the bush, catching 3, disabling the Iron Hook. A great way to show damage right onto the Philippines, and they took down 3 out of that 8-minute mark.
That was absolutely massive. That was 4 that he actually got, just on the edge there, able to get another. And when you pick Lolita, that's what you hope for. You hope for moments like that. Even if, again, early game, he took a lot of hooks, but that counts. And now, once again, they've narrowed down that gold lead. They're back in this game. That's exactly what Indonesia needed. And it's on the whims, the shoulders of Vin here. Look at the fighting potential they have. Bloody Hunt's gonna come through. Vin will now fall. After that, it looks like Indonesia just wants to call it back here. They're quite low. Socket as well has to heal back up. They might just lose this tier 1 in the mid.
Yeah, just by this, they will be eyeing on taking down defenses now of Indonesia, looking for this. Super Ken is going right in the front.
Super Ken running off a little more than he can chew. He will fall quickly. Moreno, 1 hit away, goes down as well. And just when it was looking so good, Indonesia, they make these mistakes and they fall down 20 seconds before that Lord comes up here.
Well, we saw that Brody, we saw Saken release that malefic roar, and he had to have his elimination roar. He released the torn apart memory by just escaping the skirmish, but that didn't proc the Blade of Heptases. It was missing damage right onto the button that he pressed once he wanted to take down a member out of the Philippines. So if you want to have that extra bit of damage, he's probably building up 1 more additional physical penetration damage to cope up with the distance and even an escape path just in case he gets be the one to fall down.
So that's the hard part, right? Joy Jungle. And if you go into the fray and you're, again, Franco is across from you, get locked down, you're kind of just taken care of so fast that it's unfortunate, right? Another hook with a flicker combination, the Bloody Hunt too. Vin falls again. Lord gonna be secured by Inigo. Can they turn it around though? Another double here for Recutiano. They're on the chase. Can they get away? A hook again. He's a madman. Triple for this Beatrix. Recutiano is unleashing on Indonesia. Do they clap down? Socket in trouble, and it's another kill for the Philippines.
An amazing counter go when they thought that Vin would want to set up that Numenon Blast. It was the opening of the Unigo to take with the advantage of the focusing mark. He just literally feel the kill for Recutiano, and being up front, Super Ken just went in the front line of the Philippines, and he just burst it down quickly.
Like, our team's got to take care of this Franco, man. I think this, what is it, the 4th series of the day, and at this point, Franco has changed the course of almost every series he's appeared in. And when it's in the hands of players like this, like Unigo, my God, is it a showcase.
A showcase of the longest Iron Hook.
Yeah.
It's going, man. Completely going into the playoffs here. Astral Recall, Astral Echo's being used. A lot of ways to utilize this, but there is a Lord push down bottom. There is
they're going to go
stunned.
in. They get the stun out with the storm here. Recutiano could be in trouble, but look at the covering fire. They're going to force them all back here. Cannon jumps into the fray. Punch after punch. Double kill. They're on a slaughter fest here, and now into the base they go. 2 members left for Indonesia.
Are they
They're
finishing
going
this?
for it. They want to end this in a sweep. Another hook. It's a wipeout, and the Philippines did it. They sweep Indonesia, sending them to the lower bracket.
They continue to remain undefeated. Group stages, now in the second hand playoffs, maintaining the strength, experience stalking through success. Philippines right now is advanced to the next stage, onto the playoffs.
Man, what a showcase. We heard it earlier before the series even started. They said it in their language, in Tagalog. They wanted to make bawi. They wanted to make up for the past, and they did it there in a clean fashion, man.
Yeah.
Wow, what a performance. And again, Franco, time after time, changing the courses of a lot of these series, a lot of these games.
This is the complete game changer, the Franco, being in the hands of the most veteran players who actually use this hero among every composition, among every draft. Once you land a perfect hook, carry that environment, and revealing all of the places where the enemy could be, is a great way of picking them off out of the draft. If you want to stop momentum early game, might as well take it, because right now Indonesia has fallen down in the lower bracket. A challenge they need to pursue here, but it's not the end for them.
Not the end. Yeah, that's an important part here, right? They still have a chance to make their way back up. Possibly, who knows? Maybe they end up facing the Philippines in the grand final, but still, you can't count out the other teams that have made their way here. There's been massive improvements across the board for all of these teams competing. Again, we started with 16, and we've made it down to these final few teams at this point, right? Even more so, we do have another series as well. The 5th series ahead of us later on, right? And I would say that even with this series, it was rather quick in a way, right? Because it comes down to that again, OSX. When we talk about these power teams, these big teams that have played so much and the synergy is there. Look at this, the MVP for this Novaria. It's apparent, right? The way that they execute, the way that they play, and Indonesia was making good plays around the map as well.
Yeah.
But not enough to contain what the Philippines was throwing at them.
And that was just complete astral weak calls being thrown by Arcangel, our MVP for game number 2, standing with a 3-0-12. Having the skill participation of 88%, reveals so much vision, gets so much poke, gets so much burst here. You have the Winter Truncheon being built probably in the 4th slot of the inventory, but with just having the Clock of Destiny plus the Lightning Truncheon is already enough for it to scale up and cross the bridge and just be present in the mid-game. A complete way of giving Indonesia a lot of problems, macro-wise, micro-wise. Wow, it's just totally amazing.
Again, a huge performance there for the Philippines. And in just a little bit, we'll be hearing from them. And again, crazy, crazy gameplay. At the highest level, that's what we expect to see. And other teams out there, especially looking for these future games, are kind of wondering, like, okay, where's the weak points there, right? You look at that kind of game and you're trying to figure that out. Where's that weak point? And that's why I said, even leading up to it, what lane do you focus on? Because now for both teams, this is also for Indonesia and some of these other teams, there's multiple lanes you should really keep an eye on.
Yeah.
And you can only focus on so many lanes, so many individual players, So again, just impeccable gaming here from this MLBB team from Philippines.
Wow, exciting matches ahead. Now let's throw it over to our brother Waxen on stage together with Team Philippines in their winning victory.
Thank you so much, OSX and Nice. Phenomenal casting as always. But now I'm joined by none other than the top 3 placement already, Team Philippines. A great performance against one of your biggest rivals in this scene. 2-0 victory. How you feel in this moment, and what are you going to tell your opponents for tomorrow in the form of Saudi Arabia?
For Saudi Arabia, I just want to say good luck to us. We're always screaming in hotel, so it will be a good match.
A good match. And that will be the upper bracket final happening tomorrow. But now let's go back to this match versus Team Indonesia. How much did you prepare to face them, as it's one of your more common opponents?
We really prepared hard for Indonesia before we even arrive here in Romania, because we think that we might face them in grand finals, if ever we reach grand finals.
Oh, very, very strong words. Well, congratulations for your victory. And now that's the camera. Talk to your fans at home and all over the world. What do you have to tell them?
To all our fans in the Philippines and here in Romania, thank you for always supporting us. Mulțumesc!
Round of applause for Team Philippines! Thank you so much, boys. You can now go and rest as you will get ready for your best of 3 series tomorrow. And for us, well, stay tuned because we're not quite done with MLBB for tonight. We have one more best of 3 coming up soon, and it will be Team Brazil versus Team Egypt. And welcome back to the World Esports Championships MLBB playoffs day 2. It's the lower bracket. It's 2 teams that still want to fight for the top 3 position. It's going to be Brazil, it's going to be Egypt, and they're slowly going to make their way onto the stage. But first, Yash, everybody watching around the world, let's give both the teams a warm welcome and a round of applause. First, representing South America, make some noise for Brazil! And our opponents also fighting for their life in the tournament. Can they make it? Well, now's the time to shine. It's Team Egypt! Brazil, let's start with you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now let's try that once again. Brazil, are you ready?
Yeah!
Woo! Let's look in the camera and say a message to everybody watching at home. It can be in English, it can be in Portuguese, whatever you'd like.
Bom, e aí galerinha no Brasil, espero que vocês estejam torcendo pela gente. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vai ganhar essa porra.
Thank you, Brazil. Now Egypt. Are you ready?
Fucking ready.
Oh, okay. Do you think this is going to be an easy game?
No, it won't be easy, but we will do our best this time.
Wow, I cannot wait to see that. Now it's your time to also look in the camera over there and say something for the people watching at home. It can be in English or in whatever language you prefer to address all of your fans around the world watching right now.
إن شاء الله نكسب آخر ماتش لينا.
And now, I would like both of the team captains to meet in the middle, shake hand, and may the best one win. You can make your way to the pods. The nerves are high. You can feel the tension in the air. But to break down all of the upcoming action for this best of 3 lower bracket, I want to invite none other than the outstanding duo of OSX and Naisu.
Thank you so much, Waxen, once again to welcome the teams here for the last series of day number 2 for IESF WEC 2023. It has been a full-packed day here. And we actually saw these 2 teams play earlier, right? It might seem a while ago, but they've found themselves here in this lower bracket. Tournament lives on the line, just like Waxen said. OSX, what do we expect here from these 2 teams battling it out, basically, to move on forward?
Having a go big or go home match right now, this is where you show all of your cards right onto the table. Mind you, Egypt came from 3 games today.
Yeah.
So a lot of ways that they can actually survive this marathon is ended with heads held high, and as well with Team Brazil. They went through a lot of challenges, but at this point, that they may have a chance to even bounce back, now will be the time.
Yeah, for Brazil specifically here, I feel like when they were playing earlier today, they kind of needed this time, right, to like have this reset, have this mental reset, because you can clearly see, again, as they were going through the course of their matches earlier, there might have been some frustrations there. They were trying to, again, we have to talk about one of the longest, if not the longest game so far, at least in the playoffs, right, that we've had here. 27.5 minutes, right, in that matchup. And again, that was a game that could have technically ended quite early, but as we talked about from the previous series with teams like Indonesia and the Philippines, the synergy, the shot calling, right, is something that a lot of these teams try to learn from and emulate. And I feel like, yes, Brazil is one of those teams, right? They really want to go with a certain style, have their own, sense of style and vibrancy, like we talked about, love some of the unorthodox picks that have popped up from them. But now I'm wondering, is that the time to do it? Is this the time to actually go for those picks? play along that kind of meta that was established there and that you like to play. We know that even specifically Luna loves very similar roam heroes that we've seen before in other major teams around the world. We've seen him even pull out the Matilda, right? So, you know,
Amazing
what are you
game, by
thinking
the
here,
way.
06?
Yeah, amazing game with the Matilda, good pickoffs. Because most of our teams today most rely on team fights, invade, pickoffs, and by just looking at their choice on this game, nothing could actually work by just using even your own way of having your strong comfort picks or your own flavor. We've seen, again, Egypt use the Lancelot, use the Kaja. Both of them use Rizla.
Yeah.
Right? For either of which, EXP lane could be the game-changing factor here, or just getting the hands of having their own signature picks. The S has been banned. We also Florin being banned. Sometimes we see 4 bans straight on Solana in the early match today. So would you focus on that, on the tank choices, or even the hero pool for Team Brazil, or you look at it the other way? Who do you target next? Because at some point, you can either change the game, you can either go ahead with a new meta right now, as you've mentioned, either you change yourself with a new marksman, who is actually being a bit of a favorite right now. We have the Irithil, we have the Beatrix, well, it's a staple of a marksman still being present and used, even the E. So it all boils down on how they prioritize their picks into the draft in this game. So will this be a best of 3? Will this be a 2-0? We will see more of it now, because these teams being present right here on our screens has a lot of confidence to pull off their own off-meta picks and even their own way of strategizing with those kinds of choices.
Man, if it's anyone, I'm not expecting this one to be a sweep, to be honest, you know, and I feel like when it comes down to these two teams, you're expecting that kind of back and forth, right? And even when we were talking about the pendulum swinging here in terms of how these games go back and forth, you got to remember, so far, even today, we've seen teams come back from 10,000 gold deficits.
Yeah, complete massive recovery.
So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for these guys, obviously, to take it the distance, go 3 games. But I think one thing that you can really put together here is obviously signature picks. Your question here, OSX, you know, do you want to continue to, if you will, hack a Luna, right? Focus on those options for Luna, narrowing it down. But I think we've seen that trend before, right? We're very familiar with it. And at the end of the day, the hero pool for someone like Luna is so massive that even if you waste, I don't want to say waste, but utilize 4 out of 5 bans for one single player,
yeah,
they're most likely still going to make the game plan work, right? So really, is it worth doing that? Like, do you actually want to go that route, or do you go ahead and focus on some of these heroes that have been turning the tides of these matches up to this point? Right off the bat, especially with Maro now against Brazil, either take or ban out the Franco. Devastating previous series, devastating all the way up to this point. You can start targeting some of these bans, but I wouldn't say focus on an entire, you know, individual player lineup.
Look for a different avenue. Who is the other game play, or again, the one who starts the fight, the one who keeps the team fight going? Who is the playmaker that you can actually target? Will it be the Roam, or will it be the EXP? Because as the similar pools that we talked about earlier can actually show up, Terizla, Uranus, or even, we actually saw Bears today again, we haven't seen Paquito. So most of the times, we gotta expect more surprise picks, because they can pull this off, actually. Either way, they have a way to survive most of the times. It is the early game that they actually have to either survive or create a window to start their momentum. But right now, it's do or die. What is going to be the game plan here, either for Brazil or for Egypt?
I think, you know, in terms of these team compositions, man, it really can change within the draft. I still feel like you're going to see your typical, you know, Fredrins pop up, Valentinas, Novarias. That too much isn't going to change, right? With that being said, we are jumping into this draft for game number 1. Tournament lives here on the line for both of these teams, Brazil and Egypt. First band's coming out. I love it, right off the bat. This is kind of what you're hoping for. The Franco is taken out. So Maro's not going to get his hands on that, but what we do see is still teams that like to play, you know, with this Franco, they might opt for a Kufra. They might opt, if you're Maro, do you really want to go for Faramis again, paired with the Valentina? I don't think so. Like, that might not work so well, and this is something that has worked wonders before. This is months ago where that combination worked out really well, but so far up to this point, you know, I think we've seen it, what, 2 or 3 times in Fair Miss Valentina, and it really hasn't worked out that great. So
Yeah.
we'll see. Once again, solid bans here for the first phase. Love that they took out the Fredrin as well.
Valentina now is being hovered or being even having a chance to be picked by Brazil. A good way of starting this just to keep their cards up close, since a big of a changer of this hero can be up against Egypt. They will secure a hero, a signature hero for Marrow. So one thing that you're actually seeing is a Faramis, either a Kufra, but if it's not good if you have this priority onto your tank jungler right away, rather than focusing on what is going to be the jump starter of your composition. There you go. Baksha, another sustain here that we've seen who made wonders in team fights and even compositions that we can't even actually expect to even work.
I like it. Baksha so far, statistically up to this point, has been great, right? And I still feel like, you know, in a way, you still have to build around it.
Yeah.
Because of the fact, like I said, we've seen him before be really shut down early to mid game, right? At one point, like what we've seen is like a 0-4 Baksha. But how do you still turn it around, right? And I think you just have to build around that. Response though from Egypt, Terizla and this Novaria, 2 heroes that continuously pop up, usually on the flip side here for the red side.
Okay, Terizla, probably on the EXP, probably on the Vision, Novaria, looking at the games of the day, an effective way either be utilized as an mid lane or even a roam is actually beneficial if you have a Terizla. Now Alpha, on his performance today, massive change in each point. In each game, it changes, it recovers, but Terizla alone being present for Egypt, that just completely a big of a game changer in starting team fights. Backline, front line, even objective things. And yes, he gets his hands for the first time. Estes. Luna on Estes, paired with the Claude.
Going with the signature picks here. Right? This can work. It can work. But you have to remember too, right, with the play style here from Brazil, if they want to go with their own bonding experience lineup, they can do it. They can make it work. We've seen them do it before. But across the board, man, if you remember, if you missed it, the performance from Huda here on this Fanny was intense.
Yeah, and to think that the Estes is now present together with the Claude, he needs to double time with the distance to have a great regen and even sustain the lane. But right now, they forgot something. You said you want to hack a hero pull out of a roam, but they forget this Fanny was this hero was a complete menace in the day that we saw the playoffs in Mobile Legends.
Yeah, right now they've got it, right? Last couple bans coming out here. I like that they took that out, by the way. Egypt's just like, you know what? No Valentina, no Faramis combinations here. We're going to go ahead and get rid of those with these bans. One more left for Brazil to round out these bans. Now, looking at Egypt here specifically, right? You kind of want to deal with this Estes. As soon as you see him, you're thinking, all right, there's going to be a ton of sustain here. How do we deal with it? Well, too bad, Baksha's already gone. That's usually one of the answers, right? Let's take the Baksha, helps with the passive, but now that you don't have that, you've really got to rely a lot on your itemization, also just the execution to deal with it, right? Early on, it might not be good to actually go toe-to-toe with Brazil just because they have an Estes.
Yeah, I was hoping that they might pick it up for themselves with the Kufra, with the Franco being banned in the first phase by Brazil. This gave Egypt a lot of ideas to just use the Fanny. Who's going to get the Fanny now? On the early game, she has free reign to roam around the objectives, paired with the Terizla, knowing that these two duels can actually make it work in objective takes. What is, or what will be the catch hero, or what will be the stronghold of Brazil to counter this Fanny? Because I myself have a problem with the Fanny. Even to catch that, either you have a Franco with a Bloody Hunt, but with the Grok here being present, it forces out a lot of resources, ultimate flickers on team fights by just using the wall charge. But wow, Kagura.
I was wondering what was going in the mid lane, man.
Colorful, Brazil sticks to their identity. A lot of fixes showing up right now in this first game.
I like it. I was sitting here, you know, while we were explaining there, on your own experience with Fanny in your games, but it's like, all right, what do they want to roll within the mid lane, right? There's Novaria's already picked up. You see a lot of these mid laners that are chosen with the Eve and the Valentina banned out, so it's great, right? This is what I was talking about. Bring something to the table that obviously you don't typically see too much of based on the current meta that we have. So Kagura pops up here. This could be a hit or miss though, like alone, because Kagura, the way that she works, yes, she's got amazing burst potential. She can actually be quite finicky to catch, right? But still,
two slippery heroes present right now.
You might have a hard time landing some of that combinations because across the board, again, you're going to have to work against this mobile kind of composition that Egypt has drafted here. And it's funny too because honestly, we haven't seen much of Grok in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Who is usually a solid choice and also quite dynamic. We've seen him in a couple of different lanes before, but now this could play a very solid role in the lineup for Egypt. Grok alone, right? How does that play out? How does, well, we've seen some crazy things with wild charges before, but then you have a Fanny to complement it. A lot of things can fall into place here, and I just hope that with what Brazil has drafted, they have the answers for that, because again, it is crucial here. Ladies and gentlemen, watching around the globe and here with us in Yash, Romania, it's a do-or-die match between Brazil and Egypt. Whoever loses is out of the tournament here in a best-of-3 as we get set up into the land of Dawn.
Good leash. Alpha aids in with the purple for this Fanny. An essential pickup on the early game if you want to have more energy swinging that cables right onto the camps of Brazil. A good start there, but on to the focus on the gold lane. Upatizi. Oh, we're looking at Speedy here trying to poke in with the arrows, but that is now, the job of Luna right now to just completely have a great region for this gold lane. Will this be a great way to start a vacation for the gold lane to actually have a free reign? But this time around, Luna might be pressured to even go and answer lanes to even have a great way to even have a regenerating state.
Yeah, I think, when you have that Estes, that's literally what you want to do, right? You just want to go ahead and just heal up as much as possible. He's also running the focus mark. Focus still here at the top side. Not going to connect. If that turned into the first blood over for Huda, that would have been devastating because that was reminiscent of what we saw in day one yesterday. So luckily, crisis averted here for Brazil. They hold on for a little bit longer. Usually leading into this first turtle, about 30 seconds away.
Wow, look at that cutthroat just connecting to Buzizio. Now
Man.
Black. He now used the ultimate Turtles Poissons to escape, so that was just a problem. Gold lane action here, Speedy dropping low on the HP. Now Upatizi trying to hole and hide in the bush. Will this be a safe passage? But there's Huda right on the thread, right, and the turret takes down Upatizi.
Oh no!
Gets the first blood, but Luna though with exchange, making it double for Smile. 2 points onto Egypt.
Smile feeling good about that. Hopefully he gets a smile. That's a double kill this early on, 2 minutes into the game on a Novaria. So, the unfortunate part there is Huda went down, right? That was because of the slow also from Luna as we take a look at the replay here as it unfolded. Look at this. This should be a clear shot for Huda, but gets slowed and takes another turret shot, and that's where it just fell apart. Also with that, as we took a look at the replay, Egypt secured themselves the turtle. So they're able to get that, building a comfortable lead here, right? They're a little bit ahead, about 1,000 gold. Let's see if they can actually still maintain some of this momentum as they look to set their eyes here on the top side. Upa knows that the pressure might be here. Maro also, you have to keep an eye on this Grok, right? He's got the focusing mark, looking for that follow-up combination here as he sets himself up. This
Super
might
syndrome.
be bad, this
Just
might
low
be
on
good
mana,
for
though.
him. Here's Huda.
Okay, still maintaining the reinforcement, and by just talking about the emblems right now, by Maro, even for Luna, they have the focusing mark. This is an all-in, all-out team fight. If you commit, you commit. If you retreat or not, you don't need to. You don't want that hesitation to go through your head once you have the early game power spike. Right now, Speedy picks up the Windtalker, additional damage for critical chances. Buzizio, the receive the cutthroat, steel cables. Look at the passive, working on the damage. Used his ultimate just to escape the possible takedown of Huda.
So I'm thinking, that's at least the best thing you can do if you're Huda. When you're, in terms of jungle versus jungle, right? You at least force that ultimate from Buzizio. You most likely will not get those kills solo, right? Because just how tanky he is and the fact that he has the tank emblems as well. Look at the continued focus though here. Top side, Maro might be in trouble. Great thing he's the Grok. but look at this, like the rotations happening here, OSX, a lot of focus on these gold lanes. You asked me earlier when we jumped in the game, is this going to be an easy farm time for the gold laners? Is it going to be that gold lane experience, vacation mode? I don't think it is, right? There's so much focus up there, still going.
Oh, look at that, Speedy being trapped, using his own passive to escape. He might get caught there, but it's still very reinforced. Look at that, by talking about the rotation right now of Egypt, it is a complete reinforcement, completely aiding everybody on the map. By now, by just eyeing this second turtle of the game, they have more positioning, yes, if you're Egypt, but on the side of Brazil, they're pulling it. They're pulling it for safety even on their own side of the pit.
Yeah, I love what they're doing here. Look at this. Alpha trying to find his own angle. Maro's going to go in, though.
Alpha, though, being in trouble. Will he use another one to escape this? No, he won't. Black secures the kill. With follow master recall, it hits Black down. Smile takes the kill. A pick off of a hit sees on to Uda. Now, Purple will be the attention here on who's going to get it now. On the side of the air superiority. Look at the damage go through Buzizio. Follow with an arrow. He's being stunned. He's being slowed down. Torch Busan's being utilized here. He can't escape using the wall for even a dividend of a defense, but Buzizio secures the kill with 1 point, 3-4 right on to the scores of Brazil and Egypt.
I feel like Brazil's doing a pretty good job at just containing Uda here this time around on this Fanny, right? It's you could see the struggle, especially when he doesn't have the purple buff, and that's what they were that's what they were after, right? Let's focus on the purple buff, trying to take it from Buzizio. It didn't work out, and even Maro, like Maro's Guardian Barrier there, unfortunately, it wasn't enough to help them, right? It kind of trapped them in this area here that they didn't really want to be in. So right now, I guess your biggest problem for Brazil is obviously Smile. Guy's 3-0-1, he's got the damage. Now the focus, look at the poke.
Oh, look at that. Just by the poke of the Astral Recall, Maro using his own passive to amplify it just beside the wall. They secure the point and having a good coverage of the map right now. They're taking slowly the turrets of Brazil. Meanwhile, down bottom, they have a push. Slowly, Luna is aiding his goal lane, Upatizi, to get in more with the minion waves such as the items as well to get in. Look at that, Speedy trying to buck Buzizio in, making him react. And just as that, they try and they're forced to heal right away. Level 6 onto this Estes, but so far Egypt is just trying to force out a lot of resources right now. From
oh, he's going to go in.
Oh, penalties though onto Zil. Look at the spell vamp, just draining out of their life, half HP. Where is the support? Where is the cavalry right now? Just completely a peel from Egypt, forcing Brazil just to go into the defensive state.
Good pickup here from Maro right at this point, 6.5 minutes in. Gets the dominance ice here. He needs that to deal with some of the sustain. Now Smile could be in trouble.
He got caught there by the back. Buzizio forced the flicker out of Smile. He finally gets his first death there. Now Maro, on the other hand, flickers out for safety. Look at the regen on Solana. Now Upatizi still safe in the BMI, but you're not going to get through here. The cutthroat will not be enough. Uda falls down. Luna takes the kill with a trade speed as well. A lot of bodies dropping down a 3-2 to 3. Brazil finally having a window here. It's still not stopping. Alpha's trying to clear some way, but Speedy though didn't make the right space for defense. Black takes a kill plus a turret.
Oh, that's tough. Speedy went down there in the mid lane against Black, and not only that, but that whole interaction in the bottom lane was quite messy, right, from both sides. But ultimately, what's going to happen here is Buzizio will be able to get this turtle. Maro's going to go in, actually.
Wow.
He does secure it.
Retribution right on point there. Law and Mana, though, they might be forced to go back and have a regen back in their base. Completely having a weak coverage of the map right now. Look at this, 7-7.
It's quite even.
Yeah.
You know, and Brazil managed to get themselves a turtle at least. That was the last one of the game. Next is the Lord. So they've got to get to the point where they can actually contest those next big objectives, which they should be. The way the course is going here, right? Even space that they have around the map, the turret's down, hold on.
Super Syndra falls down, a knock up onto Alpha. Will he survive this using abilities as escape? But Maro is using the wild charge.
Wow, still alive.
Yeah, he pinned down one, but it's not enough for defense though. Black secures the kill. Follow up onto Speedy. Will the ultimate make it through? No, it won't be. Maro falling down and having in a bad position there. Brazil takes opportunity to take down one against Egypt, and now they're still maintaining the mid lane to not get taken by Egypt.
Pressure on both side lanes here. Upa should be able to get this. He does. Tier 1 finally going to fall. They did the same thing on the bottom side of the map, but look at this. He's hungry. Huda going to get juked here with the BMI. Can't get the kill there. Great play from Upa to avoid a disaster there. But Luna was
Good
also there.
response as well.
Yeah, he was just about there. So now we're about 30 seconds away from this
Alpha,
Lord.
oh no, he might fall down here. Will the wall be enough for the defense? So he's still trying to escape this, but the defense won't make it through. Super Syndra uses with the burst of the Yin Yang overturn as well. So now Egypt is trying to maintain and hold this lane and possibly secure more of the purples now for Huda. Now we have the pickup here. Speed against his task loss. Will this be a game changer for the damage department of Egypt?
I think it's it's one of the pieces of the puzzle here for them, right? Because technically it's even. Across the board for the most part, this Lord now going to spawn in a couple seconds here. This is where things fall into place. Huda's putting the pressure on the top side. Everybody pretty much trying to get these lanes under control before they actually commit to this, right? Huda put the pressure there. That tier 2 turret, they don't want that to drop, and that's why they send Black there. So now the reset's going to come through. Look at that, though. Mid lane.
Rao on target. He just took off one. Super Syndra being caught in the radar of Huda right here. Now fight continues to happen here. Penalty zone did not connect to anyone. Luna now being trapped by the wall, being preyed upon 3 members of Egypt. He falls down. Speed takes the kill. That is just steel cables connecting onto the walls. Uda takes Upa TZ down. 3 members drop down. Bazizio is falling down as well. But no, he won't escape that one. 4 members down, making it 5. A wipeout plus a Lord for Egypt, taking that win out of that fight.
What a great team play there from Egypt. Just able to get the wipeout, and you're wondering exactly how that would play out. The wall, man, the Guardian's Barrier from Maro was huge there, able to trap Luna even, and then they just found target after target. Not only that, but they have also secured themselves this first Lord of the game. Let's take a look at the replay here, how it unfolded. Look at this. Upa also, he dodges that penalty zone, but Luna gets trapped here. 3 members into that Guardian's Bear. Man, that's tough, especially when that's your support. And look at that, Upa just getting Beybladed on here by Uda. Gets another kill with that cutthroat, able to clean it up, and then goes in for the Lord. Meanwhile, the rest of the team works on it in the mid, and now they find themselves in a defensive position here. Can they hold on? It is only the first Lord of the game. They should be able to clear it out pretty easily.
Yeah, but they will be forced to answer just in case somebody gets with the initiation of the team fight set. Now, they're on the mercy of their protection, and they have 4 turrets left. Oh, we have a Sea Halberd pick
there it
for
is.
Huda.
That's what they needed.
Yep, yeah, there is an imminent threat of the magic damage right now for Brazil. Might as well have the security just in case you get bursted down quickly. If a Fanny goes in alone, either you survive it, either you escape with your steel cables. It depends how you even move, but knowing Huda here, can make things a whole lot easier.
Yeah, the game plan at this point for Huda, honestly, because he picked up the Sea Halberd, and for those that don't know, the Sea Halberd helps deal with some of the sustain. Eztez alone, played by Luna, he's meant to heal up his team. So now that you have a Sea Halberd here, you have multiple dominance eyes from the Rome and the XP lane from Egypt, you kind of handle the situation from that sustain, right? And if that means Huda just needs to go in with the cables, get that debuff on, and then it's followed up with Speedy, right? Because now he has the items he needs. Like you mentioned, he's got the 4 that really get Irthil where she needs to be in the damage department. That's a great combination for them to use. And on top of that, Maro, by the way, right? If he lands another great wall, if he lands the wild charge using the focusing mark, he's going for it.
3-man penalty zone right onto the heart of Brazil. Now they're onto the base trying to defend this one. Alpha falls down. Super Syndra takes a burst out of Egypt. Right now, 2 members with a trade to 1. Alpha is just a casualty of Egypt, but they take out a 2-kill from Brazil plus a turret up top.
You see how fast that was? That's decisive. That's what they have to do, especially with this lineup. Don't give Brazil a chance to think here. And what they're doing now is continuing to take down some of this turret. They're actually going to give it a go.
Wow, just right in the base. Just strolling through the cables. Huda just missing.
The shot.
Wow. The Astral we call smiling Novaria right onto Egypt. Takes down Syndra. Location has been revealed, but they stolen out an orange from Buzizio.
Man, you love to see it. Those shots from down under, right? And now, at this point, when economy was pretty much even for a majority of this game, Egypt has found themselves with a pretty massive lead. This is going to be another Lord for their taking, but it looks like Brazil wants to fight for it. They at least want to get the information they need. Buzizio going to go in, less than half health.
Half health will be asked. Oh, he got bursted down quickly by Huda. Now the Lord is now ready to be taken by Egypt. Now there's no reinforcement right here. He went in too deep there, got quickly bursted down. Ultimates used just to take him right away, preventing him to use a retribution. Egypt now has a push, has a Lord right up top, responding right away.
Gonna go ahead and take these resources as well while they wait for that Lord to march in on the top side. Brazil has no choice but to just clump up together. And you know, that's unfortunate because really that's what happens when you have an Estes, right? This is why we like to call it pretty much the ultimate bonding experience, because at that point you're kind of centered around this Estes. You need that heal available to you.
Yeah.
But that isn't going to work here. You're trying to defend against this base, and it's Egypt that wants to give it a go.
2 men knocked up onto Egypt, but Huda here is not being stopped here. 8 kills onto this Fanny, making it double, making it another kill for Alpha. 3 members just dropping down in hands of this player. Huda, the amazing Fanny pickup here. Smile continues the killing spree, and there's no way they can defend that. Egypt takes the first point against Brazil.
Great showing there from Egypt. In a clean finish for that game. Again, it was neck and neck for a while. They held it together. Brazil was doing it until, unfortunately, Egypt had the answer for what they wanted to throw at them. And it was that Estes pick, and it was countered really, really well by some decisive decisions from Egypt. And, you know, at that point, again, really, how can you play around that? How can you stop that from happening here? Just amazing game number 1 from Egypt. We know, again, Brazil has to recalibrate. They don't have much time to just kind of reset, right? But in a best of 3, when it's your tournament lives on the line, that's what you have to do. You have to be able to refocus and reset before this next draft, right? And here's the thing, man. Regardless of the lineup that you're going for, whether it's a sustained lineup, whether it's the tri-durability, we're going to figure a name out for that, triple durability beefy boy lineup. But the thing is there's always an answer for something, right? Whether it's the lane picks, whether it's the team composition, there's a counter for something. And really, even if you're countered, you can still execute very well.
Yeah.
Brazil in this hand executed pretty well from early to that mid game, but things, like I said, fell apart here because of Egypt's decisiveness. Look at the MVP for this game. It's going to be none other than Smile. What a smile that is right there, right?
Yeah.
Again, he started the game off massive here. A double kill on Novaria. And I gotta say, it's not just the mid laners that profit really well off early kills because of the snowball effect, but whether that's your mid lane, whether that's these junglers, or heck, even if it's your gold lane, which doesn't really happen that often, this gives you a great start here. So amazing, amazing performance from Smile on this Novaria. The reason why, too, they went for it in the early stages of the draft, right? I believe it was in that first phase when they were on the red side, they took it right away, and it proved to work for them. Again, not only the fact that you had that huge poke potential, but you also provide your team with so much vision, right? And that's what works so well here. Hats off to Egypt for game number 1. It was very clean.
The ban of the Franco by Brazil, it was an open idea for the Fanny to be taken. That's the problem here. How do you even catch the Fanny? On the early game, there was a good amount of response around Brazil. We had to give it to them. We have to give an appreciation how Lana is completely aiding all of the lanes just to maintain that balance, just to maintain that lane. And most of the time, he was forced to answer regen and just completely be an answer to everything. But now, let's see how it goes in game number 2.
We'll find out. We're going to take a short break, so sit tight. We'll be back after this. Welcome back here again with us. It is the last series of the day here, MLBB Playoffs, day number 2. Again, I'm Naisu. Joined here with me is OSX. We've been calling the action all day now to the 5th series, and this is also match point, a lower bracket matchup between Brazil and Egypt. Egypt taking game number 1 here. We'll see. I mean, we've had some games go the distance, right? We've had some games go 3 games. Maybe this happens here. How are you feeling about that series? You know, Egypt really found it together, especially in the late game there from that last one.
That was the strength of Egypt being in the first day of the playoffs. They let loose the Fanny, use the Fanny for themselves, and just make and build around that composition, because at that point, we were looking at the strength of Egypt's composition, and for you to get a counter out of that, either get a good amount of CC, you get a good amount of, well, burst. Well, on the other hand, they were losing the part that they could actually have extra damage heading on to the game. So the big of an answer there for Brazil, either they had the Franco for themselves or they had something to hold that Fanny. But this time around, it can be banned, it can be respected, and just being the prior bans or even the first phase, Brazil will have eyes on probably the staple picks and just let go of or just hold or deny the comfort picks of Egypt.
So if you could like pick something out there from that last game here, OSX, specifically, right, Brazil, in terms of picks, I mean, I know you mentioned picks, and we've been talking about this quite a bit because it does play a part in it. They got some of the comfort, man. You know, they had that, but I just feel like they weren't able to be very proactive, right? At a certain time, once we got past that mid-game transition, it just felt like they were being, you know, they were along for the ride, so to speak, you know, from Egypt. So, you know, how do they approach this? What kind of priority does Brazil need to go for here?
Okay, since we've seen them use the Matilda back in their previous match of the lower bracket today, it can show up. They could either utilize more of the tank heroes right now, who's rising in the charts of our Yash statistics, or one of the meta heroes is just showing for MLBB. So one point here to consider is either the Kaja, you gotta pick off out of a strong hero or a hero out of Egypt, or kind of use Terizla yourselves, because one of the things it has similarity for is they have a way of like pulling off a good XP lane experience.
Either the XP lane or maybe even off the top of my head, I would just think, again, a lot of this focus has been on Luna, right? A lot of the bans have been focused on him. And this time around, even though we got a signature hero pick in the Estes, it really didn't work out the way that they wanted to. And, you know, in that sense, maybe opt again for one of those setter options, right? We've seen him play the Lolita before, and actually to a very high level. So that might be something they can start with in the roam. The other side of that too is allowing yourself, once again, we've seen Bozizio, when he has some of these best games that he's had so far in this tournament, he can kind of relax in the jungle. You know, he can, if they lock in the Fredrin, so to speak, we've seen him do that with that specific hero.
Yeah.
Just have an easy time in the jungle, focus on these objectives, lock those in, right? That is the minor decisions, really that kind of, like I said, compound for your team to build the momentum that you need, and it could start there. I would really put my focus on those two, at least for now, right? Jungle, and then of course Luna. Luna is usually the player here that a lot of people look for to start some of these things to go in favor of Brazil, and he's done it many times. So I think you gotta put a hero there that's in his hands that he can set up. Because if you put those two guys across from each other alone, right, Luna and Maro, that's exactly what they're doing, right? These guys alone have history outside of this, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is you have these two roamers that are really trying to build up for their team and then capitalize on it. So I would love to see that here, this adjustment, if you will, from Luna here for Brazil.
Yeah, a lot of things could be on the table. Either they have priority on a different way of answering for their own picks, Kufra, even either we could see off meta picks as well. We've seen Hylos today.
You know, that's the thing. Like, do you actually think now that you're at match point, your life for the tournament is on the line?
Yeah.
Do you go with that? Right? Do you go with something unorthodox here?
Either you go that route, or maybe just stick with something that could actually work in your own unique strategy. Because if you want to pull something off out of Team Egypt, they rely mostly on the invade, the pick off, and at some points they have team fighting compositions that you can actually counter. But if you are concerned more on how Brazil could actually bounce back from this game. Either they go back for their roots, they go back for the comfort, as completely executed well. Completely have prepared for this. So maybe, just maybe, they would open up a page that could actually save them from this one.
That's part of it, right? Contemplate as much as you can, but really, we've seen so many different variations of these strategies, of these team compositions. There's obviously ones that have really stuck out, picks, compositions, but still, ultimately, it comes down to some of the surprises, too. I mean, even looking at the last series, right, I was kind of just surprised with the Khalid pick. You know, some stuff like that.
Khalid, yeah.
Guinevere popped up from Brazil yesterday.
Yeah.
These type of things, really, if you're thinking about it, and I mean, even even Indonesia earlier, it's like they knew also. You don't know if they decided to go with that draft because of the fact that it wasn't a do or die situation, right? But now that it is for Brazil here and in Egypt both, you're almost wondering, like, do we actually want to have a surprise in our draft, or do we just opt for that comfort? And I think this has been the debate a lot of the times throughout this tournament at this point, right? So, you know, you can only deviate so much, really, from that. And this is what I'm saying. You know, when we saw two of those picks that we're not used to seeing on a lineup, it doesn't work out too well.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, again, if you want to do that here, if you're Brazil and you're at match point.
A lot of things could actually happen for the draft. Something that we rarely see is, well, Fredrin has been banned, finally. For the past 2 matches, he has been banned in the first phase. But something also to have a way of getting a counter out of Fredrin, it's either you pick up Kadita, or even a different approach. So if you want to go with the utility that we usually see previously in the games, we see Baksha, we see more of the sustained heroes. We haven't seen Rafaela. If Invade is just the identity of this team, they could actually go for it, but with the amount of composition they have, they need to have also an equal amount of damage burst to cope up with that. It's because it gives out so many opportunities to even stay on your lane. With that being said, we either not be disturbed or even ganked by Egypt. So things could go a different way if that's the case.
The other problem that we saw in the first game too was the fact that, again, Smile, the MVP from game number 1, had the early double kill. And really, regardless of, you know, who you are playing in the mid lane, or let's say it's the gold lane, like I said before we went to that break, was if you get these early doubles, especially, you know, usually an early kill already, like a first blood, is already a kind of momentum-based, you know, thing in the early game where you start to really kind of snowball from there. But you're talking about double kill on someone like Novaria, who already is kind of a hassle to deal with, right? I mean, the way the Astral Recall works, the way the vision provided for the team is there. And so I think, you know, you really have to kind of control those situations. And how do you do that? You have to have that plan B for a lot of these lineups, right? You have to, and I think this is why, once again, I see so many teams opt for having those 2 or 3 tankier members. Not just that, not just the fact that they're tanky, but they also just provide a lot of CC potential, right? You have to either be able to peel for your team, engage, and even have a second option for that. And I think that's something that I would love to see, again, Brazil do here for game number 2 as we wait for these players to get everything settled in for game number 2.
Yes, speaking of which, and we keep on dwelling on the tank choices, I haven't seen Cho. If you want pickoffs, you want that backline entry, but at some cases it works, but at some teams it won't.
Isn't it surprising, like, how we have not seen too much Cho pop up?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Beatrix, Alal, Teresa, Faramis, even meta picks that actually can be paired with a Cho. But none of it showed up. So with this, it just gives out a lot of options for the Tangrel, because as of the targets and the bans for the draft, mostly from the group stage to now, they target the Kaja, they target down the Faramis, even Uranus, and earlier we saw Joy being present. So in a way, Angela could actually show up for Brazil if you want a global response, but you would really want to have that assassin pick, just in case, or even a utility pick. So looking up on the opportunities here, how will Brazil bounce back? Either they fix something out of the composition, or they pick something out of the book, or even on their own history back then on how they started.
You know, at this point, it's really just kind of up in the air. for the most part, right? And something that I would say is, from what we've seen from all the teams playing up to this point, man, is whatever works best for them is usually what they're comfortable playing with, right? And as it looks like Egypt is getting us situated here, the main thing is, so we just got word, okay, they're gonna figure things out here for Egypt specifically. So I think we are gonna be thrown over to a quick break while they get things situated. Again, this is a crucial match, so sit tight. We'll be back after this.
eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Iași is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Iași is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Iași are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Iași is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Iași Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Iași municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Iași. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condund, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Iași, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Iași. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Iași. Come here and get to know us better.
team is banned. Your team is banning.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium, which I was made for.
Time to drop the beat of the flag. Your team
The southern
is banning.
seas are my domain.
Well, welcome back here. It's been a minute. We're jumping right into the draft. In this matchup, let's catch up here for a second. Again, I am Niceul here on the mic with you guys with OSX for this matchup. It's a knockout matchup between two of these teams, Egypt and Brazil. Best of three. Whichever team loses is out of this tournament for tonight. Again, 5 series in, we finally made it to this last one for us. It could be the last game, right? As we get through the draft here, we're going to have to see how the adjustments come through. And remember, too, again, little quick catch-up. Egypt had an amazing game in game number 1, right? So work is going to be cut out here for Brazil. First pick on that blue side immediately goes in the hands for the Fredrin. No surprises here, for the most part, at least for that first pickup, OSX.
Great pickup, though, with a Fredrin, a utility choice here for Egypt. We got a first point out of this game in the best of 3. Now, marksman could be the priority here over the side of Brazil. Compared to how they went through from game number 1, it came from the mage pickup, which is not bad. So now what they would want to capitalize on is how will we counter the Fredrin. That's a good answer from the team. We're seeing staple picks here from these two teams to actually make this composition work. They have banned out the Canada, which has been a problem in most of our games today, and that thing as well, the Kaja. A bit of a crowd favorite, a bit of a good way of picking off one member out of the team, but the Terizla, the threat of this alone, paired with a Valentina, gives so much power, gets so much stolen ultimates out of the team from Egypt, with the Navarra now being present. This is just vision being countered upon the Terizla as well as the Valentina early game.
Again, I like what's going on here. You know, Navarro once again locked in. Previously, like we saw from that first game, you know, Smile having an amazing game with it, getting that early double kill, setting himself up for success there. Now, the other thing on top of this is you hope that, you know, this a bit of a break that they had, right? Brazil had to reset. They have to be able to get reset mentally to prepare themselves to take it to that third game. Now, with this Brody being locked in here, their gold lane's already showing, right? Brazil knows this. They might focus down some of the options, whereas on the flip side, Egypt might narrow down the gold lane options for Brazil, forcing them into an unfavorable matchup if they can. But right now, with what Brazil has in that first phase, this is solid. This is a great choice. Also, the fact that, yes, you have the Martes picked up. This is more so a traditional matchup, right? In the jungle, Fredrin and Martes, the utility for utility. How can you capitalize on that?
Now, with that being said, the Brody has been picked up by Egypt. Early on, if you want to have a great distance of getting an amount of damage right onto your opposing team, the torn apart memory will be also be an effective way of bursting one down, maybe heading on for a stealing factor from minute 5 to 8. Now with the ban, with this Florin actually gives an advantage for Brazil to capitalize early game. You're talking about capitalizations on the utility choices here of Egypt. It's good that they've taken out the Grok here, because one thing that could be disrupted or be disturbed from the side of Egypt, as well as getting that Brody out of the equation of being ganked early on. Because at some points we see today, even in the draft, Brody, Beatrix, having a good amount of scaling on the early game can give you a good amount of push heading towards your progress for this composition. So looking at the draft of Egypt, they still don't have a tank, they still have a roam option for this one. What reminds me of is, well, DeFranco now has been respected and being banned out of this game. So one thing also is considered is the Uranus being paired up with the Fredrin. Gets a good amount of AoE, good amount of spam. It's a good way to just neutralize those choices right into Egypt's draft, heading up for the last 2 picks. But how do you see this function now? Because there's no roam even yet for Brazil.
I will protect you.
Speaking of which,
good choice, right? Once again, these are some of these focusing down on the hero options for Luna, right? As we were discussing before we took that break there, it's really up to what kind of hero do you want to put in the hands of Luna. And it honestly, when we saw the Matilda earlier, it did work in some way or another, but what threw them off, at least from what we could see even from earlier today, was, you know, the calls, the follow-up there when they had that Matilda, it didn't really work out the way that they wanted it to. Now, Lolita was another option that I was thinking about, right? Have the setup potential for Luna. You still have some things on the table, though. I'm not sure if they want to go again and give another try to the Estes at this point, now that it's match point here. They do lock in Beatrix. They have to pick up that gold laner. Solid choice, once again, able to bring a gun to the fight. Any situation. Man, the response, though, once again, Huda going to take this Fanny.
Wow, just by the amount of coverage early game. We're talking about the roam. Now Mao gets his hands on the Kufra. This is the counter for a Fanny. Now they would have free roam over this strong pick. Knowing Egypt on the first day of the playoffs, they have shown great performance with this Fanny, and they're still using it again. It was an open idea right now, even from game number 2. So how do you counter this without having the Franco present again for Brazil? What could be the bite here? Yes, you could utilize the Asher Archive from a Mortis, and what if at some point you lose that? Ruby, for the first time we see it. For the longest time also, even for seasons, we see this Ruby.
You know, we saw it banned earlier, but it wasn't against, you know, obviously it wasn't against Brazil. And this time around, it's great that you see some new faces, right, within the draft. But this is what I was asking you earlier, OSX, like, is this the time to do that? And Brazil says yes. They lock in the Ruby here. Man, they have a ton of sustain, and they also have a ton of CC available to them. Going back to this whole premise of durability lineups, right? These double, if not triple, kind of beefy, tanky frontliners to set things up, whether that's to soak up damage, take it, or initiate these fights. They have that this time, right? So that is actually a scary thing for Egypt here, because of all the things you have to worry about dodging for the most part. Not only the fact that we haven't seen much of Ruby, right? She's kind of fallen off the meta a little bit, but still very high impactful here for this matchup. So match point, finally jumping into game number 2 here. It's the last series of the day. Can we get to a game 3, Egypt and Brazil? And so far for the rotation, setting it up here.
Oh, amazing pickup with that Ruby. We were talking about the Franco now being available. Look at the pick-off potential right now of Mara and Speedy. Force out a flicker out of Upa TZ. That's huge resources being drained right on to the first minute.
Good choice. You know, that something like that sets the pace already for the gold laners. Knowing that you don't have that flicker available to you this early on, it gives that slight advantage to Speedy, and that's why you see him, right? Maro's going to be like, all right, man, you're fine. You know that you don't have to work against that flicker. You should have an advantage, and that's why you see the response from Luna.
Great jump.
Staying there on the bottom side.
Yes, speaking of the bottom side, the focus could actually be on the gold lane as well. We have Speed and Upatizi, but on the advantage of Poke, the Beatrix early game has a huge amount of, well, peel. But now with the aid of Skull, look at the jump, perfect knockoff brought to Upatizi, and that's just completely a damage right through the marksman again of Brazil with a follow-up of Uda. Wow, this is complete early damage on. We're not hitting in minute 2, but Maro now could be in trouble.
Maro.
Wow, he's still poking through, bringing down Luna and getting that double kill and double point rather for Egypt, and they're not just letting it go. Look at the poke and the damage right up top. Uda, another one, 1-0-2. There's not even a major objective showing up just yet, but no, they don't need no objective. Let's just take down every member right onto our game right now.
And like that, the back and forth between these two teams that happen throughout this series. An off-camera kill too there. One thing you have to keep an eye on is obviously Huda on this Fanny. We've seen this happen before yesterday when he got his hands on that, right? The previous game was a little bit harder for him, but this time off to a great start. Now with this turtle for the taking, going to be started up by Brazil, but look who's getting in place. Huda also making his way.
Oh, first turtle is up now, finally for grabs. Now Huda on the other hand, Lana is like look for an avenue to catch him down, but look at that, he's looking at cables, he's just dashing through quickly. Buzizio might be in trouble there. Luna looking for an avenue to catch while he's still escaping Maro. Good defense, good reinforcement. Egypt still holding through, but look at the taunt onto Black. Showdown continues right in the turret. Will he get a kill right now? Still on defense at Alpha Energy Shields.
Maro's gonna go
still continue to go to jump. And a hug right onto the turret. Alpha secures the kill. Egypt as well, slowly but surely capitalizing on their early game advantage.
Marno's literally on fire on this Kufra, man. If I saw that right, he also secured the turtle, right, for Egypt here, and they still capitalize on a couple kills on top of it. So that momentum-based style from Egypt is starting to build up, something that Brazil has to be very cautious about. Look at this. I mean, even Huda confident enough to keep Black at bay here while they work on that extra shield, right? They get that extra gold here.
Extra economy for Egypt.
Great for them.
Right now, being poked in the lane. Super Syndra has the ultimate of the Cooper. Another I'm offended pull by Lana. Now Speedy takes the protection out of his turret, but now will he escape this? Bazizio secures the kill. Another point for Egypt, but Mara is right onto the bush. Oh, Lana got surprised right there. Now he's trying to save most of it using the bouncing ball to have a safe passage back out of that bush. Looking at these avenues right now, the coverage of Uda, even Speedy, it is amping out this early game chance they have against Brazil.
Great response there from Brazil. I mean, especially in the bottom lane, right? Able to find a moment there. Buzizio is having a great time on this Martez, and I think that's really why you wanted to draft it. Now, even going back into the draft, you were thinking that Fredrin was locked in priority pick. You didn't know if it was going in the jungle initially, but it is parked in that XP lane. Still, ultimately, providing a lot of utility. Maro goes in again.
And there they go, the damage, the cutthroat connecting to Upatizi. Now Lana right on the defense of his turret. Now another great pickoff for Huda right there. That's 2 kills. If you are a scaling marksman such as the Beatrix, you don't want that, but just having a great amount of coverage. They're looking for a trade here. They're trying to break out the turn right into the mid. Huda as well using the 9 to steal cables, trying to catch on Buzizio. But that point, delaying the damage from the Beatrix right now outside of Brazil is becoming a problem right now.
So they know that he just uses Retribution, right? So this is just going to be a free turtle to take here for Egypt as they work on it. Now securing the second one of the game, right? And Buzizio, it was better that maybe you just give it up. At least you didn't go down. He is having a nice lead here, right? He's 2-0 right now. He has to keep it up. Black also in the top lane already had to expend the flicker to on the defensive. So really, if you're Brazil, you're kind of holding on, right? You're trying not to let this gold gap get too far ahead of you.
Yeah.
And if you can find these picks, great. But who is going to be the one to do that, right? Now, part of that is Luna. He has to utilize this Ruby pick that they decided to go with, utilizing the I'm Offended with the Flicker combination. That's probably maybe the first choice, if not the second, behind what Black can do later on. You can see them. There it is.
Another one. Ultimate being committed here by Upatizi. He has one more left though up his sleeve. Speedy though, using Torpal memory. The damage won't be enough. Buzizio secures the kill on a spree. 3 kills already for Brazil. still in the mercy right now for the defense of Egypt. The first turret down bottom is now their great defense. Astro Recall now can be used. On the other hand, 4 members present right now. This could be another one for Brazil. Finally getting a kill for Upatizi.
Again, great responses here coming out from Brazil. When they need to find something across the map, they kind of do it together. You see that teamwork, you see that synergy we've been talking about leading into the series here. So Egypt still holding on to a little bit of lead, right? But if that continues to happen, as we take a look at the replay here, it's going to go bad for them. It'll flip the table in favor of Brazil, and that's what they're after. Upa picking up the BOD now, has it available, Smile already flickering out. Buzizio is going to go for this.
Wow, right on the defense, purely confident. Now Maro and Huda here to the rescue, onto the killing spree, feeding another point for Egypt, getting his Malefic Roar. Wow, damage penetration now showing early on, just 7 minutes, Naisu.
Yeah, look at that too, even in the mid lane, right? Forcing Black back here, just with Huda, and now in the bottom, still putting the pressure on the turret. Tier 1 should go down. Speedy working on it as we take a look at the items here. Mono's going to be charging up though. Okay, they don't commit to that one. Looking at the items, right? Huda specifically has a great start to this. And even if you look at Martis, oh, they initiate.
Lana though might be the first one to go. Speedy secures the kill. On the other hand, fight continues to happen here. Black is the amount of damage, Hound half HP. Alpho though falls down in hands of Buzizio. Still have a good advantage here with the 5 kills onto the map. Now Syndra and Black, location has been revealed. Now Buzizio eyeing on this turtle for his team. Slowly but surely getting a grip on this objective for Brazil.
Worth the trade, right? They're going to go ahead and just give up that turtle. Egypt's happy with the 2 that they have. They really don't want to lose more members to that, because right now, yeah, Buzizio's having an amazing game on this Martis, and he is the one to hopefully lead them through the rest of this mid to late game. They're trying for it.
Cutthroat connecting onto Buzizio, great peel for this one, but just using that lethal ignition proc. But right now, Lana sees some great amount of damage. Thorfall memory now will connect. Yes, it will. Lana falls down. Super Syndra still left. Look at the damage. Wow. Almost a slither. Whoa, Astral Recall secures the kill, and Egypt is just on a roll, taking on the killing sprees right onto their team.
From down under. Once again, how many times have we seen that Astral Recall hit the mark, especially in the hands of Smile? We're going to take a look again at the replay here. It was a really good setup. You know, Luna was trying to find a moment there. Didn't even get to use the I'm offended, right? It just seemed like it was a misplay, and they go in, and just a nice lineup there with that Astral Recall. So still, look at the lead that Egypt has garnered for themselves. Once again, this is a match point for them, and they're sitting very well ahead in the competition. 9 minutes in, going to be charging up. Their eyes are set on that tier 2. They've got to wait a little bit here, right? Making moves around the map to get what they can. Space advantage is what they need. They've already got now the 5 turrets down. A big pickup here for Speedy. He's got the Wind of Nature now, able to buy himself a little more time if he is focused on, especially if he's going to have a Black or Buzizio focusing on him. That's going to be crucial, right? So now about 15 seconds away from this Lord. Maro's going to charge up once again. They might not just risk this. It might not be worth it, right? They don't want to have a huge blunder at that tier 2 turret before the Lord comes up.
5K gold lead and counting. Egypt has the upper hand right now in terms of economy. Now on to the setup that actually have Brazil can actually make for their own lineup. There is still hope here for the penalty zone that we have seen throughout the matches. We haven't seen Black most of the time having a good entrance onto the back line. This is actually expected because we can still count onto the comeback or even clapback at team fights. But now Buzizio, location has been spotted. He has been revealed right now. Look at that. Just the damage. Appraiser's Wrath secures a bit of a damage, but Smile secures the kill.
Look what's happening there, right? Buzizio was by himself essentially. Syndra was there, but the rest of the team went bottom, right? They put pressure there. Now they send Huda 1 versus 3 at the bottom side.
Just by himself against 3 against Brazil. Use the conceal to go back for the base. Now on the other hand, Speedy and Maro though securing the Lord of this game, gaining advantage for the push, and as well as defenses right now of Brazil could actually be taken away from them by Egypt.
Big pickup there, once again for Egypt, furthering the lead that they had. now that they've secured themselves this first Lord of the game, they'll be able to march in a little bit further, right? Most likely getting all these tier 2s. Actually, the minions are going to do that themselves, get the tier 2s down. And Brazil is left to defending once again in their base. Their clear potential is actually pretty good though, right? What needs to happen here is a set from what we've seen from Rubies before. Even if they're turtled up in their base on the defense, you can still play around the flicker, I'm offended combination once it's available. If you don't have it, you actually still have the potential to make a play, especially if you pair it well with Black using the penalty zone. If they can't get that to happen though, unfortunately, it's going to be rough. And now you see them here on the defense, saving these turrets the best they can. They still going to make quick work of this Lord, though. They're going to go for it. Seal comes through. Morrow charging up.
Enlarging the chance of hitting one more. Lana falls down. Now with a follow-up of Black, will he make it for another jump with penalty zone? Now it's on the defensive stage. Super Syndra uses the ultimate against Team Egypt now with the Lord. Just marching through the base now of Brazil. Having a pickup of 1-1 is just enough right now to Egypt to just recall back to the base.
Morrow once again finding a target here, but will not be able to follow up on that. Huda feeling pretty confident once again on this Fanny pick, becoming a very gracious signature pick for him. Now that we've seen it multiple times in the hands of Huda, the rest of his team are performing impeccably right now as they focus on this next inhibitor turret. Taking a quick look at the items. Things are falling into place. Brazil still quite a bit of ways from what they need. 7,000 gold behind, but they hold on. They hold on to at least these 2 turrets in their base. Tournament lives on the line here. How can they salvage this, right? Something amazing has to happen. We've seen it before. We've seen turnarounds when they're 10,000 gold behind here, OSX.
Yeah.
It's not to say Brazil can't do it, but the right things have to fall into place, and that's on the shoulders of Black and Luna here. And that's what makes or breaks this game.
Yeah, and speaking of which, with that amount of setup they can do, they need to have extra damage. Oh, Lana now being spotted, and also Upatizi. There's Maro just jumping with a bouncing ball.
Goes in.
That's a great target here. Will this be a good set for Egypt? No, it won't be, but Syndra takes one down out of the team. And Black as well, a follow-up with a mega kill on to Huda. Now Black being trapped into the 4 Alpha, using that Appraiser's Wrath to connect some damage down there. But Buzicio might want to recall and get some region out of his base, but now mid, last tier turret from mid now falls down, completely being pushed right onto the corner here. Brazil has 1 turret left for this game.
They hold on to that single turret. Lord now up. Egypt knowing what they have to do, especially after that whole exchange. Yeah, they went in. They're the ones that actually decided to do that with the concealed play, right? It could have gone worse for them. But at this point, it might just be another Lord in the hands of Egypt. It looks like Brazil doesn't want to contest it. Probably the best case scenario, right? Upa needs a little bit more time here. They're at a deficit of quite a large amount. Nearly 7,000 gold here or more.
Huge.
And no, sorry, like 9,000, right? And this is where it really starts to show, especially when you get to the point where Egypt is, you know, nearing that 50,000K gold total for the team. Immortalities are even going to start to come online. The Alpha already has one. And Morrow, you know, like a madman, jumping in with this Kufra for the most part. He's not really worried about his own life. He just wants to find that set, that signature setup that Morrow is known for. Huda once again. Okay, Luna's going to go in though.
Oh, with a penalty zone here. Now HP bars dropping down the side of Brazil. Now with follow-up here, will this be the damage they're looking for? They take down Speedy out of the equation. Speedy responds with a trade. Black falls down for Brazil, and there's a Lord in the mid. There's waves all over the place. Now how will they defend this now? There's an immortality present for Lana now being used.
They're gonna go in.
Damage is on the base. Upatizi now falls down. Completely still safe in the region. Now this is just Egypt knocking in the base. Onto the target now. They're taking out Brazil. Couple hits away. And Egypt is trying to get into a... Can they still survive? No, it's Egypt prevails against Brazil. And they're moving forward after this long day of matches.
Oh man, you thought for a second there they'd be able to hold on a little bit longer. And that, man, if we got a chance to see that one more time, the ending there, Black and Luna both tried what they had to do. It was almost a point of, well, do we really have an option? We got to go for it. And it could have worked out, but again, dealing with that Lord marching in the mid lane, and then of course Huda there parking himself in the top. It was executed and timed very well. Again, Egypt just showing how strong they are of a contender here. Hats off again to both of these teams. It's been a long day here for them and everybody watching and supporting these two teams. Amazing teams. But unfortunately, as it goes, someone has to go home and sent out here, and this time it's Brazil.
Still a good game that we've witnessed. A lot of amazing out-of-meta picks that actually worked in the side of Brazil. The only team who has again gained a bit of experience throughout the tournament they had back in the day, how they all started, and now team showing promise, and even on off-meta picks, they make it work.
And I think that's really what shows the development of these teams, you know, and I love to see it, how they have gone from these group stages to where they are in the playoffs now. Let's go ahead and look at the MVP for this matchup. Once again, it could, in all roles, everybody did their part,
yeah.
You know, but this specific player stood out here, and it's once again, it's Smile on the Savaria. Same hero, same player, same Smile.
Yeah, doesn't change a thing. 5, 2, and 7 KDA, landing all those Astral recalls on point is just a complete finisher of a damage. Now with this,
I like it.
Yeah, complete build-up. You have banner regen, you have attribute scaling by the minute, and as well as Lightning Truncheon and Divine Light and Ice Queen Wand aided so much way to have a faster growth for this Novaria. It has windows on where it actually will make the Novaria shine, but as of that momentum, even the snowball that they went through, it was a complete experience for this player to actually pull off a lot of kills all across the map.
You know what was a complete experience?
What?
This day. Day 2, 5 series. Hours
Amazing
later,
day.
We have made it to this point to OSX, and let's go ahead and look at the updated bracket here once again for the playoffs for MLBB, right? Look at what we have in store for us. Also, again, we just rounded it out today, finalizing it with Egypt, 2-0 for Brazil. Now, waiting for them. We'll have to find out. Of course, Indonesia is going to be playing against Mongolia. I believe that will be the first matchup for tomorrow. And then whoever wins from that will go against Egypt.
Yeah.
And, of course, we also have more games in store for you tomorrow. Looking at the upper bracket here, it's going to be a great match. Once again, Saudi Arabia, they have had a journey up to this point, and now what stands in front of them, a powerhouse team such as the Philippines. Can they topple these giants? This giant alone here, that would be amazing for Saudi Arabia. We can't wait to see how that unfolds tomorrow.
Finally, they will meet again. Back in the Asian Oceania qualifiers, They had a good fight. Now they meet again in the upper bracket final that we will witness tomorrow. We have 2 days left to whose team was actually going to have a chance to have a new championship title. Will it be the defending champions? Will it be a new team? Will it be an underdog team? A lot of possibilities now. Amazing things are happening right now in Yash 2023.
We love today, and we can't wait for tomorrow. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is OSX. We brought you the action today. We are going to throw it over to the stage once again to hear from Egypt with Waxen, and after that, we'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I am here joined on stage by none other than our winner, Smile from Team Egypt. Congratulations, well done, great victory. And you're now one step closer to getting into that top 3. How are you feeling after this victory?
Actually, I'm so excited about it, and to be honest, I wanted to revenge from Saudi Arabia.
Oh, you're looking for revenge. So your upcoming match, you will have one less series tomorrow, but that means you will have time to prepare for either Mongolia or Team Indonesia. Who do you think is going to win that one?
I guess it's kind of hard to decide who's going to win. It's going to be like a very tough game for both of them, but I guess it's going to be Indonesia.
Okay, so maybe Indonesia. So how do you think you're going to fare against them tomorrow?
It's yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard to be honest, but we will do our best.
Well, do your best. Well, you've been playing some phenomenal MLBB the last few weeks. So again, I want to congratulate you once again and give you the chance to look into the camera and say something to everybody at home watching you on stream right now.
in English or in Arabic? Arabic, okay. شكرا لكل الناس اللي بتدعمنا طبعا وان شاء الله في احسن وفي اقوى وان شاء الله في كده طار عند السعوديه.
Round of applause for Smile from Team Egypt! Congratulations once again and good luck tomorrow. As for us here live in Romania from Iași, it will be the end of the Day 2 MLBB playoffs, but we've had an amazing day and we have even more coming your way tomorrow. Huge shout out to our casters here live, OSX and Naisu, for doing an amazing job as always, and to every single one of you in the broadcast around the world. You are making MLBB one of the great esports of the current day and age. So thank you so much. Here from Iași, signing out. See you tomorrow.